I swear my bros believe me when I say this ain't even close to its peak at the start. The story keeps leveling up, and by that 15-minute field scene, it's already hitting masterpiece territory. It's also got some of the thickest characters you'll see, like the fairy commander, but I'm just hyping it up because it isn't your normal manhwa where the MC is completely unbeatable by chapter 2. Look, this boy had been handling a sword from a very early age, training in swordplay under a retired mercenary who lived in his village. The man told him that Ink possessed remarkable talent. If he was already this skilled at such a young age, he had the potential to become a knight. From that moment, his dream took root. The dream of becoming a knight powerful enough to end an entire war single-handedly. He departed from the village carrying that ambition in his heart. But now, fast forward to a tavern. Some men were laughing, mocking how hilarious the newcomer was. How could anyone be so terrified yet still aspire to become a knight? That was the day the boy discovered that his talent was merely average. Still, he wasn't the kind of person who simply surrendered. As time went on, he convinced himself that through relentless effort and rigorous training, he would eventually surpass every limitation. He pierced another monster and accumulated more combat experience. He was determined to become the so-called End Knight. But with one swift blow, an opponent knocked his sword out of his grasp. The blade's tip struck his stomach, and in that instant his dream shattered. Because the opponent was only a 12-year-old boy who had just begun learning swordsmanship, yet he had defeated him effortlessly thanks to his extraordinary natural talent. That was when he realized all his hard work had been pointless. Overwhelmed by despair, he collapsed, wondering if there was truly no path forward. But this was a person with an unbreakable will, so the very next day he returned to training, pushing himself for several extra hours. This guy is Rock Lee. If Rock Lee trained with swords by striking a tree thousands upon thousands of times daily until the blade itself began vibrating on its own, the sun would rise again. He would simply pick up his sword once more and resume his training. If he couldn't become the strongest, then he would become the most seasoned and experienced of all. And now, 3 years later, he has become the commander of an ordinary squad. After dedicating his entire life to this path, this was the highest he could reach. He asked one of his friends to spar with him because he knew a massive battle was approaching. We're talking thousands of swords clashing, and his unit was among the weakest. Fast forward to the heat of the battle, where soldiers were roaring and shouting wildly. As the protagonist finished off an enemy lying on the ground, another foe rushed in to stab him in the face. He glanced sideways and expertly evaded the strike. Another attacker tried to strike him from behind, but he deflected it with his shield. Then he looked to the side and saw one of his comrades screaming. He realized the man was about to be killed by an arrow descending from above, so he stepped in front and blocked it. His friend was still stunned when yet another enemy approached from behind to stab him, but the MC shoved him out of the way and sliced off the attacker's head. With that, he heard the scream he had been waiting for. A body slammed into the ground, and the man swung his sword. This was the bastard he needed to kill. They stood face to face, and our boy vowed that this time he would slay this opponent and make it out alive. In a flashback, he recalled one of his teammates telling him that if he wanted to survive, he had to keep his eyes wide open, even when the blade was already pressed against his neck. Like a wild beast, he should not understand what death truly meant, so he must not fear it until the final moment. The enemy in front of him lunged forward with his sword, and the MC stared directly at death approaching. He refused to be afraid of it because death only made him stronger. So, he skillfully dodged the thrust. For the first time, he saw an opening against this opponent. He spun around to launch a counterstrike, but the guy switched to an unusual grip on his sword and drove it deep into his throat. Blood sprayed out violently, and then his body collapsed to the ground. The next second, a boat drifted past him. Death told him he should just surrender, calmly accept his weakness, and step onto the boat. But he smiles and declares that such a day will never arrive. With that, his loop begins anew, because that clash with the opponent wasn't his first, second, or even third encounter. It was actually the 20th time he had perished on this battlefield. Even though he remained the weakest, he was the only one who would never accept death. When he died for the first time and regained consciousness, he believed it was merely déjà vu, just a dream about dying in battle. So he marched back into the same war and met his end once more on the second, third, and fourth attempts. Every morning began with the familiar sound of someone banging pots and pans, and the feeling of the enemy's blade piercing his body never faded. The day kept repeating itself. He was forced to confront the same adversary again and again. After his 12th death, he rose and told his friend there were bugs in his boots. The protagonist announced he would face the challenge once more. The story returns to the battlefield, and now he is already on his 33rd life. He evades the thrust again, but when the soldier twists to continue his assault, Incred attempts to dodge yet remains too slow. His throat is sliced open. He drops to his knees. As he collapses, a necklace slides off him. Incred recalls that during his time as a mercenary, he had slain countless monsters. One day, a small village sought assistance, and he agreed because shielding the vulnerable was what a true knight should do. Afterward, the village elder admitted they were poor and offered him a token of gratitude. It turned out to be a charm. Given that he had risked his life, it seemed like a poor joke, but the elder insisted it could fulfill a wish born of true desperation. Incred begins to question whether that charm is the reason he is trapped repeating this same day. The soldier who had stabbed him remarks that he must be in pain and offers him a quick, merciful end. The MC thinks, "Mercy my ass." It's clear the man is taking pleasure in killing him. Then everything fades. The sound of pots and pans rings out again. This time he tells Rem that he placed the bug in his boot himself. Rem asks if he has lost his mind so early in the morning. The protagonist tells him to stop shouting and step outside. He wants to learn the heart of the beast. Rem swings his axe, and Incred keeps his gaze fixed on it, dodging successfully. Rem is taken aback and asks how the MC suddenly stopped flinching. The MC replies that he trained. Rem doesn't believe it, saying nobody improves that quickly and there's no chance someone else taught him the family technique. Incred answers that he picked it up by chance. Then he grabs some weapons and requests a spar. Rem looks at him, grins, and says that sounds good. He attacks, and Incred avoids the blow. After a while, Rem asks how long he plans to keep dodging. Even while advancing, he slips past another swing. He says the only sword style he knows is the Vulin mercenary technique, the one people dismiss as a cheap trick. Incred begins to lose his balance, and Rem leaps in. The protagonist recovers just in time and prepares for the jump. Rem notices this and behaves exactly like the soldier Incred always faces. The MC thrusts his sword. The sword skids across the ground, and he says that even if only for a brief moment, he had copied that bastard's thrust. Rem tells him his body already remembers it. Rem adds that the move should have drawn blood. Out of everything the protagonist has demonstrated so far, that stab was actually quite impressive. Rem even begins offering him advice to refine it further. He warns that if Incred keeps doubting himself, nothing positive will come of it. Instead, he must concentrate on the next action, not his own fear. That is how he holds onto his sword, even if expressed in his own rough manner. The MC looks at him and says that messy explanation still made perfect sense. The difference between his thrust and the soldier's was confidence. Incred still didn't trust his own sword, and the soldier killed him once again. Once more, the man spoke of mercy and drove the blade into him. Then it was back to training with Rem, who sent his sword flying yet again. The soldier killed Incred again, and he immediately returned to sparring with Rem. He declared that he would keep repeating this brutal loop one small step at a time, no matter how tiny those steps might be. He died again, and by now he was on his 111th life, but it still wasn't enough. Then it jumps to his 123rd life, where that same sword was once again pressed against his throat. In the next round, Incred shouted as he attacked Rem, and this time he actually managed to force Rem's axe back using the very same thrust that had kept killing him. Rem stared at him and asked if he had gone mad. Incred's hand started bleeding, and Rem pointed out that it was pouring blood. He asked why the protagonist was laughing like a madman, but the protagonist was overjoyed. He had finally mastered the stab. Now he was back on the battlefield facing the enemy he hated the most. The MC thrust at the soldier, and now that he had learned the move, it scraped across the man's helmet. The soldier countered with 2 thrusts, and his blade still punched straight into Incred's throat. He noted that his first attempt with that stab had failed, but he refused to blink or loosen his grip. He dropped to the ground with his sword still clutched in his hand. The soldier planted a foot on his chest and grinned, saying he looked like he was in terrible pain. Then he repeated that same line about showing mercy, and Incred told him, tomorrow he'll kill him. The soldier laughed, saying the dead don't get a tomorrow, and finished him off. A bug crawled out of Rem's shoe, but Incred crushed it. He said he saw it fly in there. Rem thanked him, and the protagonist replied that if he was truly grateful, he could take over guard duty. Rem wondered why he was giving orders so casually. Then they met another squad member, Big Eyes. The MC told him to get a shield, armor, and a dagger. He'd pay him back later. Big Eyes was shocked but agreed since Incred was his commander. Rem asked if he had always been this bossy, and Incred said they usually dumped their work on him anyway. More squad members appeared, and Rem said the protagonist was acting really strange today. He was usually not this tense. Soon, Incred was back to stabbing at the tree. He said, every death brought unbearable pain. He wondered what would happen if he still couldn't win after tens of thousands of attempts. Could he run away and live? If he escaped, would tomorrow finally arrive, or would this same day repeat again? He even wondered if he should just settle for the strength he had already gained, but then he told himself to stop being weak. He would never quit. He would break through this wall and see what lay beyond it. So he drove his blade into the tree again and again, swearing he wouldn't waste this gift of repeating his life. At last, he split the tree in 2. After that, he put on all his gear and prepared for the battle, fully believing he would win today. The war horn sounded, and Incred led his squad into battle. As the fight began, the MC said the only reason he had made it this far was luck, preparation, and staying calm. An enemy rushed him from behind, but Incred blocked and cut his head off. Another swung at his leg, but the shin guard stopped it, and he smashed his skull. A third man hurled an axe from behind, and the protagonist dodged it before throwing his own weapon back at him. He said he could only do all this because of the lives he had repeated here. He spotted Krang screaming and blocked the arrow meant for him just like before. Then he took down the attacker. Now it was time to face the wall in front of him. The soldier glared back, and the 2 locked eyes in a tense standoff. Then the soldier charged. Incred blocked, but his shield shattered. He tossed it aside and moved in, catching the next strike with his sword. The MC said the soldier was talented, almost a prodigy, but he lacked real battle experience, so he was easy to catch off guard. Incred slammed his head into him. That made the Vulan sword style, full of dirty tricks, perfect for this situation. He scooped up dirt with his boot and flung it into the soldier's eyes. As the man panicked, he leaped forward. The soldier recovered and thrust at him. The protagonist slipped past the blade. The soldier landed from the mist and immediately turned for the follow-up, but Incred was ready too, because now he knew everything about that stab. He struck the enemy's blade and shattered it. An archer drew back his bow and sent an arrow flying across the battlefield. The soldier dropped what remained of his broken sword as Incred moved in to finish him. He thought he had won, but that arrow was still coming. Just before it struck, an axe smashed it out of the air, and Incred drove his sword into the soldier's throat. Rem had blocked the arrow. He said he would crush the archer, but Krang told him not to waste his strength. The soldier began to collapse, still staring in disbelief. Incred looked over the battlefield and sank to his knees. He glanced down to see the soldier trembling in fear. He raised his sword and said, "This is mercy," then cut off the soldier's head. Incred smiled. Just like that, he had finally broken through the wall he could never pass. But then someone kicked him in the back, a man with a ponytail. Incred groaned in pain, and Rem rushed over, shouting that it was a frog. The ponytailed attacker was a frogman. While the MC was down, the frogman said he had put a lot into that soldier and couldn't believe he had lost. That soldier's nickname was Pervert. The frogman swung and yelled for Incred to die, but an axe blocked it as Rem stepped in to help. Rem brought his axe down, but the frogman stopped it. The two pressed in close and traded blow after blow. Another enemy tried to finish Incred, but Krang jumped in and took his head off. Rem hopped back, and the frogman did the same. They paused, and Rem said if he wanted to kill his squad leader, he needed permission first. The frogman asked how a weakling like Incred became commander instead of him. Rem explained that frogs are born for battle, and to kill one, you either burn it with magic or take it down in one clean hit. The frogman eyed Rem and wondered why someone like him was on such a small battlefield. He said killing Rem would cost him his life, too. He decided it wasn't worth it and walked away. Rem called him a coward. Krang ran off while carrying Incred, and Rem blocked the soldiers in their path. Another enemy tried to chase them, but one more squad member cut him off. A whole line of soldiers dropped when another ally joined in. Incred's vision started to blur, and when the order to retreat came, he shut his eyes as they fell back. Then he dropped into the underworld again, where the boatman said he had managed to survive one more day, but only that. Sooner or later, he wouldn't be able to bear the walls in his way. Giving up and sinking into despair was supposed to be his fate. Incred rose to his feet, glanced at the wall behind him, and told the boatman those walls exist so he can overcome them. The boatman smiled and said he would be waiting for the day the greed and ambition in Incred's eyes finally went dark. He woke up wrapped in bandages, and Rem said he was in the infirmary tent and had slept for 2 whole days. Rem told him he had saved him from the frogman. The protagonist was stunned and said if it really was a frog, he was shocked he had lived. Rem asked if Incred remembered calling him his best friend. The MC said he never called them friends and blurted out that Rem was a noble hunter. Rem clamped a hand over his mouth and quickly checked if anyone heard. He said Incred couldn't just shout other people's secrets when they had nothing to do with him. He said he thought they were best friends, then realized he had finally made it past that cursed day. We also learned Big Eyes is really named Chris, and he said the protagonist now owed him triple what he had spent. The MC wondered why Krang was even there and pointed out he hadn't been anywhere near the battle. Grace just smiled and said he'd settle for double as a discount. Krang came into the infirmary too. Incred asked what he wanted, and Krang tossed something at him, telling him to use it morning and night. He noted that Krang hated sharing his personal belongings, yet he had still given it to him. They learned the tall monk was named Odin, and he was crying while he prayed. Incred told him he was still alive, so he could leave already. That night, the protagonist wondered why they kept taking turns staying with him. Were they actually worried? Then another squad member walked in. He was shocked to see Incred there and asked why he was in the infirmary. It was Ragna. He quickly backed out, and the MC thought there was no way Ragna was worried. He was usually too carefree. Besides him, 2 other soldiers were in the tent. One was a platoon commander who always picked fights with Incred, and the other was a soldier he didn't know, just staring blankly into space. He started wondering why that guy was there. When they heard footsteps outside, everyone turned as a long-haired elf woman walked in and asked who commanded the 444th Squad. Incred was confused, and the other platoon commander called her a fairy. She asked what unit he was with, and he said his name was Vancinto, 3rd platoon commander of the 2nd Company. She asked if his company had trained him to greet people by pointing out their race. He apologized, and Incred figured she must be the new 4th Company commander. Then he said he was the commander she was looking for. She said she had heard he was handling his difficult squad well, and she expected good work from him. The protagonist was surprised she had come all the way there just to say that. As she turned to leave, she asked for the young soldier's name. He answered Krang, but sounded suspicious about it. Incred wondered if he had just made that up. He thought his attitude was bad, too, and started wondering if he was a noble. The commander gave the MC one last look before walking away. He had no idea what was happening. Later, he said most of the pain had faded and wondered if he should start training again. Vengeance asked where he was headed, and Incred said the training grounds. Vengeance called him an idiot, saying a bottom-ranked soldier shouldn't act so tough. The noble stayed quiet. The protagonist said he needed to replay the last battle in his head. He had paid a lot to learn that skill as a kid. Then he thought about how his last move had failed. Betting everything on one attack was too risky. He compared it to how Rem's strikes were all meant to kill. Then the noble from the infirmary said he had been working hard. Caught off guard, Incred said he didn't fully understand it either. His hands kept twitching in the barracks, and now he kept zoning out. He explained that he was training his grip while replaying the fight. When the man asked why, the MC said it was to stay alive. The noble asked if he was trying to become something by surviving. He didn't want to answer because people always laughed at his dream. Still, he looked up and lifted his sword, saying he wanted to become a knight. The noble was shocked, and Incred realized it was the first time someone had heard that dream without laughing. The man said he had forgotten, but that had just made him remember something. Now he knew what he had to do. Incred watched him go, and the man told him that if he really became a knight, he should remember his name. Back at camp, a bard sang while the soldiers talked about Cyprus, the hero of the battle. Vengeance complained about breakfast, asking if they planned to feed them nothing. Incred took a walk instead of training, and Jackson asked how his wounds were. The protagonist said the medicine had worked great and thanked him. Jackson told him that if he was thankful, he should hurry back. That night, the noble told him good night, and the MC answered the same. Vengeance wanted no part of any of it. Incred figured the whole day had been spent doing nothing. Then he heard the bard again and wondered if he had been there that morning too. Vengeance repeated the exact same line about the morning rations. That's when he understood what it meant. He jerked upright, saying, "This can't be happening." But Jackson asked about his injuries again, and Incred gave him the same answer as before, only to hear the same reply back. That proved he was stuck in a loop again. He remembered the boatman talking about the next wall. Then Incred wondered if he had died in his sleep without even noticing. He said this felt worse than dying on the battlefield, but it only hardened his resolve because he had been given another trial to overcome. That night again, he tried to figure out who had killed him and why. The only one who should have been able to get in would be a knight, so he guessed it was an assassin hiding among them. He remembered the commander saying a fairy was light and quick, perfect for killing in secret. That made him wonder if she had visited just to scout the place first. He decided to confirm it. There was only one way into the barracks, so if he spotted her, he could scream and wake everyone. All he had to do was wait for the assassin. But a needle suddenly pierced his throat. He turned, stunned. He had never seen them coming. Pain tore through him, and he could only choke out a sound before falling from the bed. He realized it was a numbing poison, then saw Vengeance with a needle in his throat too. Someone was also standing over Krang, and Incred finally spotted the assassin who lifted a blade over Krang and drove it into him, killing him right away. Then another person cut their way into the tent, a second assassin. And Incred looked up and saw the commander, realizing it really was her, the leader of the fourth company. He woke to the bard's song again, saying this was already his third try. He still couldn't sense them at all, so this wouldn't be easy. And with the company leader involved, even stopping the first assassin wouldn't help. There was no way he could fight her afterward. He felt completely helpless. It reminded him of how he had felt a few days ago against Pervert, but he had still found a way and killed him in the end. So if he kept going, he would find another path to victory. He yanked the blanket off Vengeance, who snapped that he was insane. Incred said he had been wrong to only watch the inside of the base. They needed to be careful of attacks from outside, too. Vengeance mocked him, asking if today's training was hunting cockroaches. He said that suited a lowlife like him. The protagonist said he was happy. Vengeance cared so much, which only annoyed him more because he had been sarcastic. The MC sighed and said he had been too. Krang asked if they were arguing again and said maybe he should come back later. Incred told him it was fine, and Vengeance lay back down. He said Krang was clearly the real target, and wondered who he really was because something about him felt off. Still, he didn't want to pry into Krang's past if Krang didn't want to talk, just like the others in his squad. But now he was caught up in this too. So Incred went ahead and bluntly asked what he was. Krang froze, and the protagonist immediately wondered if he had phrased that wrong. Krang awkwardly replied, "That's not something he can explain." The MC asked why, and Krang only said it was a long story. The protagonist paused, then said, "That makes sense." Vengeance lost it, asking why he would accept such a weak answer. If he was going to let it slide anyway, why even bother asking? He added that Krang clearly wasn't from this kingdom judging by his manners, and asked what country's spy he was. Krang just stared at him and Vengeance went quiet. Krang stepped closer and said he was not and never would be someone who would betray the kingdom. Incred said he could tell from Krang's eyes and the way he moved that he had something like a knight's presence. Vengeance asked if that was any way to speak to a superior. Krang laughed and said he couldn't be a real knight since he had been helpless against the assassin too. Still, he was definitely hiding something. That night, they said goodnight again, and Vengeance cleared his throat like he was joining in. Incred wondered if that was because he was scared of Krang. He kept watching the tent entrance, thinking that if assassins rushed in, they would all die. He sat up, and Vengeance asked why he was awake instead of sleeping. Incred warned that assassins were coming soon, so Vengeance had better help if he wanted to live. Vengeance gave him a disgusted look and said he had completely lost it. Krang smiled at the whole exchange, and the protagonist said that was about what he had expected. Then a voice asked how he knew, and a poison needle shot through the tent wall into his throat. Incred was shocked. They were already inside. He reached for his sword, but the assassin rushed in and killed Vengeance. Then the attacker stabbed Krang through the chest, and Incred died too. He woke for the fourth time and realized that without proof, no one would help him stop the assassins. So he tried warning the higher-ups, but one of them told him to shut up and get out. Next, the MC decided to predict the exact moment they would attack. Then he heard a scream. The entrance flap shifted in the wind, and he wondered if this was it. He shouted, "Assassin!" and got stabbed in the throat anyway. The blade was pulled free, and blood poured out. Then they rushed in through the front entrance. After that, he realized he had to strike them first before they could act. The problem was, how could he fight someone he couldn't even detect? In the next loop, he stood guard inside the tent again, and once more they came from behind and stabbed his throat. He realized none of this mattered unless he could first avoid those poison needles. Then he woke for the 20th loop. Even now, he still couldn't do anything against them. Then he started thinking and smirked. He had only died 20 times. First, he needed a way around the poison needle. He spotted Jackson sitting nearby cleaning his dagger and walked over. This was the key. Incred asked Rem why he called Jackson a perverted wildcat, and Rem said it was because he was a total pervert. He always hit from behind and slipped away just like a sneaky wildcat. Jackson noticed him and asked if his injuries were better. Incred thought Jackson would definitely beat the assassins, but he couldn't bring him along. He had no rank to order him around, and this was a wall the protagonist had to cross himself. So he asked what he would need to do to stop himself from getting assassinated. Jackson thought for a moment and said he didn't know. No one had ever survived one of his ambushes. That told Incred he was asking the right person. Then he asked again, if someone like Jackson tried to stab him from behind, how could he stop it? Jackson thought it over and said the same thing. Nobody had ever lived through that. But the MC still looked determined to find an answer. Jackson kept thinking, then let out a long sigh and said Incred would need eyes on the back of his head. He asked what that was supposed to mean. Jackson said the timing was perfect and asked if he noticed the wagon behind him. The protagonist asked where, and Jackson pointed behind the tents. Incred wondered how he had noticed something that far away and asked if he really did have eyes in the back of his head. Jackson said the wagon was about to break apart, and then the wheel came off and it tipped over. The MC was stunned and asked if Jackson could see the future. Jackson said no, he had just spent too much time with that barbarian. When Incred told him to stop joking and explain, he did. Jackson pointed to his ear and said it was sound. He had heard the axle creaking. If you could hear the things around you, you could guess what would come next. Incred was amazed. He hadn't even heard the wagon at all. Jackson explained that you didn't need sight to feel what was around you. You kept listening, sharpened your senses, and learned to pick one sound out from the rest. The protagonist said that was actually a good explanation, especially since Jackson used to be too lazy to answer him at all. Jackson said that was just how he was, but helping like this was still better than having the MC glued to him, and lately he seemed way too stubborn to quit anyway. That night, Incred lay in bed and said he had run into a second wall. Death without a face. If he could sense the assassin, he could live. So he focused on his hearing and picked up the patrol's footsteps and the crackle of torches outside. The assassin rushed in, but Incred still didn't hear him. He wondered where the attack was coming from. The assassin landed, but he still couldn't sense a thing. Then the assassin disappeared. A needle suddenly shot into Incred's throat. He snapped his eyes open, already knowing he had failed again. The next morning, he woke to that same chant about Cyprus. He said he still hadn't moved forward at all, but his body remembered every attempt. That included drawing out the beast's heart in the feeling of that stab. Jackson explained that sound told you a lot. From how loud it was and where it came from, you could tell where something was. And once you could catch faint, distant noises, your ears started working like another set of eyes. Jackson snapped his fingers and said, "Sound is just a wave spreading out in every direction, even when it's quiet." So with thousands of sounds crashing together, he had to pick out one wave from the rest. Incred started catching bits of everyone's conversations and realized how tangled it all was. He needed to separate those sounds and sort them out. He said all the flags sounded like one giant flag, then tried to remember how many there really were before shifting his focus to the footsteps nearby and feeling out the sounds around him, starting with the ones he knew and then moving on to the strange ones. Krang called him Inti, and Incred opened his eyes while Krang asked what kind of training this was. The protagonist asked about the nickname, and Krang said it was just a shorter version of his name. Incred didn't like it, but let it slide. Then he asked what part of this even looked like training when he was just sitting there like an idiot. Krang said he already knew Incred wasn't the type to waste time. That night, another needle flew in and hit him in the throat. He turned just in time to see Krang take a stab to the stomach. The assassin attacked again, making Krang cough up blood. By now, this was the 33rd loop, and the 34th went the same way. He still heard nothing, and Krang died again. It kept happening. Incred sat there again and again, forcing himself to listen. He said, "This wall won't be broken by getting more experience. There won't be some miracle or sudden answer. He just has to repeat it over and over until he can hear the bird." A bird landed on top of a flag and he heard it. If he could catch that, then the assassin's footsteps should be possible too. He opened his eyes to Krang, who said he was surprised Incred hadn't noticed him sneaking up. He pointed out that he had been standing there for a while and guessed the protagonist was training his senses. After all, he wasn't someone who wasted time. There was something different in the MC's eyes now. The assassin lifted his arm and threw a needle at his throat, but he dodged it. He grabbed the blade hidden under his pillow and slashed back, making the assassin lose balance, panic, and fall over. The man started sweating, and Incred grinned, saying he wasn't some faceless death anymore. The assassin clenched his teeth and rushed him, calling him a rat. The protagonist realized this one wasn't as skilled as the pervert, so he could handle him. He glanced over, worried about the others, and saw Vengeance with a needle in his throat, but Krang was still alive. The assassin charged again, and Incred dodged, reminding himself not to relax just because he was still dealing with a trained killer. Then a dagger came flying at him. He barely avoided it, but it still sliced open his chest. Not wanting to lose the opening, the assassin rushed straight in. The tent was suddenly cut open, and Incred looked over, spotted the company commander, and realized if he didn't strike first, he would die. So he thrust at her. The assassin yelled that the MC had a guard and sprayed poison needles everywhere. He turned, but by then it was too late to stop them from flying toward Krang too. The company commander jumped over Incrid's strike and used her cape to block all the needles. He realized she wasn't there to kill him. She had come to protect him. Either way, this was his chance. He dropped low and lunged at the assassin. The assassin tried to defend himself, but the blow knocked his hands aside. Gritting his teeth, he decided to run. He knew he had to get out now. Incrid didn't chase. He just said he couldn't believe the guy had run like that. Krang sat up and said the assassin was probably after him. The protagonist said he knew, and Krang asked how. Incrid said no one would hire an assassin to kill a nobody like him or Vengeance. The company commander agreed and said he thought fast. As her hand moved toward her sword, the MC realized that even if she had helped them, she couldn't let news of this get out. She planned to leave no witnesses. He gripped his blade tighter, but then Krang stepped between them and asked her for a favor. He said he didn't want anyone dying today. Incrid had no idea what was happening. When she bowed and said as he wished, Krang added that included Vengeance since he wasn't dead yet. She said they had an antidote so he would live. The protagonist realized she knew poison well if she could identify it at a glance. She said they needed to clean this up because it would be a headache if people learned an assassin had come here. Incrid asked if it was enough to leave no trace. Then he looked at the fire and said there was one easy way. Soon the tent was burning, and soldiers rushed over with buckets, shouting that the tent was on fire and that there were 2 survivors. Incrid said this way every trace of the assassin was gone and the rest would be handled. Later, Krang stood with the company commander. She said if the MC hadn't slowed the assassin down, Krang would have died. Then she asked if that was why he had changed his mind. Krang said yes and asked if she agreed he was interesting, but she only looked away. Krang said he had been trying to avoid this, then remembered how hard Incrid trained every morning. He smiled and said the protagonist's drive must have rubbed off on him. They would meet again, each in their own role. A scythe rose from the water, then quickly faded as he saw the boatman instead. The boatman told him they would meet again, and Incrid answered any time. He said he had survived the second wall and woke up the next day. He could sense most things now, but he still couldn't sense the company commander, so he still had a long way to go. Incrid added that luckily he wasn't badly hurt, so he could head back right away. Vengeance asked if the MC had saved him from the fire and why. He wondered why he was getting attitude for saving him and why Vengeance hated him so much. He simply said it was because they were comrades. He didn't need any other reason. Vengeance looked away a little guilty and said that after everything he had done to the protagonist, that was still way too selfless. Then he asked if the MC was heading back to his squad. The MC said yes, and Vengeance warned him he was out of luck. The mood there was awful. He asked why, and Vengeance said rumors were spreading that the whole base was cursed. Someone from the protagonist's squad shouted at Rim, calling him an underdeveloped monkey and shoving him. Rim looked thrilled, and everyone else started running, saying the squad was fighting again as Rim lifted the guy up and slammed him into a table. The man swung back at Rim, but Rim dodged and answered with a hard right to the face, then pulled out his axes and said he'd decorate his skull with them. The other guy drew his sword and said he'd cut Rim in half. Incrid finally arrived and said, maybe the base really is cursed because these idiots sure feel like his curse. He sighed and told them to stop it. They said they thought he had died, and the MC said he didn't, but they might drive him insane. 4 days after returning to his squad, he was in bed when he opened his eyes and found Jackson standing over him. Jackson said he was trying to leave quietly and asked if he had woken him. The protagonist said no, he was getting up to train anyway. Jackson said the protagonist had only started recently, but he had already become a great listener. The MC said he had been working at it, and Jackson told him to keep going because it would help one day. There weren't many battles right now, and with winter getting closer, the best thing he could do was focus fully on pushing his body harder in training. While doing one-armed pull-ups on a tree, someone greeted him. Incrid looked down and saw a rock, and under it was Odd. He asked if he was coming back from morning training and said he was staying busy. The protagonist dropped the boulder and said this worked for him. Odds started to rise, towering over Incred, and said a trained body was a weapon by itself. It should even take a kick from a frog, but the MC was still too skinny, so he needed to keep training. He said Odd was just ridiculously huge, but he'd give it a try. Odd started talking about the training method he had mentioned before, but then they heard trouble in the next tent. Rem was kicking out the same guy he had fought earlier, saying it was his duty and calling him lazy for still being asleep. The man crawled toward his sword, grabbed it, and swung while telling Rem to eat his ass. Rem swung back, and Incred stepped in, asking why they were fighting again. Odd told them violence solved nothing. Rem said, "This idiot is trying to starve them." The protagonist said, "If it's his turn to cook, then just do it." And Ragna said, "Fine." Rem tried handing him an apron, saying there was no need for all this if he was going to do it anyway. Ragna knocked the apron away, saying it stank. Rem sniffed it and said it smelled fine. Incred asked if he was so bored that he was starting fights over nothing. Rem admitted it was that obvious the lack of battles was driving him crazy. The MC told him to stop picking on random people and come fight him instead. Later that day, Incred got kicked in the side, and Rem told him he needed to take hits better while rushing in again with his axe, knocking his weapon away. The protagonist steadied himself with the heart of the beast, and when Rem attacks once more, he deflects the strike and mentally notes to rely on his hearing to anticipate and counter incoming hits. He continues putting into practice everything he had absorbed across hundreds of deaths, then launches a sharp thrust straight toward Rem's face. Rem evades it, though he acknowledges it was a respectable attempt. Then he traps Incred's sword with his axe, locking it in place, seizes his collar, and uses the protagonist's own momentum to slam him hard into the ground. He says he had anticipated more after Incred's recent progress. Still, he wonders aloud why the attacks suddenly feel so blunt. He's witnessed that exact stab countless times before, so what else does he have to offer? The protagonist forces himself back to his feet and declares that he knows he has changed. He can repeat the same action hundreds of thousands of times if needed. Staring Rem down intently, he tells him to come at him again. This time, he will crush him. Remen reflects that even though the protagonist's technique is still lacking, he never grows tired of that stubborn fire in his eyes. A wide grin spreads across his face as he replies that Incred can talk big only after he actually lands a single hit. Then the rain begins to fall. Both of them glance upward, caught off guard by how abruptly it started. Back inside the tent, Incred remarks that the rain comes and goes as it pleases. Remox mutters that at this rate, mushrooms will start sprouting on his feet. Ragna is sound asleep while Odd is deep in prayer. Another soldier steps in and asks how many duels he'll have to call off because of this rain, adding that he's almost starting to believe the curse rumors. Incred asks what he's referring to, and the man says he hasn't heard. Incred pauses for a moment, then mentions that Vanchinto had brought something like that up. The man explains that the weather has been acting strangely, casualties keep climbing, and more people are getting injured, especially Jackson and Ragna, who are both hurt. Because of all that, folks have begun saying the place is cursed. He doesn't believe it himself, but the bizarre weather has helped the rumor spread quickly. Incred says the higher-ups won't overlook something like this. The man asks why he's standing out in the pouring rain, and the protagonist replies that's exactly the point. Remen asks if he's a stray cat and what this is even meant to accomplish. Jackson says it's actually a good plan and tells the protagonist to keep going. Remming just scoffs, then starts yelling, demanding to know what Jackson has been teaching him and since when he started caring about the squad leader. As the bickering begins, Odd suggests there are ways to train even inside the tent, even while lying down. Ragna offers to review his stance again. Remming turns and points at them, saying, "Look at these guys," and they all continue staring. Jackson glances over. Odd smiles while Ragna keeps his eyes fixed on Incred. Remming notes that the protagonist keeps gazing out of the tent. Elsewhere, in a war room, a man instructs the commanders to keep their troops in line. He says they need another scouting mission before winter sets in and asks for suggestions on who can fill the empty slots. The ferry commander recommends the 444th squad leader. A man immediately objects that Incred is somewhat slow-witted and would only hold the scouts back. She counters that he might produce unexpected outcomes, and he asks why she believes that. She says it's simply a gut feeling. The next day, the protagonist speaks with her and asks why he's being assigned to the scouts. She just glares at him. It cuts back to the man from earlier asking if Incred somehow angered the company commander. He wonders what he could have possibly done, and the man says he must have. Why else would she pick him specifically? The protagonist wonders if she's trying to get him killed now that Krang is no longer around. Robin asks if he's really going, offering to help him avoid the order while gripping his axe. The protagonist says he can't exactly swing an axe at a superior, and unlike Rem, he wouldn't even try. Robin says that's not what he meant, and the protagonist warns him not to do anything either, especially given his history of violence. Odd prays that they don't take him away and wonders what's wrong with everyone. Ragna sits up and says he could go in his place. The others give him an odd look because they all know he gets lost easily. Jackson tells him that if Incred is scouting through tall grass, he needs to pay close attention to any shifts in the blades and signs that they've been disturbed. That's the first step to overcoming an ambush. Rem interrupts, saying he had told Jackson to stop teaching the protagonist this strange stuff. The protagonist thinks to himself that once he's gone, no one will be there to stop them from fighting. He wonders if it's truly fine to leave them behind, but even he understands there's no one better suited for this task than himself. After joining the army, his weak abilities had kept getting him shuffled around to fill different positions. His current squad was the only place where he finally felt like he mattered. When Jackson and Rem both move to strike each other, and Incred steps directly between them, catching both off guard so their attacks halt, he tells them to cut it out. Rem asks if he's brave or just an idiot, and Jackson says he should be thankful, otherwise he'd have a hole in his chest right now. Incred replies that both of them are far too skilled to lose, and compared to them, his own absence wouldn't damage their fighting strength much. This isn't some sudden moment of self-pity. He knows exactly where he stands, and he still has a long road ahead. Soon, he heads through the woods with the scout unit toward the front lines. One of them notices the protagonist with his eyes closed and tells him to stay focused. He says they may hold the same rank, but he leads this scout squad, and if Incred has any issue with that, they can settle it in a fight. His name is Andrew. Another man laughs and asks Andrew if he seriously thought the protagonist would challenge him, calling Incred an outcast. Andrew smirks and says if he does try, he'll make sure not to injure him too badly. Then he shouts at everyone that a squad only functions because of its men, and if they encounter the enemy, they'll crush their skulls. The protagonist says they're way too noisy and asks if they even understand what scouting means. To him, Andrew is too inexperienced for this. They find tracks on the ground, and Andrew declares they're fresh, neutral tracks. He decides they'll follow them and have barbecue tonight. Incred points out that enemies move in groups of at least 20, so if Andrew really wants to fight them, what is he even thinking? Another man laughs and says that isn't an enemy at all. It's a gazelle. He notices the protagonist glaring and says Andrew can be irritating. His name is Enri. Incred used to be a hunter and hadn't cared much about him at first, but after talking with him by chance, the two had grown close. He starts teaching him basic hunter knowledge, which helps a great deal, and explains that animals usually create separate paths through the fields. He promises to tell him more tomorrow. That night, Andrew keeps insisting it definitely wasn't an enemy and that he needs results more than anything, while the protagonist watches him. The next day, the squad sets out, and as they reach the fields, Andrew says this is the area they're supposed to scout, Green Pearl, also known as the ridiculously tall grass field. Andrew says they'll cross it, locate the enemy group, and bring them back alive as prisoners. The men respond affirmatively, and as they advance, Incred asks if they're really going in there since they're only supposed to be doing reconnaissance. Incred says it's the squad leader's order. As they push through the grass, The protagonist thinks this won't be simple. He had expected Andrew to give up quickly, but he doesn't. That part is surprising. At least Andrew is taking it seriously. Incred notices there's barely any animal droppings, and he asks if that's a bad sign. Enri says yes. If food is abundant but animals aren't around, something is wrong. A paw suddenly lifts and slams down. A chill runs down Incred's spine as a panther darts through the grass right beside him. Their eyes lock, and the protagonist instantly pushes Andrew's head down, urging everyone to stay low. The panther was escaping from something else. A second later, two men take stray shots to the head, and Andrew shouts that it's an ambush as enemy forces emerge. He orders everyone to flee, and the squad takes off. One man gets pinned down, and Andrew is taken captive. Incred is stabbed in the chest and turns to see the enemy closing in from all directions. From what he can sense, he's completely surrounded. Incred keeps running while a crossbow is raised behind him. He hears it and thinks Jackson's listening technique is truly useful as he dodges a bolt coming from the rear. But then the sounds around him grow overwhelming. He can't even process all the noise, though in the end it still proves helpful until spears come flying in and he is swiftly impaled. Since they were bound to be ambushed, trying to avoid it only makes sense. He remembers trying to warn Andrew only for Andrew to snap back and ask if he wanted to lose his head. That made Incred realize no one would listen to him, so maybe he needed a way to escape on his own. He keeps trying to warn everyone that it's an ambush and they need to run, but every escape route gets blocked by more enemies and Henry dies too. Still, he tells himself it's fine. He can always try another path because the time loops are on his side. Then, a firing squad appears. Then, arrows slam into his chest. About 20 crossbowmen catch him from the east and fill him with bolts. He tries heading north to avoid them, only to run straight into a group of spearmen. He grabs at the dirt as he drags himself forward, with arrows lodged in him. Even when he evades one threat, they keep pursuing him. Their green uniforms make it clear they had planned for this. Incred wonders what could be so important in a place like this. As he keeps crawling, he spots a fire and a flag. Then his head is sliced off in one clean swing. As his blood spills out, he keeps thinking about what they're hiding here. The loop resets to Andrew telling the squad they'll cross the field and capture the enemy. Incred has heard this over and over. Once they go in, they die every time, so the enemy is clearly protecting something. He has to learn what it is. If he stops digging into it, he won't have to die. Henry calls to him, snapping him out of it, and the protagonist realizes that avoiding this would end the loop. Still, he decides he can't keep running from this wall. Andrew calls over asking what he's waiting for. One soldier tells Incred that Andrew may be a jerk, but he should play along since Andrew has his own issues. The protagonist asks why he should, saying there's only so much nonsense he can tolerate from an idiot. Then he asks if the man is tired of sucking up to Andrew, and that sets him off. He shoves past him and says he's done playing along. Andrew reaches for his sword and asks if he's refusing orders. Incred realizes he needs to shift the whole situation, so he says he's not refusing, he's taking command instead. Andrew gets furious, and the protagonist points out that the ones who last longest are him, that other soldier, and Henry, the scarf-faced soldier, who is every bit as dangerous as he looks. He's the strongest one here, yet he stays glued to Andrew like a guard dog or nanny. Andrew draws his blade and says Incred can take command if he beats him, then tells him to draw. The protagonist says an ordinary soldier wouldn't have a bodyguard. His stance also shows real training, so Andrew must be from a rich, noble house. But if that were true, he wouldn't be this desperate for results, so he guesses he's a fallen noble. Andrew fires back that the protagonist's poor skills and high rank make him look like some spoiled brat living off family money. Incred says that whatever Andrew is, he can't keep following his orders, and Andrew begins explaining that he's different from him because he has a mission he must fulfill. The protagonist tells him to come on already, mocking him for talking so much when he's easy work. That ignites Andrew, and he charges forward. He knows he'd normally struggle here, but Andrew is underestimating him, and that kind of anger leads to mistakes. Andrew thrusts at Incrid's head, and the protagonist knocks the strike aside with his hand. He knows one careless move is his best opening. As Andrew's arm gets thrown offline, Andrew realizes too late that he messed up. The protagonist steps in and drives a punch into his stomach, making Andrew gag and drop to the ground, coughing. Incrid and Andrew's babysitter are both shocked that one punch did it. They thought Incrid was weak. He declares that from now on, he leads the squad and asks if anyone has a problem with that. Hank is left speechless while the babysitter thinks it over and glances at Andrew, who's frustrated with himself. The man lets out a sigh, and Incrid says this is only the beginning. As they move through the field, the others wonder what the protagonist is planning. Then the protagonist asks Henry what his dream is. Henry is caught off guard and asks why Incrid wants to know, but admits he wants to marry a beautiful woman who owns a flower shop. He tells him he'll need to stay alive first. He asks another soldier, who says he just became a father. The protagonist tells him the same thing. If he wants to keep being one, he has to survive. He keeps going. One man wants to start a business. Another just wants to go home. When the protagonist asks Andrew, Andrew says he wants to carry out his mother's wish by restoring House Gardner. Incrid says they all have dreams, and if they want to reach them, they need to get out of here alive. He stops and tells them they're not just going to try. They're going to make sure every possible man gets out alive. That catches everyone off guard. He says he needs them acting on their own because nothing pushes a man harder than wanting to live. The enemy will show up soon, and his plan is to break through. He points into the grass and tells Henry to fire an arrow there at head level. Henry says there's nothing there, but Incrid cuts him off and orders him to shoot. Henry lets the arrow fly, and it buries itself in a hidden soldier's face. The enemy yells that they've been ambushed, stunning Henry and the others. Incrid draws his sword and tells Andrew to stay close behind him. Andrew clenches his teeth and rushes in. The protagonist says he was wrong before. If they want the advantage, they need to find the enemy first and strike first. He drives his blade through one man's back, then turns to the next target. The enemy panics, shouting for everyone to kill them. Andrew jams his blade into one man's throat. Incrid says they need to use the confusion to cut down as many as they can. He brought Andrew along because the bodyguard would come too. When one enemy moves in from behind, the babysitter instantly decapitates him and hacks him apart. The protagonist knows this is their best opening. As he slices off another man's arm, he notes the enemy force has dropped from 12 to 8. The rest are closing in, and then the rest of his squad arrives. He orders them to kill every last one. The squad surges forward in grass this tall. The enemy struggles to track them too. There's a reason the protagonist found them first. The panther rushes past again. One enemy gets startled by it and swings at the beast, but Incrid comes in from the side and stabs him in the gut. Then he realizes they were chasing that panther the first time, and that's how they happened to find his squad. Now they miss his ambush because they're focused on hunting it. Since things are finally going well, he won't let the beast die. Henry reports that it's over. Andrew is breathing hard while his babysitter calmly wipes his sword. Incrid says they move out right now with the panther quietly watching from behind. After losing one man, they have 6 left. Even with all these loops, the protagonist still can't save everyone, but this is the most he's ever kept alive and he wants to push farther. An enemy guard stands watch and Incrid quickly cuts his head off. Thanks to the loops, he knows where the enemy troops are and how many there are. If they go straight, 30 crossbowmen will wipe them out, so they need to turn right. The spearmen who chase them down in every loop have to be dealt with fast or they'll slow the whole escape. By using quick ambushes and pulling back, they slip out of the encirclement. Andrew kills one of the enemy soldiers. His babysitter warns that he's pushing himself too hard, and once it gets dark, finding the exit will be much harder. They need to break out before sunset. The protagonist tells them to keep moving. When someone asks why he's going deeper in, the protagonist says this is the right way and he won't hear complaints. They just need to follow him. The babysitter doesn't like that at all. Then Henry is shocked when the man points his sword at him and says he won't march to his death. If killing Incred is what it takes, he'll do it to survive. The protagonist replies that even he should know it's too late to turn back. After all the noise they made, the retreat route is already swarming with enemies. The man asks if he really expects them to trust him, and the protagonist answers that he wants to make one thing clear. He wants to live, too. Andrew had thought he was just worthless trash like his father, who gave up on everything and wasted what was left of their house. But Incred isn't like that. If anything, he reminds Andrew of his mother. She told Andrew that even if their house was finished, she still hoped he'd become someone who could lead their people. To do that, he had to earn their trust and rebuild the family. Andrew admits he's always wanted to be like her. Looking at the protagonist now, he sees someone who opens the path ahead. The protagonist tells them to trust him. They will survive. Andrew steps forward and says he does trust him. Calling the protagonist captain, his babysitter starts to object, but Andrew says he is the captain now, and the squad follows its captain's orders. The babysitter is stunned, and Incred tells everyone to crouch until his signal and stay close together. Step 1 to escaping is to seize the lead and break through with an ambush. Step 2, while they quietly move through the grass, they hear rustling. Enemy soldiers pass nearby, and there are a lot of them. Incred says the key thing he learned after dozens of loops is that only at this exact time and place can they let the enemy walk right past without starting a fight. This is their only real way out. Everyone waits in silence, tense and nervous. Incred strains his hearing as much as he can, and once he can no longer hear anyone else, the others wait for his word. He says everything has gone just as planned, his plan. Now comes the last step. Once the sun goes down, the field gets too hard to escape. Incred tells them they've reached the key spot, and Henry stares in shock and blurts out, "No way." One of the others just smacks his forehead. After all that effort, they somehow ended up right in the enemy camp. The protagonist explains that Aspen soldiers are wiping out everyone in the field to keep a secret buried here. Whatever they're hiding, no one can be allowed to learn about it. At the center of the camp stands a shrine covered with flags and surrounded by bones. And Incred wonders what happens if something more important than hunting them suddenly demands the camp's attention. Then he tells them it's time to move. If they go in now, a path out should open up. Mac can't believe it. The protagonist wants to burn down the enemy camp. To him, that's insane. He warns they'll probably get surrounded and die. He cuts in and finally asks his name. At last, they learn the babysitter is called Mac. Incred tells Mac straight up that he won't accept anyone disobeying him. Mac starts snapping back, but Andrew shuts that down fast. He tells him to keep quiet and immediately follows the protagonist's lead. Mac grumbles that Andrew doesn't need to lecture him. With clouds covering the night sky, they won't find their way out alone. So, like it or not, they have to trust their squad leader. The protagonist slices open a tent, and Mac is sure this is where they die. But when they slip inside, nobody's there. That makes Mac even more suspicious. Incred knows way too much about this place, and walking through the middle of enemy lines still feels crazy. Even stranger, they haven't run into a single soldier. They're definitely inside the camp, so how is it this empty? Incred finally halts them when they reach the shrine. He tells everyone to stay put. Then he reveals he snuck into this camp over a dozen times. The first time he noticed that flag and touched it, the whole camp turned on him. So that's what the soldiers are protecting. The flag is their top priority. Now he wants to see what happens if the camp catches fire too. Mac is stunned. How did Incred know the flag was here? His mind starts running wild. Did the fairy commander tell him? After all, she was the one who put this so-called nobody in charge. He says once the fire starts, the soldiers will focus on saving the flag. Maybe that's why he took command and led them into the camp in the first place, like he's carrying out some hidden mission. While the camp scrambles, they'll make their escape. From here, they split in two. One team will lure the enemy away, and the other starts the fire. Max says he'll join the bait team, and that catches Incred off guard. He's been complaining the whole time, so this sudden teamwork is a surprise, but the protagonist decides it works in his favor. He's led people into this camp plenty of times before, but never with this many still alive beside him. This is the best run yet, and for once it feels possible. Then one of the guards gets hit in the head with a rock. They spot Mac running and start shouting, sending the others after him. The protagonist tells himself this time he'll make it. He reaches for a torch, thinking this is their best shot at reaching tomorrow. But out of nowhere, a huge man appears beside him and brings his blade down with brutal force, splitting the torch in half. A chill shoots through Incred. He didn't even sense this guy coming. As he grabs his sword, he realizes he's never seen this man in any previous loop. Still, one look is enough. This guy is deadly. He wonders where someone this strong came from. The man glares at him and calls him a rat. Incred just says they're too late. The man asks what he's talking about, then notices a tent already burning. A robed man rushes out yelling, while the others dash off carrying barrels. The big man orders everyone to put out the fire. The protagonist realizes Mac drew most of the soldiers away, and Andrew used that opening to light the tents. Now Incred only has to get out alive. He plants his foot, reminding himself that every attack begins from the ground up as he lines up a thrust. Drive off the earth, launch forward, and aim for the opening in the man's guard. Incred lunges while the man is distracted, but the man snaps his head around and locks eyes with him, dodging the strike with perfect clean movement. In the next instant, he's behind Incred before Incred can react. Incred knows this is bad the second he feels his stomach get cut. Clutching the wound, he realizes that was the strongest thrust he could deliver. He turns and faces the man again as the man calls him weak. Incred can feel the enormous gulf between them. Right now, he can't win. He had fought through endless ambushes just to reach this point, loop after loop, watching everyone die except himself. He thought he had finally overcome this loop's obstacles, but now he sees the truth. This man is the real wall. As the man raises his sword, Incred thinks that if he's going to die, then next time he'll seize control sooner and repeat it all until he can defeat this monster. Instead of panicking, he starts to laugh, which throws the man off. Then the man gets angry and demands to know what's so funny. Smiling, Incred points his sword at him. The man snarls that he'll cut him apart and feed him to the dogs, then swings. He drops his stance and steadies his blade, swearing he'll break past this wall. He actually blocks the strike, sparks bursting from the clash. The man knocks his blade aside, sliding along it with a smooth parry. Incred is caught off guard as the man instantly chains into another attack, and when the protagonist slips past it, the next swing comes right away. He barely avoids that one too. Shocked that the man could attack from that angle, but the assault keeps coming. Incred looks up just in time to block another heavy blow. He can feel the force in every hit, and there's no room at all to strike back. The skill gap is just too wide. The protagonist retreats a step and pulls a throwing knife, snapping it at the man. When it reaches him, the man casually knocks it away with the back of his hand. Incred did not expect that. The man closes in again at once, driving his blade straight for his chest, then shouts about the spreading fire ring out, and the attack slips past the protagonist's face when the man gets distracted. The shrine is burning now, and the flames are spreading toward the flag. The robed man from before calls to his commander, asking if he understands what's at risk. The commander realizes Incred isn't the kind of man who will fall quietly. There's no fear in his eyes, so he calls out to him, promising they'll meet again, then turns and walks off. Incred is stunned that he's leaving so easily. Maybe this wasn't the true wall after all. But whether it was or not, he still has to beat this loop. And at least now he knows he can keep getting stronger. Then he hears Andrew shouting that they need to leave right now. Incred looks back one last time at the commander while Andrew keeps yelling for him. The commander turns, and their eyes meet. Incred wants to keep fighting, but he finally sheathes his sword, knowing the right move is to escape alive, so he orders the retreat while the enemy scrambles to save the shrine. The soldiers rush to put out the flames. They start calling for more help. As the squad runs out, the protagonist notes that one of the men who went another way never came back. That leaves only 5 of them. Mac asks if that's it. Won't the enemy send pursuers? Incred says no. Then Henry starts coughing and falling behind, and a small group of soldiers comes after them. The others turn at once to protect Henry, and Incred kills one with a clean cut to the neck. Mac drives his blade into another man's throat, and Andrew follows his example. The protagonist tells them not to hesitate, just keep moving. As Andrew helps Henry along, the protagonist says the enemy won't be able to keep up if they run toward the field fox and snake territory. Andrew asks if that won't slow them down too. Henry smiles and says he knows a safe route, the hunter's path. Incred tells him he's counting on him to lead them right. As they push deeper into the field, he notices the footsteps behind them have vanished. The pursuit has dropped away. Thanks to what Andrew and Mac pulled off, they shook the enemy faster than expected, and without Henry's tracking, they never would have lost them so quickly. It took every single one of them to make it this far. When the sun starts to rise, Incred shields his eyes and realizes he's made it to the next day. They keep running until they finally reach their own camp. One of the soldiers asks what happened to them. They're covered in blood and completely exhausted, and Henry mutters that he's about to black out. A second later, he collapses. Incred cracks his back and realizes he finally cleared that loop with most of them alive. Now he can move on to the next day. Back at the shrine, the flag is still standing, but nearly everything around it is wrecked. Someone asks the robed man what happened, and he says they'll have to prepare it again. He didn't expect the famous Grey Dog to fail against a few nobodies. The company commander called Grey Dog admits he can't make sense of it. The soldiers there were supposed to be the elite, yet a handful of enemies broke in, set fires, and escaped. The Grey Dog is an independent company, basically hired fighters. Its name comes from the Grey Hog of the Principality of Aspen, a beast known for clinging to whatever target it chooses. In war or on its own, Grey Dog lives up to its name. They cling to a target and never let go, so people call them the persistent lovers. Grey Dog asks the man from before if his opponent was actually strong. We learn that man's name is Mitch. He says if the fire hadn't broken out, he would have killed Incred with no trouble. Grey Dog says the protagonist got lucky, but luck counts too. Mitch vows it won't happen again. Back in his tent, the protagonist can't stop thinking about that wall he hit and failed to pass. He wanted the fight to keep going, and he knows they'll face each other again soon. Mitch is thinking the same thing, set on killing Incred next time. Rem tosses his axe around, bored out of his mind, wondering why there's still no word from the recon trip. He catches the axe and sits up, thinking the protagonist might have died. He admits Incred did improve, but says he's still small time, so dying wouldn't be shocking. Weirdly enough, Rem actually liked him. With a sigh, he says, if the protagonist's dead, there's nothing to be done. Ragna wakes up too. He glances over at Rem's strange pose and asks what the hell he's looking at. Rem just waves and says good morning. Ragna waves back. Then Rem grins and says he suddenly feels like killing him. Gripping his axes, Ragna starts drawing his sword and calls him a mad dog. Later, the company commander questions Incred about the scout mission, mainly how it ended with the whole place on fire. He says he just made the best choices he could and got lucky. She locks eyes with him, repeats the word lucky, then tells him to get some rest and recover. She expected him to do something useful, just not something this huge, and starts wondering who he really is. As Incred leaves, he admits he has no clue what she's thinking. Then Andrew calls out, bows, and apologizes for how he acted at first, saying he's alive because of him. He asks if they'll meet again. The protagonist gives a small wave and says maybe if their paths cross. Then he turns to go. Andrew grabs his sword and bows again to Incred, and the others follow, showing their respect. The protagonist thinks about how he brought 4 of them back, but still wonders if that was really the best he could do. 2 members died, and he can't help thinking that if he'd been stronger, he could have saved them too. With his loops, he can keep pushing past his limits. Someday, He'll stop merely struggling to survive and start moving toward his true goal of becoming a knight. That's what he'll use these loops for. And if he wants to stop reliving the same day, he has to grow much stronger. Then, he hears his squad yelling that they're at it again. Ragna and Rim are already clashing, blow for blow. Both of them wear far more serious expressions than usual. Incred says he's never seen them like this. He had sparred with them so many times, but never witnessed those faces. One soldier mutters that they aren't even human, they're animals. He realizes they never had to go all out against him. That means he needs to focus. Next time they spar, he wants to make them show those same faces against him. Ragna blocks one of Rim's swings, then glances over and spots Incred. Rim tells him if he's back, he should report in instead of lurking around again. He yells at the others that if they won't fight him, they should get lost. Ragna notices the protagonist is hurt, but he brushes it off as a scratch. When the protagonist tries asking about their techniques, Rim cuts him off and tells him to wash up and rest. So Incred turns to Ragna and asks instead. Ragna stares at him and asks if he's serious. He asks if the timing is bad. Ragna looks away and says it's nothing. The protagonist feels like he has more to say, but leaves it alone for now. Soon, everyone starts packing as the battalion commander moves the whole force closer to the tall grass field. During the trip, Incred's wounds heal a lot, and he keeps thinking over his training. The red-haired guy asks if he's really training now, reminds him they're moving tomorrow, and wonders why he isn't resting. The protagonist says he's only heading out for a bit. Rim clicks his tongue and warns that if he keeps this up, he'll die young unless he rests. The next morning, Ragna wakes to the sound of a sword cutting the air. Seeing Incred's bed already made, he figures he's out training again. Ragna stretches and picks up his sword, thinking he was always naturally good with it. Getting stronger came easy, and he even had what it took to become a knight. But to him, it was all boring. He never found a reason to spend his life chasing that path. Without meaning, he lost his purpose. That's why he ended up in this squad. Then he watches Incred keep swinging. He grunts in pain with each strike and drops to his knees, still not fully healed. Ragna points out that the protagonist's basics are a mess and says proper fundamentals have to be built from the start. If he keeps covering bad basics with shortcuts, he'll never really improve. Still, Incred grabs his sword again. His eyes are full of resolve, and Ragna can't understand why he's pushing his body this hard, so he asks him directly. Incred answers that he wants to become stronger. Ragna asks what for, and the protagonist says he wants to be a knight. Ragna says a knight is just someone good at fighting and asks if that title really means that much. He says the knight he wants to be is someone who decides for himself what's right and raises his sword for honor, for the weak, and for the people he wants to protect. That catches Ragna off guard. To him, strength was only ever a tool, and a knight just a sword. Now he starts thinking about what he himself wants. He steps forward saying maybe he won't know until he figures it out. Then he calls to Incred and asks if he wants to learn the sword properly. The protagonist answers right away, of course. Ragna just stares at him, then sighs, saying he probably shouldn't have offered. He's already getting dragged into something again. Still, seeing how serious Incred is, he admits this might be interesting. He asks if Rim already taught him the heart of the beast. When the protagonist brings up the valiant mercenary sword style too, Ragna says all of that has to go. Everything except the stab and that beast technique. He asks about the valiant mercenary sword technique. Ragna says, especially that if Incred doesn't throw it away, any new skill he learns will just fall back into old habits. If that's the case, he might as well quit. So he gives him a choice: drop everything and start over, or stay the same. The protagonist instantly says he'll start over. Ragna is surprised by how fast that answer came and asks if he's really sure. Incred asks what he should do first. Ragna mutters that this guy really isn't normal. He says the protagonist's body is solid, but his weapon is too light, so he hands over his own sword and tells him how to hold it. The protagonist asks if he's really fine lending it out, and Ragna says it's nothing special. He places his right hand above the left, then notices how hard he's squeezing. The protagonist says it's so he won't lose the blade, and Ragna asks who taught him that. When Incred says Rim did, Ragna clicks his tongue, calls Rim useless, and tells the protagonist to take his stance. Then Ragna lifts the sword overhead and brings it down on him. He blocks, but his hands shake, and he blurts out that it hurt. Ragna says, of course it did. If he stays stiff, it'll only get worse. Right now, he's rigid like a post. Incred wonders why everyone in this squad talks in weird comparisons and tries to figure out what he even means. Then it clicks. Ragna means he's too tense because he's gripping too hard. He needs to stay loose so the sword doesn't lock up and his movements can flow better. So the protagonist eases his grip and Ragna keeps striking at him. Then he sweeps Incred's legs and tells him to mind his balance too. The protagonist tries again, and Ragna asks where his feet are even pointing. He smacks the blade aside, says it's still too stiff, and tells him to do it again, instead of breaking his own wrist. When he attacks, Ragna mocks him, asking if he's trying to dance. This goes on all day, until the protagonist ends up flat on the ground. Ragna sighs, saying he didn't expect it to be this bad. Incred has none of the basics, and that isn't easy to fix. The protagonist is completely exhausted, but still tightens his grip on the sword. Ragna looks at him thinking something over. Then Incred asks if they can go again. Ragna lets out a breath and draws his blade, saying they'll start from the very beginning. Then Rim shows up asking where they've been all day and if they're out here skipping meals for some little picnic. He points at Ragna and asks Incred if he's bothering him, offering to deal with it himself. Then the usual bickering starts. He notices Rim is dressed up and asks what's going on. Rim says they've been summoned. Enemy troops are gathering in the distance, and everyone starts getting ready for battle. Then it cuts to the company commander standing above the soldiers on a cliff. Incred's whole squad is geared up for the fight. Ragna starts to regret teaching him. The protagonist just learned this style, so he probably still can't fight right, and that could get him killed today. He rests his sword on his shoulder and says he'll have to watch over the protagonist the whole time. Incred wishes he'd had more time to train. Some soldiers start asking why the enemy lines are set up like that, spread out in such a strange pattern around the flag. Then the robed man reaches out his hand and declares this is the end. A powerful wind starts swirling from his spot. The ferry commander realizes it's a spell. Everyone struggles to stay steady as thick fog rolls over the field. Incred looks around and says he can't even see the men beside him. Panic spreads through the ranks because of the fog, and then he hears something. The others hear it too and ask what that sound is. Fear rises fast, and Incred shouts that they're arrows. They fall like rain. Arrows rain down, striking soldiers scattered throughout the battlefield. The Fairy Queen swiftly deflects them and declares that this mist feels completely unnatural. Nobody could have anticipated such a strategy. She commands the troops to lift their shields, only to realize they've been cornered. The rogue man burst into laughter, boasting about how difficult it was to craft this spell. He had collected the blood of countless animals and summoned vast quantities of water through rain sorcery. Now that it's activated, the fog completely blinds everyone. Only those standing beneath the spell's markers, the flags, can see clearly, turning the fight into a completely one-sided massacre. He names it the Fog of Annihilation. Mitch remarks that he looks satisfied, and the man replies, "Of course I am. If that flag hadn't nearly burned, this would have been simple." Mitch thinks of Incred and silently curses him while the protagonist fights desperately to survive the barrage of arrows. A second volley descends, and the MC barely dodges one. A voice from behind urges him to keep his head down, and he recognizes it as Ragna. Rim snaps angrily that this is magic, clearly furious. Incred says he can sense Rim is right in front of him, yet he still can't make him out, making it impossible to fight effectively in these conditions. An arrow slams into the ground right beside his feet, and his breathing grows labored. His body grows tense, and even shifting his legs becomes difficult. At this pace, he can't apply what Ragna taught him, but he never expected to master it immediately anyway. During their earlier training, Ragna had warned that Incred would slip back into his old habits for some time, Until he truly internalized this technique, it would be wiser not to engage in combat. But if he stays away from the battlefield, he'll die regardless. Understanding this, he closes his eyes. He concentrates once more, reminding himself that death doesn't terrify him the same way it does others. As the chaos of battle swirls around him, Ragna shouts for him to get behind him, but the protagonist replies that he's figured it out. If he can't succeed on the first attempt, then he knows exactly what to do next. He rushes straight into the thick fog, and Ragna yells, asking if he's gone mad. A spearman suddenly emerges from the mist and thrusts his weapon directly through Incrid's throat. The MC groans as the spear remains embedded in him. Then he smiles and says now he can return and continue learning from Ragna. The soldier recoils in horror, calling him crazy. He rips the spear free from Incrid's neck, killing him instantly. Back at camp, Ragna asks if he truly grasped what he was trying to convey. He replies, honestly, Ragna is a terrible teacher. Since he's a genius, he can perform it effortlessly, but he struggles to explain what's wrong. Ragna muses that this might be what it means to understand something perfectly, yet not know how to teach it. He then simply instructs the protagonist to swing downward, asking if that's truly so difficult. The MC assures him he's not mocking him, he's genuinely confused. He asks where his center of gravity should be. Ragna pauses, surprised, then tries to work it out and asks if he means something like this. Ragna don't even realize how they achieve what they do. Even if Ragna is poor at explaining, it doesn't matter. Observing and absorbing through watching and listening are his greatest strengths, and he'll commit Ragna's movements to memory no matter how many attempts it takes. Back on the battlefield, arrows continue to pour down. The protagonist raises his sword and deflects one, but his hands are shaking, and he realizes he's still too rigid. Another spear hurtles toward him, and Incrid doesn't even attempt to evade it. He tells himself it's fine, he can die and keep learning, so he allows it to pierce his throat. Back to training, he adjusts his footing and ducks smoothly under Ragna's blade. This is the 31st loop, and now he can finally move with some fluidity. Ragna comments that the step was quite good and asks where he learned it. With that level of progress, Incrid is finally ready to begin the real fundamentals. Ragna explains the 3 core sword techniques: cutting, stabbing, and slashing. For defense, rely on the blade's edge, and with a quality sword, even the flat sides can prove effective. The shortest route between you and your opponent is the direct line of attack. Sword combat revolves around blocking your enemy's path while extending your own. Lure them forward, then intercept them with your weapon. Back on the battlefield, the spearman lunges forward, but Incrid watches the thrust glide harmlessly past him. He notices his feet now feel incredibly light. Dodging this is simple. Then 4 more spears strike out simultaneously, cutting him down on the spot. Still, he notes that the loops are shifting gradually with each cycle. In training, he even succeeds in parrying Ragna's sword, leaving him stunned. Ragna asks if he truly just blocked that strike. The MC remains focused on one goal. He'll continue onward. Even if the improvements are small, he'll repeat the process again and again. He follows up with a diagonal cut toward Ragna. Ragna remarks that the technique no longer needs any correction. He sounds astonished, but Incrid replies that even tiny steps can lead to massive progress. As he sprints through the fog, Ragna calls out after him, only for the protagonist to perish once more. He dies with a smile, saying that if he keeps getting better, he'll die as many times as necessary. In training, Ragna raises his blade and brings it down. Incrid steps in close, lifts his own sword, and deflects the descending blow. This is the 100th loop. Ragna stares at his sword in complete disbelief, then turns back to the MC and asks what the hell he is. He can no longer even anticipate his own captain's movements. Incrid realizes that Ragna no longer views him the same way. He once believed his talent had a ceiling, but as he charges forward again, Ragna shouts out to him. He keeps advancing, declaring that he has surpassed his former limits. He evades the first spear, stays close to it, and dashes right past the enemy without striking him down, because he has a clear objective: the road to becoming a knight. He presses straight into the spearmen's rear ranks, where they impale him once more. Even as he dies, he smiles and says, "This is so fun." He might actually be losing his mind. Back at training, Ragna calls out to him, asking if he wants to learn the sword again. Incrid replies that he'll do whatever it takes to grow stronger, smiling as if he's prepared to die as many times as needed to reach that goal. Ragna says there's no way he should be this skilled already. Confused, he asks if the protagonist had been holding back and fighting poorly on purpose the entire time. The protagonist denies it, but Ragna continues, saying he already possesses the fundamentals and mostly just needs real combat experience. Now, back on the field, more arrows descend, and Crid notes that this is now his 200th attempt. An arrow hurtles toward his head, but he plants his heel firmly, leans forward, and ducks beneath it. Today, he wants to test how far these techniques can take him. The familiar spearman thrusts forward, but Incrid slips underneath it and counters with a swing, severing the man's arms and head. He already knows exactly where enemies will emerge from the fog. He draws a throwing knife and says that even if he can't see them clearly, he can still take down a few. He hurls it and fells another soldier. The enemy forces begin to panic. One soldier glances around desperately through the mist, wondering what's happening because he can't see anyone, and Incrid slices through his leg. The crossbowmen start losing their composure too, shouting about what's going on. One raises his crossbow to shoot, and the MC recalls Ragna's advice to watch carefully, predict the next move, and adjust his footwork accordingly. He ducks under the crossbow and drives his sword straight into the man's chest. Incrid begins laughing, saying, "This feels entirely different, like he's become a completely new person compared to when he didn't even understand the basics." He pushes deeper into the enemy ranks, craving more and more opponents to face him. He advances further, but then several crossbowmen take aim in unison. As they form a firing line, one of them tells him he did well reaching this point and asks how he plans to survive it. Incrid, breathing heavily, steps forward and declares that he wants to settle this with swords like real men, still testing his own limits. They call him crazy and then completely dismiss it, firing their bolts and killing him instantly on the spot. The scene then shifts to the boatman, who calls Anchor an idiot for walking straight into his own grave. He asks if his mind has completely shattered. The protagonist wakes up, surprised, saying he hasn't seen him in a while and wonders if the boatman really appeared just to mock him. Then Rem asks what he's doing after noticing him lost in thought. Incrid suddenly recalls something Rem once mentioned back then, and Rem had called it a spell. On his previous attempt, the enemy formation appeared to be guarding the flag in the grasslands, so the MC asks Rem if he knows anything about spells. Rem wonders why he's asking now, and he replies that he simply wants to hear what Rem knows. Rem agrees, then asks if Incrid understands the difference between magic and spells. The protagonist says magic is more widespread. Rem tells him that's partially correct, but spells require a medium. More importantly, the medium is everything. Without it, a spell cannot exist. The MC thinks it over and realizes the fog originated from the enemy's spell. That means the flag must be the medium. If it gets destroyed, the fog should vanish. He asks if Rem's tribe uses spells as well, since spells originated from the West, and that's where Rem comes from. Rem smiles and says he's seen them before. He then adds that genuine spellcasters are extremely rare. Most are merely hex users. Incrid brushes that aside, and Rem asks where he's headed. He says he's going to train. Ragnarsson comments that their training paths seem quite alike. Then he asks if the protagonist knows about the Yunyuk sword style. He explains that 500 years ago, a 1 in a million genius was born. As a child on a sword farm, he killed 12 bandits using nothing but a fireplace poker. After losing his parents at a young age, he began sword training early, and later a noble took him in after hearing the rumors. That prodigy was named Leona Sunyuk. But no matter how talented he was also cursed. He started losing strength at age 10 and became fully paralyzed by 12. Just like that, the legendary prodigy seemed destined to fade into history. But Rem says that by age 20, even completely paralyzed, Leona still etched his name into swordsmanship forever. He studied every sword style across the land and categorized them into 5 types: the righteous elaborate sword, the heavy strong sword, the flowing confounding sword, the fast swift sword, and the gentle parrying sword. Leona changed the course of sword history, and because of that, the Onyok family became the empire's greatest house. That influence still lingers, since modern swordsmanship is built upon it. Ragnazan says the northern heavy sword and many other styles, even eastern ones that use ki, exist, and the style he learned comes from the northern heavy sword. He tries to recall what Rem taught him and asks if it was called the conscience of the beast. Incred corrects him. It was the heart of the beast. Then Ragnazan says what he's about to teach is even more useful. Concentrate on a single point. He tells the MC to shut out everything else and focus solely on his sword and the enemies. Then he takes his stance to demonstrate. Incred wonders what he's about to do. Then Ragnazan thrusts straight at him, grazing the side of his neck. Incred is shocked. It was even faster than Rem's axe. He nearly died. And Ragnarson states if he felt anything from the side. Rem calls him a degenerate, asking if he's seriously trying to kill the squad leader. Ragnazon replies that people focus best when death is staring them right in the face. He's only helping. Rem snaps back that Incred can't learn anything if he's dead. He asks how long Rem thinks it took to learn the heart of the beast. Rajanjan says, of course, it took an eternity with a dim-witted barbarian teaching it, and the protagonist cuts in that both of them are awful instructors. Rem fires back that his people live even farther north, so that should make him the greater barbarian. Rajanjan denies it, claiming Rem is the one from the southern barbarian tribe. While they continue bickering, the MC tells them that's enough. They should get going since he's waiting for the departure order. Before leaving, Rajanjan tells him to remember how sharp he felt just now, right on the edge of death. If he masters concentrating on a single point, everything else will disappear and his sword will move exactly as he intends. Back on the battlefield, Incred reflects that it's similar to the heart of the beast, yet completely different. The heart of the beast dulls your fear of death. This one sharpens you instead, and he needs actual combat to truly grasp it. He needs far more practice with it. He looks out across the field and spots the flag. As the fog rolls in, the protagonist says he'll add one more objective besides gaining experience. He's going to destroy the flag. He pushes forward and takes a soldier's head, saying it would be simple to reach it with Rem and Raja, but he wants to accomplish it alone. He cuts down another enemy as he advances. He wipes the blood from his blade, excited to master this new technique. And Crit says he's died far too many times because he wasn't prepared, which is exactly why concentrating on a single point matters so much. To survive the assassin, he trained his hearing. To endure battle, he learned the heart of the beast, but this new method still hasn't clicked for him. Rajan thrusts his sword directly at him once more and halts it just short of his face, asking if he understands it now. He says that if it worked, Anchorage should have felt the blade tip slow down or something similar. The MC shakes his head and wonders if the heart of the beast is interfering, but he doubts it. Raja tells him everything except the enemy's sword should fade away and he should be able to read exactly where that sword is heading. Then he asks if he has ever felt anything like that. The protagonist says using his fear of death might not be the correct approach for this, and asks how Rajan learned it. Rajan replies that he never had to learn it. It always came naturally. The name says it all. Just focus on a single point. Incred lets out a sigh, realizing he won't get any useful guidance from him and will have to figure it out himself. Still, he can't rush it. He'll keep practicing on the side, but his primary goal is taking down one of the flags. He wants to reduce the losses for his allies and break straight through the enemy lines. As the fog rolls in again, everyone begins to panic, but the MC shouts for them to get down. This time they listen right away, and he orders them to raise their shields. Arrows pour down, but the shields block the volley while Anchor takes charge. He's gone through this loop more than 300 times. He knows where every attack is coming from, even without looking. The enemy is also disoriented by the fog, and he uses that to his advantage, slipping past one man and stabbing him through the side of the head, then following with another swing that fells two more. The enemy yells that he's just one man and they can deal with him, but their comrades keep falling in the mist. And when another group closes in, Incred draws his sword back and cuts them down. He only cares about one thing now, the flag. One soldier shouts for everyone to pull themselves together and stop him. He grins as he gets closer. He's actually enjoying himself. He brings his sword down and an enemy blocks it, sparks flying from the impact. Incred powers through anyway, smashing down hard enough to shatter the blade in two. Then he grabs that soldier and slams him into the pole, snapping it. He says it took him 10 loops to reach this flag. As it finally snaps, he says that was all he wanted. But the fog does not fade away. The instant he hesitates, the enemy seizes the opening and stabs him. One of them laughs and says, Incred knows a bit about spells, but he still got fooled. The protagonist finally realizes the truth. There is only one genuine flag, and the rest are fakes. He has to locate the real one. The loop begins again. Ragna asks what he's doing. As the MC charges in by himself, he says next time he has a 1 in 5 chance. Taking the lead, he shouts for everyone to get down and raise their shields, but he's too far away for them to hear, so they pause. Incred turns and watches the arrows streak past. Completely bewildered, he lifts his shield and blocks the shots aimed at him, but his soldiers are slaughtered. He wonders why they didn't listen this time. Maybe his timing was wrong, or maybe they needed a moment to steady themselves. He destroys another flag, but it's fake once more. Again, it's the wrong one. A second later, his head is sliced off. Now, with 4 remaining, we see him shatter another one, and it's still a decoy. The enemy kills him again. That costs him 5 more loops. The 4th flag takes 7 additional loops to reach, and even after he breaks it, he dies the same way. Only 2 flags remain now. He says that if he has to trust his instincts, one of them stands out as the obvious choice because it sits farther away than all the others. And right beside it stands the robed man from the camp. Incred kneels and orders everyone to get down and raise their shields, and this time they obey. The arrows are stopped once again, and he tells Rem to come with him. Rem asks if he's lost his mind as they charge through the arrow storm. Incred says even if it's distant, he can't waste all his strength before reaching the flag. When they reach the spearman, the protagonist doesn't even swing. Rem is with him and fells one with a hurled axe. The MC says the plan is for Rem to draw their attention while he sneaks through. Rem grabs a soldier and demands to know who cast the spell, but the man is already dead, his brain spilled out. So Rem tosses him aside and says he'll ask the next one. He keeps carving through enemies while noting it's been over a year of repeating this loop. He rushes toward the flag and raises his blade, saying this should mark the end of the fog. But the second he swings, his sword is halted. A familiar voice asks if this is a dream. It's Mitch, and he knocks Incred's blade away from the flag. Mitch says God finally answered his prayers. He's wanted to kill the protagonist with his own hands, and he's been waiting for this chance. Incred stares at him, not out of fear, but because he has no idea who this guy is. That catches Mitch off guard, and then he gets furious, asking how the MC could forget him after only a few days. He's confused because for him, it's been way longer, so he just asks Mitch who he is. Mitch lifts his sword and says the protagonist will remember soon enough. Then he rushes in, saying maybe a stab will bring his memory back. Incred sees the blade coming and twists his body to evade it. He pushes off hard and lunges forward with a counter. Mitch hops back, thrown off by what he's seeing. In just a few days, Incred has become insanely stronger. Mitch gets irritated that the MC nearly caught him with a single step. While Mitch hesitates, he closes the distance and brings his sword down. Mitch blocks and their blades spark. The protagonist realizes Mitch sticks to the basics with the righteous sword style, but also mixes in the flowing style to deflect attacks. Incred is learning in real time. Mitch tries to force him back, but the MC won't allow it. He knocks Mitch's sword aside and reminds himself to keep every sense locked on what's right in front of him. Mitch raises his weapon and thrusts. He knows that if his concentration wavers for even a single moment, the entire balance collapses. He has to forget the flag. The outcome, even the sword styles, everything else must vanish until only the swords remain. They both attack at the same time and the tips collide. Mitch grits his teeth and pushes harder, knocking Incred's blade aside. The protagonist is caught off guard, and before he can react, Mitch drives his sword straight through the MC's chest. Coughing with the blade still embedded in him, Incred looks up and says he remembers now. He's the guy who was standing by the flagpole in the grass. Mitch gives his title, the Aspen Principality's Greyhound Squad Platoon Commander. He introduces himself, too, as the Nolia Kingdom Squad Commander. Some soldiers ask Mitch if the protagonist is an enemy. Mitch confirms it and says he's good at hiding. One of the men mutters that the MC is a strange one, and when Mitch looks back down, he's confused. Why is Incred smiling right now? He says Ragam is wrong. It wasn't the fear of death that he needed. What he truly needed was a strong rival, someone willing to risk everything and push him to greater heights. Maybe he really is just a freak because he yanks the sword out of his own chest and says he's not trying to keep up with that. That takes him back to Ragna talking about focusing on one point again. Incred glances aside and says he understands it, but Ragna thinks he isn't listening and might be giving up. Then Rem walks over and says they've been called to move out. The protagonist tells Ragna it's time. Ragna says the MC actually looks more fired up than before. He's acting strange today, and maybe he should push harder during warm-ups. As the fog rolls in, Incred shouts for everyone to get down and raise their shields. A volley of arrows pours down. Before Rem can say his usual line, he cuts him off and tells him to follow. Rem asks what he's doing, and Ragna says he's coming too. Rem snaps at him, asking if he got hit in the head because both of them are acting weird. Ragna tells him if he doesn't want an arrow in his skull, he better watch what's ahead. The enemy is already there while Incred slips right through their lines. Bragi and Ree don't have it that easy and have to smash their way forward. The protagonist wanted to open the path like before so he could face Mitch again, and soon the two lock eyes. The MC gives off total psycho energy, saying it's good to see him, calling Mitch his friend, and asking for a fight. Mitch asks if he really came looking for him, and he asks if this is his first confession because it was love at first sight. Mitch says he's usually the one who finds people. This is the first time someone hunted him down. Incred asks if that bothers him. Mitch just raises his sword and says, of course not. The protagonist admits reaching that state again where only the sword exists is harder than he thought, and then Mitch stabs him in the chest. Mitch says he didn't expect the MC to go down this easily and doesn't know why he thought they could really fight. That's when he understands his approach was wrong. He can't force it. He has to fall into the fight naturally. As they clash again with each new loop, he decides to repeat this battle again and again until he finds that feeling. By the 18th loop, everything but the sword finally fades away and the feeling returns. On his 28th fight with Mitch, he can enter that state on purpose. By the 48th time meeting Mitch, Ragna is saying he'll show him the trick again and thrusts at Incred like always. This time, the protagonist is fully focused, watching only the blade. As it nears his eye, the rest of the world fades, and at the perfect moment, he lifts his sword and deflects Ragna's strike. Ragna is left speechless. Then he asks if the MC really just deflected that by focusing on one point. Incred doesn't say it out loud, but he realizes that pure concentration grants complete mastery over both body and blade. He has advanced far beyond where he stood before facing Mitch. As Ranga asks where he's going, he starts walking away and says it's time to meet the platoon commander. At last, he's going to overcome this loop for good. The scene then shifts to the ferry commander asking what he wants. The protagonist says he remembers seeing something about spells during scouting, and she asks what he means. He explains that the Aspen soldiers were referring to a strange man as their spellcaster. Now she's intrigued and tells him to continue. And Crid says he told her everything she might need to secure victory. And then the fog starts rolling in again. He gives the same order to his men and charges ahead, leaving Rem and Ragna behind. Now all he can do is trust his commander to handle her part because his job is simple: focus on what's directly in front of him. And there stands Mitch by the flag. And Crid says his goal is to defeat him. Mitch recognizes him, but the MC says Mitch's name first, which clearly shocks him. He says he wanted this fight from the beginning, and today he's going to win. Then he charges. He brings his sword down, but Mitch slips aside. Mitch twists his hips and swings back across, and Crid reacts instantly, turning his blade sideways and bracing it with his arm to halt the blow. Mitch is surprised by how firm his defense is. The protagonist answers with a thrust, and Mitch barely manages to get his blade in the way before swinging hard enough to knock Crid's sword back. They collide once more, sparks flying. Mitch asks if the MC was concealing his true ability. He says yes. Mitch asks his name, and the protagonist gives it. Then they continue exchanging blow for blow. Mitch says he'll remember that name, and Crid tells him not to worry. If he forgets, he'll remind him. Then the MC locks in, watching only Mitch's sword. He sees Mitch's balance shift onto his right foot, a clear sign that a diagonal slash is coming. And Crid steps aside, saying he learned this through all those loops and all that repeated experience. Now it allows him to read Mitch's movements. They both thrust for each other's necks, barely missing, but each leaves a cut. Mitch looks down and realizes he actually continued with his swing, forcing Mitch to duck under it at the last second. Mitch thought this would be over in a few moves, and now he can't understand why he's struggling so much. Angry now, he grits his teeth and realizes Crid's righteous and flowing styles are excellent for parries, so he needs a decisive finishing blow. Mitch decides to use the ultimate technique he learned for exactly that purpose. He stomps forward and swings diagonally, starting low and carving upward in a massive arc, the wheel cut. As Mitch prepares the heavy strike, Crid finally sees the path of it. He had died to this move so many times because he couldn't tell where it began or when it started, but not this time. As the blade rises, the protagonist smiles, glad he gets to see it again, and he actually parries the wheel cut. Mitch's heart sinks. How did Crid see it, let alone block it? Then we get more on Mitch's family. It's one of the three great houses ruling the Aspen Kingdom. House Hurrier stood for pure force and took in anyone with sword talent. Mitch was brought in from a regional branch for that reason, and after taking the Hurrier name, he proved himself quickly, beating 2 grown knights at 15, a town champion at 18, and becoming a whole city's champion by 22. Skill alone made him one of the Greyhound's top 3 fighters. Very few people could match his talent. Watching others train, Mitch wonders why they even work so hard. He used to question why anyone would keep swinging a sword until their hand bled when it only took him a handful of attempts to master it. He was satisfied with that and far too sure of himself. That arrogance proved to be his downfall. Mitch let his guard down for a single moment, and Crid seized the opportunity. He lunged forward and drove his blade straight through Mitch's shoulder, seizing control of the duel. Mitch attempted to regain his balance, but the protagonist ripped the sword free and prepared himself once more. Then Mitch doubled over and coughed up blood as Crid advanced toward him. Mitch finally understood that he had badly underestimated him. He had believed that last strike would definitely finish the fight. Even now, he admitted that he still fell short of him in both power and technique. The protagonist acknowledged it, yet noted that he had still defeated him. Mitch ground his teeth together, knowing it was true. Crid raised his sword to deliver the final blow, saying he had enjoyed the fight. Mitch regretted acting so arrogant and relying solely on his natural talent. But right then, someone yelled for Mitch to be defended. Mitch watched the protagonist's blade descend to end his life, only for Grey Dog to intercept it. He quickly leaped backward. Mitch's soldiers rushed in and began tending to his injury, while Grey Dog commanded them to carry Mitch to safety. He confessed that he hadn't anticipated a single man could cause this level of disorder and raised his sword. vowing to give Incred a brutal death. The protagonist reminded himself that threats surrounded him on all sides. Grey Dog stood before him, with crossbows positioned behind. His true objective remained unchanged: destroy the flag and break free. That was the barrier he needed to overcome in this loop. His eyes sharpened with focus as Grey Dog shouted for his troops to open fire. Bolts streaked directly toward Incred. The protagonist charged straight through them, aware he couldn't avoid every shot, so he pressed forward regardless. Grey Dog lifted his sword in disbelief at such recklessness. He brought it down hard, and Incred blocked it, but his own sword cracked under the impact. He realized Grey Dog's fighting style carried overwhelming weight. If he ever wanted to defeat him in the future, he would need to die many more times. But for now, victory meant destroying the flag. So he hurled a knife at it, knowing even minor damage would ruin the spell medium. The issue was the wind constantly shifting the flag's position. Grey Dog cursed him and swung at his head, but Incred ducked and flung another dagger. This time he targeted the spot where the flag connected to the pole. It struck exactly where he intended, severing the top of the flag from the pole. The fog began thickening even more for a brief moment, and the ferry commander remarked that she had warned headquarters about the spell and requested assistance against it, but they had done nothing. The kingdom was corrupt, and they had even dispatched a worthless fool to command the front lines. At this pace, they were all going to be annihilated. Then she noticed something next to her. The fog was beginning to dissipate. The soldiers looked bewildered, asking what had happened to the flag. While they were distracted, the fog lifted. The enemy had been caught unprepared, and the tide of battle could finally shift. Her forces pushed forward with renewed determination. She said things looked far more promising now, but wondered who had destroyed the spell. Could it have been Incred? He was still standing, even with arrows lodged in him. The protagonist realized he had made a mistake. After destroying the flag, he had rushed toward what he believed was friendly territory where Ragna or Rim might be, but it was filled with enemies. So where were they? Back with Rim. He had seized an enemy soldier and was shouting at the others to take him to the spellcaster or he would kill the man. Ragna faced a completely different issue. He had somehow returned to the Allied camp, and everyone was staring at him as if he had gone insane. He froze while his mind slowly processed the situation, then realized these were not enemies at all. The soldiers demanded to know what was wrong with him and whether he wanted to be executed. Back to Incred. The enemy called him a rat and asked why he was still struggling to survive in that state. One soldier stepped closer and told him to surrender, raising his sword to deliver the killing blow. Before he could land the strike, a puma sprang in from the side and sank its teeth into him. The protagonist recognized it instantly. It was the same one from the tall grass fields. Their eyes met. The soldiers couldn't comprehend why a wild animal was protecting him and raised their crossbows. The puma didn't hesitate and leaped at them first. It shredded through their crossbows by snapping the strings, then positioned itself in front of Incred like a living shield. He told it to flee because the man standing before them was extremely dangerous. Grey Dog was livid. Then a familiar voice spoke up, a hand landing on Incred's back and instructing him to stay behind. It was Vincento. He stepped forward, declaring that he would save him. The protagonist was confused, but Vincent charged in regardless. Grey Dog parried him immediately and sent him flying back. Vincento admitted he hadn't expected him to be that powerful, so he shouted for his men to simply open fire instead, and they unleashed their crossbows. Grey Dog continued his advance, batting the bolts aside with his sword. While he was occupied, the puma jumped in for a surprise attack, but Grey Dog reacted swiftly and knocked it aside with his hilt. Incred locked in, staring at the tip of Grey Dog's blade. He could see the line now. Raising his short sword, he knew he couldn't halt that weapon with brute force alone, so he had to redirect Grey Dog's own power against him. He copied Mitch's approach and allowed the force to slide off his blade. It succeeded, though the short blade still allowed the edge to slice his arm. Even so, Grey Dog was stunned. He recognized Mitch's technique right away and demanded to know where Incred had learned it. The protagonist raised his sword and said Mitch's skills seemed to work on him as well. Then Vincent jumped in with another massive attack, which accomplished nothing at all. Grey Dog glanced over and noticed reinforcements rushing in. He clicked his tongue and turned away, telling Incred he would not forget him. He said Incred could do whatever he wanted, and Grey Dog ordered a retreat. Vincento ran over and said they needed to pull back since he had no bandages for the protagonist's shoulder. The protagonist told him to bring the Odin Pumray too and picked it up. Vincento called him crazy and told him to worry about himself first. Then, while Incred was still carrying the injured puma, Vincento helped drag him back and ordered his men to move out. The protagonist's eyes grew heavy, and even though Vincento kept yelling at him to stay conscious, he had lost too much blood. The boatman asked if he had finally accomplished what he wanted, calling him one stubborn bastard, and asked what truly drove him, while Vincento and his men fought to keep him alive. The scene shifted to a tent. People were talking about Incred, hoping he would wake up fine. He began to regain consciousness, feeling something strange against his hand. When he opened his eyes, he found the injured puma curled up beside him. Rem asked if he was finally awake, saying he had really thought he died this time. The whole squad was there watching him. The protagonist asked what was happening, and Jackson checked if he felt all right. Incred said he was thirsty, so Jackson gave him a drink and told him he had lost a lot of blood. Luckily, the medic said there wouldn't be any lasting damage. Fortune had favored him. Imp said he must have passed out during the retreat. Jackson said he would leave now that he was awake, and Rodna said he was going to sleep. The protagonist was just relieved he had survived another day. Rem stayed quiet, clearly deep in thought. So Incred asked why he was staring like that and joked if he wanted to pet the injured puma. Rem said no, he wasn't into beasts. Instead, he asked how the protagonist had known it was a spell. Incred knew Rem would never believe the repeating days, so he considered lying, but stopped himself. Rem had always trusted him, and he wanted to repay that. So he said he once knew someone like Rem, a settler, and had guessed it from what he learned back then. In his mind, Incred thought that lie worked perfectly because he really had heard it from a settler. Rem sighed and said it was fine if he didn't want to explain. He just shouldn't get too entangled with spells. He remarked that Rem was pretty perceptive, even if he didn't seem like it. Then he asked what Rem had been doing during the battle. Rem replied that he had gone after the bastard who set up the flag, but didn't like his face, so he took his head off. The protagonist said that explained why he never saw the spellcaster. Crad tried offering the puma food so he could touch its paws, but it hissed at him, and Incred warned that it might tear him apart. Kras said it would still be worth 10,000 krona. He explained that its blue eyes meant it was a lake panther, a beast said to hold lake energy inside it. Each claw was worth more than 10,000 krona, and they grew back. The protagonist figured that was about a gold coin, way more than he earned. After he had collapsed, their side had pushed the enemy back easily once the flag was gone. Still, the battle wasn't fully decided, and since then, no one had marched out. Now he wondered if he could pull off that same parry again if he tried, but he wasn't sure. Jackson warned him he wouldn't heal if he kept moving, but Incred said he wasn't pushing too hard. This was enough. Ragna told him stretching was the most he should do for now, then keep resting. Rem asked if he was trying to pass his laziness on to everyone else and told him to stop blocking the walkway. Ragna went to get his sword. Rem asked if he was seriously trying to fight, but the protagonist said he just had a question about it. He said he had pulled off a move he had never trained before and wanted to know if that was normal. Rem said it wasn't that strange. With the heart of the beast, he could read an enemy's movements, so Incred could have picked up their swing and how they used their strength. Ragna added that since he already knew the basics, it should be easier. If he focused on one point, he probably saw even more, though luck still played a part. The protagonist accepted that. But to him, that last day wasn't just one day. It felt like hundreds of days of struggle. He hadn't grown stronger just by copying patterns. He had earned it through brutal effort. And even with weak talent, he could still keep improving. Then he told Rem and Ragna that he wanted a duel. Rem said people called him crazy, but Incred sounded even worse. Ragnar agreed for once and asked what he thought he could do in that condition. With his body like this, a duel wasn't happening. Then the fairy commander stepped into the tent. She asked if he was the one who broke the spell. Incred figured command would ask sooner or later, but he hadn't expected her herself. He admitted he did it and said he had spotted it during patrol because he knew a little about that kind of spell already. She said there were 5 decoys and asked how he found the real one. The protagonist said he had guessed. She still looked doubtful, then turned to leave, and he asked if that was all she came for. She said she also wanted to see his face. Then she told him she truly believed fate had brought them together. After she left, Incred wondered what she even meant by fate. Rem laughed and asked if something was going on between them. Ragnar said he didn't know the protagonist was so good with women, and Incred told him to shut up. Kras said he always knew he would be perfect for opening a host bar with him and promised him a great deal. He just wondered why she acted like that. Then Crab brought actual good news. A squire from the Night Order had arrived. Incred heard it was from the Scarlet-Cloaked Night Order. The battalion he was with was called the Cypress Division, named after a knight, and Cyprus belonged to the Scarlet-Cloaked Night Order. Knights were renowned for their prowess across the entire continent. That was why a Night Order included more than just knights. There were squires, servants, and knight trainees as well. When a knight approved a squire, they became a proto-knight, and above even that were knights who had surpassed ordinary humans. Squires almost never entered battle without their knight, so this one was likely close to becoming a proto-knight. Then someone shouted that it was time to head into battle. They figured maybe everyone had been waiting for the squire, but now it was time to move. The protagonist was told to stay back and rest, but Incred's eyes were full of resolve, and Rem noticed. He said he could tell the protagonist wanted to come along, though there was probably no stopping it. He badly wanted to see the ideal he had been chasing this whole time with his own eyes on the battlefield. As the troops lined up, he thought he was finally about to glimpse a piece of that dream. When he arrived with the others, his eyes locked onto one man walking alone toward the enemy army. He kept moving forward while the enemy raised their bows and started to grow more and more uneasy as the tension built. When he got close enough, the enemy gave the order to fire. Arrows started flying all at once. The man glanced up and soon the sky was covered by a storm of arrows. As they fell straight toward him, he finally stopped and dropped to one knee, gripping his sword. A strange aura gathered around his legs, and Ragnar said he had used determination there. Wind surged upward around him. Then he exploded off the ground, knocked the arrows aside, and crashed into the enemy front line. Incred couldn't even speak as the man halted right before the front ranks. In one smooth motion, he drew his blade and cut through them, sending half the bodies into the air with a single strike. That's when Incred understood just how massive the gap really was. The enemy soldiers could barely believe what they were seeing. The man lowered himself again, then burst left with a slash that threw a whole group away. He dashed again and cut right, tearing open the front line. To the enemy, it was like a disaster in human form. One man wrecking an entire army. Their commander screamed at them to stop him, calling them idiots, but he reacted too late as the man jumped up and took his head in one blow. Then he landed on the commander's horse, and Incred could only stare in awe. Rem said the guy was the real deal. There was a reason they called him the war specialist. Ragnar started thinking that would be a fun fight, but Jackson said the enemy had at least 5 chances to stop him, and their commander was a complete fool. Imp prayed for the dead, and Kra said this battle might end without their side needing to do much. Incred kept studying the sword style, wondering if it was the righteous sword, then rejected that, saying it also had parts of the heavy sword and the swift sword. He recalled that the righteous sword was careful and precise, pulling the enemy into your rhythm. The heavy sword used raw power to crush through anything and overpower the foe. The confounding sword tricked the enemy and struck from angles they didn't expect. The swift sword beat them with speed, and the flowing sword softly parried attacks before answering back. Incred said that even though the heavy and swift swords were total opposites, he could see both inside this one man's style. Then something clicked. Maybe the styles were different on the surface, he thought, but they all came from the same root. If someone grasped what all five shared and treated the sword like something alive, maybe that was the key to reaching even a decent level. A new understanding started to hit him, and his eyes slowly closed. Meanwhile, the main force charged forward. Ray and Ragna looked at Incred and realized what was happening. Ray smiled and said their squad leader was about to break through something, so no one should disturb him. The others gathered around to shield him. Lost inside his own mind, Incred told himself that understanding alone changed nothing. In that strange in-between state, he looked up and saw only a wall he had to climb. To him, it was there to show how far he still had to go. Even as the army rushed past outside, his mind stayed fixed on it. He kept wrestling with the idea, trying to truly grasp it. Then he started climbing the wall, telling himself he would see everything all the way to the top. The battle raged on, and Incred began to see a light above the wall. At the same time, the Allied troops started driving the enemy back. As he crawled higher and higher, the Allied soldiers lifted their hands and cheered in victory. Incred opened his eyes and said, "The war is finally ending, but winter and spring will be busy." Elsewhere in the Principality of Aspen, they learned it was ruled by three great families: Aspen the sovereign, Courier the mighty, and Atkins the administrator. The administrator said they were using the frog general as an excuse, and since the frogs had to be dealt with every night, no one could really argue back. The king got angry and said the Greyhounds would pay for this. Greyhound answered that things wouldn't end well for their enemies. Back with the army marching home, Incred said that after the long war, the Aspen forces had also pulled back, so his side had no choice but to return too. They headed to Border Guard, the kingdom's far-off fortress city near Aspen. It was heavily militarized. 1 out of every 5 people there was a soldier. The city commander praised the Empire's heroes, especially the Nilaya heroes who had led them to victory. Then he called Incred forward and said he would be rewarded for destroying the Aspen spells. As the protagonist stepped onto the stage, people whispered, asking how a useless squad leader like him could have broken the spell. They called him weak and said he must be stealing credit from his squad. While the talk kept going, Max stepped up and told them to shut it. Andrew backed him up, saying the protagonist wasn't someone they should look down on. Everyone who had shared part of his journey smiled as they watched him get rewarded, because they knew he was far more than the crowd realized. After taking the reward, Incred looked at the money and wondered how to use it. Krissa asked if he wanted suggestions, and he said yes. He wanted a good shop. More than that, the best blacksmith in the city. On the way, Krissa kept talking, saying there was no way the protagonist planned to spend all that money on one sword. His current blade was fine, and there were plenty of swords left behind on battlefields anyway. Incred said becoming a knight took more than skill. He also had to prove his strength. As he drew his sword, he told Kra he was going to take the soldier promotion exam. His days as a foot soldier were over. Kra said he thought the protagonist didn't care about rank, but Incred answered that he couldn't stay at the bottom forever. So he decided it was time to start making moves. The army used a rank system to keep morale up. If you were stronger than the normal ladder, you got marked as special and treated by that rank. To move up, you had to beat 3 soldiers from the rank you wanted in front of other troops. For the soldiers, it was basically entertainment with gambling mixed in. Kra started taking bets and asked who wanted to put money on Incred. His first opponent mocked him for jumping from the lowest rank straight to medium. He said one reward clearly went to his head, and it was probably his squad that did the real work. The protagonist figured this must be the first challenger, a skilled medium-ranked fighter from a well-known mercenary group. Back with the betting, only one person had picked Incred, and Kra wanted to know which fool it was. Then he shrugged and said they wouldn't know anything until the fight started. And Kra thought about how he had only grown stronger by dying again and again. This time there was no death waiting for him, so he had to make this one count. He told himself to stay sharp and keep looking ahead, even if his skills still felt lacking. Still, he would prove he knew how to work hard. Most of these men used to be way out of his league. Not anymore. He forced himself to focus and fight like his life depended on it. The opponent yelled and rushed in. Incred decided to try the parry he had learned in the last battle and use it to open the guy up. One swing, and his enemy's sword was sent flying at once. As the weapon spun away, he noticed the man's fingers were bent the wrong way. The guy started panicking, screaming that he was finished. While he was distracted, Incred rushed in and slammed the hilt into his face. The man dropped, blood spilling from his mouth. The protagonist could only wonder why a medium-ranked soldier was that weak. The crowd erupted, shocked that the so-called loser had won. They turned to Crow and asked if he was the one who had bet on Incred. They assumed he must have known how strong the protagonist was, but Crow was just as stunned. He said he had only placed the bet so the spot wouldn't stay empty. Someone told him he should trust his own squad leader more. He figured maybe that guy had gotten careless, but even then he started wondering if every duel ended this fast. A holder soldier stepped forward and told him not to get arrogant. He called the first win pure luck, lowered his spear, and said he would be next. The protagonist recognized him as one of the heavy infantry, one of the strongest men in that battalion. The man flicked his spear tip around trying to throw Incred off. Then he suddenly thrust. Incred moved on instinct and sliced the spear tip right off. For a second, he wondered why the thrust had come from so far out, like maybe there was some trick to it. Then he realized that was giving the guy too much credit because the soldier looked completely shaken. Seeing the opening, he decided it was his turn. He drove a kick into the man's stomach and knocked him down. Henry and the rest of the crowd stared in surprise as Incred won again. Twice in a row meant it wasn't luck. And now even the lowest rank had beaten two medium-ranked soldiers. Crow started calling for the next challenger, but people hesitated. Losing to the protagonist now would be humiliating. Vincento called them idiots and said they were all scared after talking down to him. His friend pointed out Vincento had done the same, and he instantly shut him up. Andrew started to rise, saying that after his last loss, he had trained with Max every night and wanted a rematch. Max pushed him back down and told him to forget it. Incred had gotten much stronger, so strong that even Max wasn't sure he could beat him now. Both of them kept watching closely. Ragna nudged someone and told him to get up there. The man asked who he was talking to, then froze when he realized it was Rem. Rem reminded him that he had just been saying Incred only got promoted by sucking up to the commander, so now he should go prove his own skill. The man insisted he wasn't scared. He realized he had gotten so used to struggling that he had never noticed how extreme his past fights were. The knife-crazed freak from the first loop, the assassin after that, and even Mitch from the latest one, plus the squad mates he trained with every day. Compared to all that, his path had been brutal. His old teacher had warned him never to underestimate an enemy. Then the loudmouth finally stepped up and asked if Incred was spacing out before the fight. The protagonist said no. He used to think that advice had nothing to do with him. He never imagined he would be the one looking down on someone else. The loudmouth asked, "What's with that expression?" Then Incred wore a smug look, realizing he had finally become strong enough. He said he was just curious what it felt like to crush an enemy. He charged, and the loudmouth froze up. Incred slammed his sword into the man's blade, and in Leia, strength earned respect. That was why it was called the Kingdom of Knights. He lifted his sword and struck again, cracking the other man's weapon. The loudmouth looked up, terrified. Incred raised his blade one more time, then brought it down, stopping right before the man's head. The guy's eyes rolled back and foam spilled from his mouth. The protagonist said he had proven himself now. The whole crowd was stunned. Then someone blurted out that the guy had even pissed himself. A voice called Incred the Spellbreaker. Others agreed it really was him who had destroyed the flag, and he wasn't just living off his squad's fame. Andrew jumped up and shouted, calling him the Spellbreaker. Incred wondered what he was doing as Andrew kept yelling, telling everyone else to say it too. If not for Incred, at least half of them would have died. Soon the whole crowd was chanting Spellbreaker, and just like that, it became his nickname. He decided it could be worse, while Crow ran over and said he was officially medium rank now. The protagonist said it was too soon to celebrate. He still had to reach high rank. Crowd just stared confused and asked if he was really going to keep going. Then a man in the crowd stood and said, "This is getting interesting." As he stepped forward, people noticed the eagle patch on his arm. He was from the Border Guard, the elite troops that served the crown directly. Everyone wondered why someone like that was here. The man addressed Incred politely and asked if he would like another duel. The two locked eyes. Rim got to his feet and said, "This one will be tough." Incred knew the border guard was basically Enleia's answer to Aspen's greyhounds, so this man could be as dangerous as Mitch. He wondered what would happen if he faced someone on that level without dying first. Then he pointed his sword and told the man to come. The border guard fighter smiled, amused. He said Incred really wasn't scared, even standing before someone from the elite forces. After watching him, he admitted he was far more interesting than expected. The soldiers started cheering, telling Incred to show them the Spellbreaker strength. Their chant about infantry being the kings of the battlefield grew so loud it drowned everything else out. The man snapped at them, asking if they were stupid. They knew he was infantry too, and this latest victory had made them cocky. He said he would knock that pride down a bit as he got ready. Then he burst forward to close the distance and locked in. He tracked the tip of the man's weapon and read its path. With the smallest lean back, he parried the strike, catching the man off guard. The fighter noted that the protagonist wasted almost no movement, and that surprised him. Then he grabbed Incred by the collar and tried to slam him down. Incred caught his arm and raised his blade right over the man's head. A chill ran through him. If he didn't move, he would die. Incred drove the sword down, but the man slipped aside and the blade hit the ground. He answered right away, drawing back and stabbing hard toward his chest. The protagonist didn't dodge. He grabbed the blade with his bare hand and smashed a knee into the man's stomach. The soldier steadied himself, and now the fight was even again. He rushed in once more, and Incred did too, pulling a throwing knife from his vest. Both of them struck for each other's heads, but the company commander stepped in and knocked both weapons aside in one move. She told them that was enough. Another second and they would have killed each other. Both men were breathing hard. Meanwhile, Vincento looked ready to kill somebody, and he wasn't alone. The rest of the squad had gathered too. Robert grinned and called Incred a lucky bastard. The border guard man told him not to get carried away. This was only a duel. He said he nearly had Incred once he lost track of his movement and wondered how it would have ended if they kept going. Then he admitted he had come in with no expectations, but now he had to acknowledge him. He introduced himself as Torres, a platoon commander in the border guard. Incred gave his own name, and they shook hands. The crowd was shocked. A platoon commander meant the protagonist had just fought a special-ranked soldier. That made him at least high-ranked now, and the soldiers finally started giving him real respect. Incred glanced at the cheering crowd and casually raised a hand, like it was no big deal. Torres said he liked that attitude and expected they would meet again soon, calling him a high-ranked soldier. He left him thinking he was one step closer now. Later, out near the barracks, a man tried again to recruit the protagonist into his company. He was Graham, commander of the 1st Company of Heavy Armored Infantry, the Turtles. Incred noted this was the third offer. Maybe it was because of his new rank or because he had helped break the spell. If he accepted, he would be tied to the army every month. It was a good offer, but he still turned it down and bowed to Graham in apology. Graham figured this was about the 4th Company commander and said he could talk to him, but Incred said that wasn't the reason. Graham said the protagonist really didn't seem tempted at all. Even so, he would still like Incred under him. Incred asked if he would take Rim too, and Graham said sure, just not that lunatic. He added that he had lived through the last battle because of Rim, so he should stick with him. Cray asked if that meant it was time to pack up, but the protagonist said no. Cray asked why he kept turning everyone down when any unit would treat him well right now. As Incred started to explain, someone else walked in. They turned and saw Torres asking Incred how he had been. Torres got straight to it. He wanted Incred in the border guards. He pointed out that the border guards answered directly to the crown, making this an even better offer than the turtles had given him. Robert said this was the kind of chance the protagonist could only dream about before. Passing on the others was one thing, but rejecting this would be insane. Torres said he knew what he wanted the moment they crossed blades. He wanted a real challenge, and if Incred joined him, he would put him through brutal training and crazy missions. That way, Incred could bring out everything he had. Rem thought it was settled, and Ragna and the others did too. They were already acting like the choice was made. After a short pause, Incred said if Torres meant non-stop hellish training, then he was already in the perfect place. What he wanted wasn't to reach his limit, it was to go past it. Later, Rem was shivering in bed, whining that it was freezing and wishing he could chop the cold apart with his axe. He asked where he was going and told him to bring back hot stones. He said now that the battle was over, Rem was completely useless. Imp said moving around would warm him up and invited him outside to train. Rem snapped back that he would kill him. Imp then asked the protagonist to train with him too, saying it would loosen up his frozen body. The protagonist said he had duty first and would do it after. Rem still yelled after him not to forget the hot stones. As Incred headed out, he noted how fast winter had come. At the market, Incred explained that the border guard's main job was fighting, but since there wasn't a war right now, they patrolled the city instead. He was paired up with two men, Jack and Bo, and the three of them would patrol together today. He wondered if they were from the recon mission. Those names sounded familiar. Jack said it was an honor to patrol with the famous Spellbreaker, and Bo added that the protagonist had even gotten promoted to high rank. Jumping from the very bottom all the way up there was incredible. Incred just said he had gotten lucky. Jack wanted to test his strength and asked for a duel later. Incred agreed, and Jack said it was a promise. As the patrol went on, Jack and Bo kept edging closer, complaining about having to work in this freezing weather. He asked why they were standing so close since he wasn't big enough to block the wind. Then a robed figure started walking toward them. Incred noticed something off just as the figure stumbled. He moved to help the kid, but a dagger flashed out, and before he could react, it was buried straight in his chest. Blood filled his mouth, and he wondered what had just happened. Jack and Bo quickly played it off, saying he had drunk too early while shielding him from the crowd. That's when Incred realized they were all in on it. The robed assassin asked if he was shocked, then said a greyhound never forgets its target. The protagonist figured this half-fairy killer had been sent after him for breaking the spell. The assassin yanked the knife from Incred's chest, dropping him to his knees while Jack and Bo walked away. Jack said the mission was done and they should leave. Up in a guard tower, another man, Rotten, gave a nod. Incred finally remembered them. They were the injured soldiers from the recon mission, the ones Krissa had mentioned, the group that had found a way to contact Aspen. As he collapsed, Incred realized it was 4 against 1, and this wouldn't be easy. A woman spotted him, turned pale, and screamed as blood spread across the street. He thought this might get interesting. Then he jolted awake in bed and said, "Good morning." Rem asked what his problem was, and Incred said nothing. He just wanted to start the day with energy. Rem once again told him to bring back hot stones. The protagonist walked over to Imp, who poured icy water over his head and turned it to steam. Imp asked what his squad leader needed. Incred brought up the body heating method Imp had mentioned. Imp said it was called bare body training, and it was important in winter because it got your body ready for anything. Incred told him to teach him. He remembered seeing the dagger come out but not being able to respond. His body had gone stiff from the cold. Imp told him to start stretching. He said he should have known something was wrong the second Jack and Bo crowded him. Next time, he would drop those two first, but if he moved too soon, the assassin might run. Imp mocked him, saying his muscles were pathetic if he couldn't even hold the pose, and Incred said they were already screaming. Soon, he was introduced to Jack and Bo again and politely said it was nice to meet them. They asked if he was cold without his cloak. He said he had just been training. Then they started closing in again, and the protagonist showed that his body still wasn't at its best even after Imp's training. This should be about when the assassin appeared, and Incred spotted him in the crowd right on cue. Incred instantly threw his arms back, smashing Jack in the face, but Bo slipped under the swing. Bo asked if Incred had figured it out and reached for his weapon. He saw the assassin and knew he would either rush in or flee, so he drew his blades and tried to finish these two as quickly as possible. The assassin suddenly threw something that let out a sharp whistle. The protagonist barely had time to wonder what that sound was before the blade punched into his chest. He looked down, stunned. Whatever it was had moved too fast to see, and from that distance through a crowd, the man had still hit dead center. His aim was terrifying. The assassin repeated that line, "A greyhound never forgets its target," and Incred realized the dagger had pierced his heart before he had even seen it, a blade faster than sound. The same woman as before screamed that someone had just died. Incred understood he had to deal with close-range fighters and a ranged killer at the same time. He smiled at death and wondered how he was supposed to prepare. He broke it down. When the half-fairy got close, he would stab from far away. He throws. That was simple enough. This wall wasn't that complicated. He kept stretching. He muttered about death, and Imp asked if that was a threat while sitting on his back. He said no, he seriously thought he was going to die. Ragna asked if this was some kind of torture training, and Rem laughed, asking if it was really that bad. The protagonist told Rem to come over and see for himself. Just then, Jackson walked in for duty and found everyone stretching and suffering except Imp, who was grinning and saying, "This is his domain." Jackson looked confused, and Incred told him not to make that face. They were just training. Then Incred started sketching in the dirt, saying he needed a way to block the dagger before it hit. Its speed and aim were on another level, and the shape was strange too. Jackson asked if it was a whistle dagger. He asked if that was the name, and Jackson said yes because of the sound it made in flight. Used right, the target wouldn't know what had killed them, so the best move was staying far away from anyone carrying one. Incred said he would remember that, but even a great thrower couldn't land the hit if the attack was blocked first, so the protagonist raised his hands again and swung at Jack and Bo. Jack got hit again, but Bo avoided it. Bo asked if Incred had caught on, and Incred grabbed him by the robe and dragged him in front as a shield. Deciding these two idiots were his best protection against the dagger, the whistle came too late. He got stabbed in the stomach and Bo took one in the back. Jack also got hit, the blade punching into his throat. The protagonist realized the assassin had thrown 3 in an instant. This guy was insanely skilled. The assassin grinned and laughed while people scattered, screaming about murder. Incred noted that he would even kill his own side if they got in the way, or maybe he had never seen them as allies at all. The assassin crouched beside him and said, "That was impressive." Incred glared up as the man repeated his line about the greyhound never forgetting its target. Incred said, "That's actually a good thing," and the assassin asked why he was joking when he was dying. He pulled out the whistle dagger and called him funny. He admitted he had underestimated all of this. As the blade was pulled free and blood poured out, he said a wall was still a wall. The killer asked why he was enjoying this and said the protagonist should laugh while he still could, because the despair waiting at the end was what made this a curse. Incred woke in bed again and headed out, saying that to him, this isn't a curse at all, it's a blessing. He asked Jackson to explain whistle daggers. Jackson asked where he had heard about them, but Incred brushed that aside and asked for the details. Jackson said the weapon was made from several thin blades pressed together, which created the whistle in the air. It used to be called the dagger you only hear because human eyes could barely track it. He asked how he was supposed to see and dodge one. Jackson replies that he can't do it. He then questions what would happen if there were 2 of them, but Jackson simply stares back, wondering why anyone would ever need 2. The protagonist answers that he does. Jackson mutters that the MC is acting strange again and questions where he even picked up this kind of knowledge. He explains, Observing a dagger once it has already left your hand is pointless. You must study the thrower's hand because the trajectory is decided the moment it departs. He continues that an experienced assassin can conceal the movement, but once you understand the technique, it becomes much simpler to detect. Ankh asks if he can master it as well. Jackson tells him not with the way he currently throws. He groans that he's constantly getting criticized. Then Jackson asks if he wants to learn the proper way to throw daggers. The protagonist is surprised that Jackson made the offer himself, and Jackson adds that if he's unsure, he doesn't have to go through with it. Nevertheless, the MC says he'll learn. Back at the market, Jack and Bo are following him once more. Anchory remembers that the second a dagger is released, he must relax his entire body, then sharpen his concentration right as it leaves the hand. Spotting it and evading it works by the same principle. While keeping an eye on the usual spot where the assassin appears, he only glimpses the man's feet before drawing his sword. He swiftly decapitates Jack. As Bo reaches for his weapon, Anchory pivots and slices straight through his stomach. The woman who always sees his death lets out a scream, shouting that a murder has taken place. As Jack and Bo fall, the assassin begins walking toward him, and Ankrid reminds himself to stay focused on the enemy and switch from relaxed to sharp. If he wants to survive, he must guard his heart and carefully read the very tip of the man's hand. A dagger suddenly slams into his arm, and he didn't even see it coming. He looks down at the injury, only to receive another blade directly in the chest. He curses. That was far too quick. It all happened in an instant. But he knows he noticed something at the beginning. There had been a flash in the assassin's hand. He was certain of it. The assassin begins his usual speech, but Incred interrupts him, completing the line himself. A greyhound never forgets its target. The man freezes and demands how he knew that. He simply smiles and replies that he'll see him again, because after a few more loops, he'll understand every trick the man possesses. On the next loop, Ankrid swiftly draws his sword and stabs Jack through the throat without hesitation. He kills B right after, aware that he needs to eliminate those two as quickly as possible. The people around them begin screaming about murder, and the protagonist shifts his body to the side while scanning for the assassin. He's finished with merely hoping he could get better. Then he catches the flash in the killer's hand and firmly tells himself that hard work will get him there. The dagger hurtles toward him immediately. Ankid concentrates on a single point, follows its path, and deflects the first blade with his metal bracer. The assassin twirls another dagger, calling him insane as nervous sweat appears on his skin. The MC interprets it as a direct frontal assault and prepares to dodge sideways, but it was merely a feint. The assassin is still spinning the whistle dagger on his finger. Ankrid realizes it too late and resigns himself to what's coming. Because when the real throw arrives, the blade drives straight through his chest. Falling to his knees, he mutters that the man can adjust his timing according to his target's movements, and that this dagger is truly impressive as he pulls it from his chest. He stares at it and says he wants one for himself, too. Later, he's attempting to spin a throwing knife on his finger and flicks it toward a piece of fruit, but misses. Jackson asks what he's doing. Incrid replies that he's practicing with a whistle dagger, and Jackson informs him that it isn't one. He says he'll obtain a real one before long. While he continues spinning the knife, the string breaks and it shoots right past Jackson's head, leaving a long, awkward silence. Anchoreed declares, "This is the 8th loop." The whistle dagger hurtles straight toward him, and he drops low to evade it. He's confident he won't fall for another delayed strike again. Then a sudden sharp pain strikes his back. He had forgotten that Rotten was positioned in the tower with a bow. On the 9th loop, Anchor hurls his own dagger and strikes Rotten directly in the throat. The assassin ridicules him for turning his attention elsewhere, launches his dagger, and the protagonist meets his end once more. Later, the fruit he had been targeting finally gets hit while Jackson is holding it, causing it to fall to the ground. Jackson gazes at the MC in disbelief as the MC explains that the arm and hand merely direct the throw. The entire body is what truly powers it. So he asks what he's still lacking. Jackson replies that this level of progress should be sufficient and inquires if he has practiced with daggers before. Jackson had taught him, naturally, but the protagonist can't confess that, so he claims he once observed someone perform it on the battlefield and imitated the technique. Jackson wonders if he's some sort of concealed prodigy, then asks whether he's familiar with the throwing blade technique. He explains it was created by a man named Jorg, an assassin. The style took its name from his weapon, the whistle dagger. Jorg sought a silent blade crafted from one extremely thin edge, but that proved too difficult to wield, which eventually resulted in the whistle dagger known today. In it comments that the weapon seems to have a genuine history, and Jackson is astonished he hadn't heard of it, especially since his posture matches whistle dagger throwing perfectly. Now, on the 10th loop, Jack asks where they're heading, and the MC replies that they're following a different patrol path today. Jack reminds him they were assigned to the market and could face punishment. Ancred snaps back and pulls rank, saying he's the highest authority here, so they'll follow his orders, and he'll accept the responsibility. Jack and Bo murmur to each other about what to do, and as they travel farther from town, they arrive at a hill. He thinks the market was the assassin's ideal setup, and he's finished going along with it. Jack tells him they should return, but the protagonist asks what they received for turning against their own side. Jack and Bo realize they've been discovered and charge forward with weapons drawn. Craig slices Jack open with a horizontal cut and thrusts his sword straight through B, killing them both. Then he glances over as the assassin ascends the hill with Rotten present as well. Rotten appears stunned, and Encarid tells them they're late. He had already begun. The assassin launches 3 whistle daggers simultaneously. The MC slaps a hand on the ground and propels himself over them, stating that the quantity doesn't matter as long as he can read the hands. Rotten attempts to shoot him from behind, but Ancred flings a knife into his skull. The assassin calls him a fool for looking away, but he deflects the next blade with his bracer. Now the assassin begins breaking into a cold sweat as Enkid gradually turns back around and pins him with a fierce gaze. The assassin starts to tremble and demands who the hell he is. The protagonist says he doesn't need to know, then yanks the dagger from his forearm. He asks how many as Ancred understands the weapon as well and wonders if he's an assassin himself. Then he admits he has 2 left. The MC says he's envious since he only has 1. The assassin says joking at a time like this requires serious courage, and that the MC must be crazy. He warns that the moment he releases that final blade, he's finished. He replies that there's only one way to discover the truth, and they'll find out when it occurs. The man might conceal his hand, but he can't hide his entire arm. Ankh narrows his concentration, determining that the assassin's posture is the true secret to avoiding the daggers. Right then, the assassin's arm becomes visible while one hand continues twirling a blade. The protagonist realizes there are actually 2 of them. The assassin hurls both, and the MC slips past each one. He counters immediately with his own dagger. The assassin evades it, but his cape gets nicked in the process. Anchor keeps his gaze fixed firmly on him, suspecting the man actually possesses more. When he notices additional blades in the man's hands, he confirms his suspicion. He lifts his own, and the assassin looks stunned because he believed the protagonist only carried 1. The MC dodges the incoming whistle daggers and launches his own, which the assassin barely manages to avoid as well. The man accuses him of deception as he pulls out another blade and calls him a bastard. Encarid replies that the assassin did the exact same thing, and this is something he hadn't witnessed from him until now. It seems there's no strict rule requiring assassins to fight from a distance. The assassin rushes in low, and he notes this is an unfamiliar tactic. When the man leaps forward, Ancred sidesteps and seizes his wrist, declaring it doesn't matter. Now the assassin understands he's in deep trouble as the protagonist yanks him closer. He raises his sword and says, "This is the end." Then he brings it down hard, cleaving through the assassin's skull and slicing deep into his chest. He breathes heavily as the body collapses once he withdraws the sword. Encred says it took 10 attempts to break through this barrier. He exhales deeply and looks upward, saying, "This cycle of battling, failing, growing stronger, and finally prevailing feels incredibly satisfying." Then he glances back at the corpse and wonders if there are more whistle daggers on the body. He searches the corpse and discovers several on the chest, then decides to take them for himself. Back at the commander's quarters, the beast commander asks if he nearly got assassinated, saying she suspected as much since he lured them away. He claims it was merely a coincidence. While the whistle daggers are now concealed on his chest, she clearly doesn't believe him, asking if it's also a coincidence that he fought 4 people and returned with only a minor scratch. Unred says luck was on his side, but she continues staring at him with clear distrust while he avoids meeting her eyes. In the end, she tells him to return to his post, so he heads back to the others. He opens the door and announces he's back just as an axe hurtles past his face. He dodges to the side, and Rem looks stunned that he avoided the surprise attack. Unred asks if he's lost his mind and says he nearly killed him. Rem replies that assassins are now targeting him, so he has to keep training. The MC tells him to catch this and tosses a hot stone at him. For some reason, Rem grabs it with his bare hand and somehow already knows it's burning hot. Rem clutches the hot stone barehanded and begins shouting in pain. The axe had even trimmed off a bit of his hair. So Incred asks Cry what he charges for a haircut, and they begin negotiating while Rem is still panicking over the stone. They settle on 8 copper, and Cry starts cutting his hair outside. The protagonist still tries to haggle further since they're on the same squad. Cry tells him to find a barber in town if he dislikes the price. The MC refuses, saying the city barbers are awful. Snow begins to fall, and Cry mutters that it's really cold today. Rem calls snow the devil's powdered garbage, while Odd says it's a trial from God. Ragnu agrees. Jackson remains silent, and he figures they're all out here to protect him. He starts thinking about how the assassin managed to infiltrate the border guard. Then his thoughts turn to Jack, Bo, and Rotten. Were they corrupt before joining, or did it happen afterward? Either way, someone else might be involved. So he asks Kreese if he knew the 3 dead men and where they originated from. Cry says Jack was conscripted after getting caught stealing from people. Bo got in after offending a noble, which Rem clearly respects, and Incared kind of does too. Then Christ continues, explaining that Rotten used to work as a messenger for a merchant group that went under. All 3 joined within the last year, and Krissa suspects they were part of the same organization. After hearing that, the protagonist says only one explanation makes sense to him: the Thieves Guild. It's a guild in name only, really just a den of criminals. And if one of them was connected, they'd know the city like the back of their hand. He asks Jackson what he knows about the Thieves Guild. Jackson pushes back, asking why the MC came to him. And the MC says he just figured he'd have some information. Jackson admits he's gotten too easy to read, then says this much: after the guild got rebuilt, his contact there went silent. That's all he has. Krissa finishes the cut, and Rem says his barber really cleaned him up nicely. He notices his hair is shorter, then glances at the falling snow and says it's really starting to pile up. Jackson says he'll be heading into the city tonight. Rem instantly calls him out, saying he's just dodging snow shoveling duty. That gets the protagonist thinking. He suggests they all take on a mission instead. If everyone agrees, nobody has to shovel snow. The second he says that, they all jump on board. Even Krissa is in. And Cried can't believe this whole group hates shoveling that much. He says he'll go ask the commander for permission, and Ragna calls him lazy for not doing that first. They head inside, and even Odd tells him to hurry up and ask. The MC can at least appreciate how united they are about hating snow duty. So he goes back to the commander and explains the situation. She asks if he wants permission to investigate the Thieves Guild, and Crisis says yes, if she'll allow it. She's still clearly suspicious of him. He keeps avoiding her eyes. Then she narrows her gaze and asks if this is really just about getting out of snow duty. Before she's even finished, he blurts out, no, he only wants justice. Inside, he's shocked she caught on that fast. After that, he rejoins the others and they ask where this whole Thieves Guild idea even came from. Crisis says he means the Gilfin Guild and asks if N knows anything about them. He says no, and that's why they're going to find out. Rim, meanwhile, is freezing. The protagonist tells Jackson they'll wait at the inn while he figures out where the guild is hiding. Jackson asks how exactly he's supposed to do that, and the MC tells him to work it out. Krissa can't believe that's the order he gave, but Jackson accepts it right away. Now, Krissa starts wondering if he's the strange one here. They gather at an inn called Vanessa's Pumpkin Soup. Krissa asks what they'll do if the Gilfin Guild turns out innocent. Jackson says, innocent or not, they're still criminals. Someone needs to wipe them out anyway. Krissa thinks for a moment, then calls over the waitress, Lisa, and tells her to wait. She asks what he wants, and he leans in to whisper something to her. And Cried wonders what he's saying. But what stands out more is that Jackson still hasn't come back. Even for him, he's working with almost nothing. He starts to wonder if his order was too vague, and he almost feels bad for him. Meanwhile, Jackson is on a snowy rooftop watching the area below. He stays completely still, letting the snow pile up on him. Then something catches his eye. Two men are walking down the street. Back at the inn, the others ask Krissa how he knows Lisa. He says her father makes shoes, and her dream is to run an inn in the capital. They stare, and he shrugs. Pretty women become future customers. At last, Jackson returns, opening the door covered in snow and saying he found their hideout. Everyone just stares at him, confused by how much snow is on him. Jackson stares right back, waiting for someone to answer, and Crit finally pulls a drumstick from his mouth and tells Jackson to eat too. Jackson declines and asks why they're still sitting around. They should move now. Ryan refuses, saying it's way too cold. Jackson says he'll warm him up with his own blood. Encared says he wants to go too, but the snow slows them down, so they need to be careful. They'll head out once it stops. Then he glances outside and realizes that won't happen anytime soon. So he changes his decision and tells everyone to prepare. They point out he just said the opposite, but the protagonist says he's waited long enough. Soon they're out in the snow. Rem is still freezing and complaining that the inn was warm, so why did they leave? As they move through an alley, a beggar nearby pulls out a concealed blade and glares at them. He's not alone either. More men rush in from behind him. Rem tosses aside his blanket and greets the first guy with a grin. Then he throws out a taunting question, smashes another man in the face, and asks Jackson if this is one of his friends. Chris says they're probably with the Guyland Guild. Jackson says these men will lead them to the hideout, then points out a hatch. The beggars were guarding the entrance. The hatch is locked, but Odd tells everyone to step back from it. He pulls back his fist and says, "Knock, knock," then punches straight through and smashes it open. After that, he jokes that they must have forgotten to lock it, so now they can go in. Rem calls him a brute, which is rich coming from him. Ancred says he doesn't care how it happened as long as the door is open. As they enter, Rem asks what they'll ask first. Ancred says questions can wait. First, they use force. They move down a narrow hallway, but the people inside have already been alerted. A group is waiting for Ancred and his squad. Their leader says reporting failure would be annoying, so they might as well deal with it themselves. One man worries this might go badly, but the others gather around him. The leader just sneers. Why fear a bunch of nobodies? The moment he says that, the door flies off its hinges when Odd kicks it in and jokes that this one wasn't locked either. Now the leader realizes he may have picked a fight that's too big for him. Brim says they can kill them now, but Ancred says no. Start with the ones who never preyed on the weak, the ones willing to go to a cell, and anyone who doesn't want to die can throw down their weapon and step over this line. He draws the line on the ground and warns the rest, refuse and die. Rim asks why they aren't just killing everyone, and Ancred says he changed his mind. Really, he's just thinking that sounded pretty cool. Rim only looks more confused. The leader laughs and calls him another low-ranked grunt, asking if he really thinks he can command them. Odd says their minds are clouded by demons, and they won't listen unless force makes them. He lifts his blade and agrees. Then he asks which one of them is strongest. The leader grins and says, "This should be fun." He orders their best swordsman, Wyvern, to step forward. Mullet obeys and walks up. He starts thinking, and Kared probably can't even stop his sword. After all, he's never lost. But before that thought is done, he lunges in with a sudden attack. The protagonist knocks the strike aside and drives his blade straight through Mullet's chest. He says that's the Vulan mercenary sword style talk while stabbing, and he's gotten very used to it. The leader starts sweating, and Ankred asks if that was their strongest because he'd like to see the rest. Mullet is still screaming on the floor. The MC gives them one last warning: surrender or die. The others just stare at him. A few of them seem to be wondering if he's seriously trying to look cool right now. They hesitate. Then some finally drop their weapons and surrender. The leader snaps, calls one of them a coward, and swings at him. The man turns toward the blade, but before it lands, a whistle dagger slams into the leader's forehead. Anchored through it to save the surrendering man. The leader drops to his knees and dies on the spot while the others stare at the body. Ralph admits that was actually pretty impressive. Odd and Cryas seem to agree. Jackson does too. Ragna just looks irritated. He didn't get his own moment. Ankred can tell they all thought that was amazing. The rest instantly drop to their knees, surrendering and pleading not to be killed. Rem asks what happens now, saying it would be simpler to kill them than deal with them again later. They beg for mercy, claiming some of them have sick mothers at home. He shuts that down. None of that erases what they did. One bald man steps forward and says if someone has to die, it should be him because he's Gilfin. Ankred asks if he means he's the Gilfin from the Gilfin Guild. Then he points at the dead boss and asks, wasn't that guy in charge? The bald man says yes, but the protagonist says that should make him Gilfin. Nope, that's actually this guy. The MC is totally confused. Craze explains the guilds use random names on purpose. If the law starts hunting them, they dump that person and run. Gilfin says the dead boss was a rotten bastard, but the others aren't like him. So if he wants blood, he should take his. The whole group breaks down, refusing to let Gilfin carry this alone. Turns out he's a good guy who looks after their families and helps everyone. Ray even starts backing them up, asking if the protagonist really plans to kill them after all this. The protagonist reminds him Ray was the one pushing for that first. Gilfin keeps begging, offering the guilds money and whatever else they own if the others get to live. The MC looks down at him while Cry just smiles. Gillen says most of the money is locked in a safe, but the key was hidden by the dead boss. That doesn't matter much with Odon around. He just rips the vault open and reveals the gold inside. Gilfin can only mutter that it's his fault. Ankid tells the others to go ahead, and they start taking what they want. Jackson picks a knife, Rem grabs some warm leather, and Rodna asks why nobody's taking the cash. He starts digging through the pile too. Then he finds something he likes, a leather armor set that's both tough and flexible. He says he's taking it, and Cries calls out to him. Cries says they should take over the guild. Ankred asks if he's telling him to become a thief. Cray says yes, but a kind that doesn't kill. Even if they wipe this guild out, another one will pop up in a month. So Craze thinks it's smarter to keep Gilfin in charge and control the guild through him. The protagonist thinks it over and says, this all feels way too neat. He starts wondering if it began when Craze was talking to Lisa, and Craig figures Craze must have told her everyone would gather here. Craze laughs and admits that was exactly the plan. He adds that if the MC agrees, the guild can pay him every month and feed them useful information too. He says he doesn't really care that much about money. Still, extra money isn't a bad thing, so he agrees. Craze then tells Gillen that from now on, there'll be a thieves guild that doesn't kill. They'll weed out the worst members, hand them over, and slowly clean the whole group up. Gilfin warns that if they don't disband, they're all going to die. Craze asks why. Gilfin explains the dead boss worked for Aspen and their collector, a man called a frog, comes by every spring and fall to inspect the guild. If that guy finds out what happened here, he'll kill all of them. Craig says that won't be a problem. They've got monsters worse than that on their side, and he points at the others. Ankred tells everyone that if they got what they came for, it's time to head back. Rem looks at him and asks if he really thinks they're done shoveling the snow, and instantly realizes he forgot something major. He looks outside and sees the snow piling up heavily. Ragna says there's still some unfinished business left here, whatever that means. Odan sits by the fire and says he's going to pray, reflect, and preach a little more. Jackson says he has something to handle as well, so he'll be gone until morning. The protagonist didn't expect everyone to be this occupied. As for him, he simply lies down and the group gets ready for a long rest. The next day, Ancred reports to the ferry commander that they found and eliminated the Thieves Guild. She asks if he enjoyed skipping snow duty. He acts clueless, though. In his head, he's amazed she figured it out. Then she says she heard he never turns down a duel. He tells her that's mostly accurate. Pointing her sword at him, she asks for a spar. Ancred agrees, confused why he's getting a duel instead of punishment. He thought she was upset. A second later, she sweeps his leg. He can't react at all and crashes to the ground. She tells him to stand up. The moment he reaches for his sword, she comes in with another sweep and flips him over again. And Cray starts wondering what's happening. Her first sword has always been this thin, almost like a whip. She keeps ordering him up, only to drop him over and over again. Before long, he's flat on the ground, completely out of breath. Looking down at him, she says he used to react like he could see the future, but right now he looks blind. She says she still doesn't really know who he is, but one thing is true. He broke the spell and killed 4 assassins. Then she looks up, says it's snowing again, and warns that she'll be watching him. Angry can't believe she was really mad about the snow. He calls himself pathetic. He's trained with a sword, but never really with his bare hands. Now he sees what he's missing, something that uses the whole body, martial arts, and Odan is the one who can teach him. The scene jumps to Odan squatting with an entire tree on his shoulders. He tells Incred one basic rule of martial arts is building a trained body, then slams the tree down. Honestly, he's not wrong. The MC thinks it over while someone in the background yells, asking who ripped out that tree. Odan ignores the question and says he has a training method. He asks about the tree, but Odan keeps going. This method pushes the body to its limit, and it's called the isolation method. Smiling, he says it hurts so much the protagonist should just think of himself as already dead. Death is something Incred knows very well, so he says that part is his specialty. Then training begins with a boulder strapped to his back while he does lunges. The MC says he's seriously going to die. Odan explains that the core of isolation training is overload. Tear the muscles down and they'll grow back stronger. As he starts shaking, Odan says he has to hold it for 10 seconds and that he knows the protagonist's limits better than the protagonist does. The protagonist wonders how that makes any sense. Right as Odan pushes down on the rock, Odan grins and says the MC must regret not starting this earlier. He adds that he still needs to build his body a lot more before real martial arts can start. He cuts him off. He doesn't have time for regret. The past is gone, and he stays focused on the present. If he didn't, he never would have survived the first loop. He looks up at Odan and asks him to teach something else while he's still holding the pose. Odan is stunned by how serious he is. Smiling, he says he respects his squad leader and they move on to the next step. With even more rocks added in, Odan tells Incred he'll be crawling back to camp on all fours today. The leopard watches this entire brutal training session in broad daylight. Odan has the protagonist holding stones with both arms stretched out wide. He's clearly struggling, but he still refuses to give up. And the leopard just keeps watching. That night, Ancred faceplants into the barracks doorway, and Rem asks if someone's bullying him. He wants to know why the MC keeps coming back half dead. The MC says it's just training, while the leopard starts trying to comfort him. Rem asks if he's keeping it, and if so, he should give it a name. He thinks for a second and says it's warm, so maybe heater. The leopard hisses. Then he tries Blackie Blue because of its blue eyes, and it hates that one too. Rem says those names are basically animal abuse, but Ancred still thinks Blackie Blue sounds cute. In the end, he says he'll think about the name some more. The leopard curls up beside him as he falls asleep. Then he dreams of a flower field, and when he opens his eyes, he is startled to find himself walking around. The sky above glows with an aurora. He says it's weird to dream without seeing the boatsman, and this whole place doesn't feel like his usual kind of dream anyway. As flower petals drift through the air, he turns and sees a woman in a cloak walking toward him. When she gets closer, her eyes are the same blue as the leopard's, and Anchor is caught off guard by how beautiful she is. She speaks one word, Esther, and says that's her name. The protagonist looks down and realizes Esther is now lying in his bed. She starts sweating nervously, but it's the middle of the night and Enkid has an arm wrapped around her. She blushes while he tells Esther good night, holds her close, and falls asleep again. The next morning, Enkid heads out, and Rem asks where he's going. The MC says training. Rem calls that gross and asks if he isn't still hurting from yesterday. He says his body actually feels light. Esther says, of course it does. She used magic on him. He has to free her from her curse, so she can't let him die throwing his body around like that. Rem asks if he met a priest last night or something. Encard says, no, he dreamed about some woman. Rem says he didn't take him for that kind of dreamer and asks what she looked like. The protagonist remembers Esther's face and says she was really pretty. Esther sighs, saying, at least his eyes work. She explains that magicians naturally keep chasing deeper magic and mystery, but while seeking more knowledge, she got cursed, turned into a beast, and had her powers sealed too. One day, Esther followed the smell of a curse through the fields, and it led her straight to Incred. She keeps watching his training, and Odon is shocked. Usually the soreness lasts a week, but the MC is already hitting harder than yesterday. After finishing his set, he stacks the rocks neatly. He calls out to Blackie Blue. Esther hisses, and he quickly apologizes, then asks how long she's been watching. Esther explains that names matter in magic. If someone keeps calling her the wrong one, her power gets even weaker. With the little strength she had left, she told him her real name, but she messed up in the process. That mistake is why she turned back into a human at night. It was embarrassing, though. She's glad Angkor is too dense to make it worse. According to her, he's clearly under some kind of curse, but it still hasn't fully taken hold. Still, what he's carrying is far stronger than her own. The big curse slowly eats weaker ones nearby, so if she stays close to him, her power should come back with time. Later that day, Angkor spars with Auden. Auden drives in with a knee strike, and the protagonist slips to the side to avoid it, but Auden was ready for that. He reaches out, grabs the MC by the face, and slams him into the ground. He tells Incred that martial arts require a body that's properly prepared, just like swordsmanship. Grabbing his wrist, he says none of it matters if he's too slow. He is still slow as a turtle, Odin says, but his body is definitely transforming. What stands out most is that he never gives up. That's just how focused he is. A full month passes and green shoots start pushing through the snow. Ankrid spends every day training, and now the whole squad is helping him. He thrusts his sword at Rem, and Rem grins, surprised by how much he's improved. Now he can actually put up a fight. After that, the protagonist finishes eating and asks Ragna for a spar. Ragna tells him to wait until he's done eating, then beats him anyway, saying Incred still lacks adaptability. His basics are solid for now, and his muscle memory should be able to handle them without thought, but he'll still need endless repetition. The MC just sighs, smiles, and says that's exactly what he's best at. That night, he studies his blade and thinks training with the squad helps, but real field experience would help too. Then, a rustle nearby makes him jump. Jackson rushes him with a surprise attack, but Anchor blocks it. Jackson says he won't die to an ambush anymore, and he really has gotten better. Cry tells him to go outside if he wants to train. Jackson fires back, asking why Cry is in so early instead of out making money. Then, Esther rises from the bed, and Chrissy thinks he's found his chance. He starts searching for a claw. Sure, one must have fallen off again. Free money in his eyes. Then someone knocks on the door. As Anred gets out of bed, he wonders if Chrissy is lazy or hardworking. The visitor is the fairy commander, and she tells the protagonist to come with her. He assumes it's because the snow is gone, but she says that's not why she's here. There's a new job, and he needs to handle one listed on the mercenary soldier board. The MC explains that this board works alongside the normal soldier ranking system. It lets city people hire soldiers as mercenaries. They're cheaper than regular mercenaries, usually better trained and more polite, so the system is popular. He'd wanted to try it himself, so this is perfect. Nearby, a guy yawns, saying he's finally done with his duty after working non-stop and needs something else to do. Then he spots Incrit with the ferry commander. He asks how many people they need. She says 3 total, and he should bring 1 squad mate. She'll be the 3rd. That shocks him. Why is she going herself? The guy passing by mentions hearing they dueled the other day, then wonders if they're actually dating. The ferry commander notices Incrid's face and asks if going on a mission with her makes him uneasy. The bystander instantly reads it as romance and starts spreading the story. Before long, the whole camp is saying the company commander and the spellbreaker are together and somehow already have kids. Later, while the protagonist trains, people keep talking about it. They can't believe he pulled a fairy with a face like his, but admit they look good together. And Crisis has no idea what is happening with these rumors. The moment he gets back to the barracks, Rem shouts, "Papa's home," then asks how far along it is since he heard the baby is coming soon. The MC says they got it all wrong. Everyone is misunderstanding the rumors, but Chrissy tells him not to be shy. They'll find out eventually. He flat out says no. Ragna says it sounds great, tells him to keep her close and keep training, and adds that even Odan is praising him now. And Chrissy says it just feels like bullying. Remy asks when the date is, saying being the 3rd wheel will be awkward, but he'll do it for his boy. The protagonist asks if he's talking about the mission, then says Rem is absolutely not coming. Rem argues he has no one else to take, but the MC points to Jackson instead. Jackson says he's ready, and they head out. Rem can't believe he chose the damn cat over him and asks if he got hit in the head. He says if Rem got mad, he'd probably try to ask the commander, so no chance. Jackson asks if he's only being picked because he won't cause trouble, and Chrissy says no. Jackson does these jobs a lot, so he'd be useful. Jackson says he has one piece of advice, warning him not to give too much of his heart to one woman or it'll come back to hurt him. The protagonist says he doesn't need advice about that. When they meet the commander, the MC asks when the commissioner will arrive. She says soon. He glances aside, thinking she probably hasn't heard the rumors yet, and it'd be awkward if she had. Then she immediately brings up the part about them having kids together. Anchor blurts out no, while Jackson struggles not to laugh. He asks if he's laughing. Jackson denies it, but he knows he definitely heard. The ferry commander asks if her questions bother him. He says no. Then she asks if he's happy about it, and he says no before quickly changing it to yes, getting more confused as she keeps teasing him. A carriage arrives, and Jackson says the commissioner is here. The ferry commander clicks her tongue, saying it was just getting fun. She turns away, and Anchored can't believe she was joking with such a blank face. The mission is to protect the child of a rich merchant, while the rogue fried trading company decides which of 2 heirs will become the next head. Their job is to make sure the heirs don't hurt each other. Ankit expects some greedy little toad, but a beautiful woman steps out instead and introduces herself as Leona, ace of the rogue fried company. She politely greets them all. Then they head into town. On the way, Leona whispers to a woman beside her while the protagonist rides in the back since the greeting she hasn't spoken to them directly. And even the little communication they get comes through her maid who says they'll first take a room at the inn and wait for the others. So really, they're here just to escort her, nothing more. Anchored remembers Odan's lesson. Age, body, stance, position, and gaze all matter. Figuring out an enemy's plan is a skill by itself, so he starts studying the group. One guard is left-handed. Her steps are heavy like she's carrying a lot of gear. And his sword sense tells him she's pretty strong. None of them seem to be on special rank level, but for now his read is good enough. Jackson asks if he's bored and suggests a sound game. Jackson calls out noises and the MC has to say where they're from. A rustling paper bag. The MC says a woman at the food market. They keep going. Then Jackson asks about a tongue click. As he starts focusing, Jackson says he's too late. It came from a man near the shoe store. The game is about finding and identifying sounds fast, and it's much harder than it sounds. At the end, a guard tells them Leona will take a room upstairs, while the rest wait below. The commander sits with them, says the game looks interesting, and wants in. The protagonist mentions that fairies have much sharper senses than humans. They continue. Jackson says a knife hit the floor, and before Ankerd can answer, the fairy commander says it came from the second floor beside the stairs. Next, Jackson mentions a dagger being drawn, and she instantly says it was at the inn entrance. The MC complains that he can't even join anymore. Then he realizes the instructions in the game are turning far more grave, as if this has stopped being just a game. Jackson inquires about the location of the person secretly observing them. The fairy commander replies that he is right behind him, as a man lunges for his blade. In that very moment, both of them react and eliminate the attackers positioned behind them. Jackson declares they are under assault, and she concurs. The remaining mercenaries fall into panic as assassins emerge all around. Another one approaches Ankerd from behind, but he spins around and slices the man's throat open. Then a scream echoes from upstairs, and he states that the commissioner takes priority. He dashes up the stairs, but an assassin yells and hurls knives toward him. Jackson deflects them using a frying pan in a move straight out of PUBG. While the fairy commander rips through the assassins on the ground floor, the assassins are stunned by their overwhelming strength, yet they resolve to overwhelm them through sheer numbers. Jackson thrusts a blade deep into one man's throat, while Ankerd races upstairs. The fairy commander remarks that every soldier in his unit is more powerful than he is. Yet they all obey him without hesitation, and she wants to understand the reason. An assassin charges at her with a wild cry, but she simply smiles, calls it intriguing, and finishes him in a single fluid motion through the arm and throat. Upstairs, Ankerd slams an assassin against the wall with a stab to the chest and says that after handling the one who went after Krang and that half-fairy murderer as well, assaults like this no longer rattle him. All his training has transformed him so deeply that he hardly recognizes himself anymore. Even though Odon still claims he is too slow, the protagonist can see that his movements have become much sharper now as he boots another assassin through the railing and down from the second floor. Then he witnesses the female guard get hurled out of Leona's room and crash into the railing. He sprints to the door and sees an assassin shouting "Glory to Aspen." As the assassin moves toward Leona, her maid leaps in front yelling "No" and urging Leona to get down. Ankyd knows he is too close to stop it with throwing daggers, and he is not even certain he can reach them in time. Then he recalls a method to cover the distance quickly. He has seen it once before. Thinking back to that night on the battlefield, he knows he cannot replicate it perfectly at his current level, but he still attempts it, figuring that even an imperfect version should suffice, and he surges forward to arrive in time. The assassin's blade descends, and Ankyd cuts in front of it. He absorbs the blow on his back to shield Leona. The blade scrapes across him, and the assassin freezes in disbelief. The strike had not penetrated. The protagonist's armor had blocked it. Relieved he obtained it from the Gilfin Guild, he tells the assassin they can finish this downstairs. Then he seizes the man, hoists him over his shoulder, and smashes through the window with him. Both of them crash outside. The assassin coughs violently, while Ankyd rises and says he had cushioned the fall using the other guy. Leona peers out the window in shock, and he informs her that the second floor is secure. This assassin is in pain from the drop, but he still gets to his feet and draws a second blade. Calling the protagonist insane, he asks if he is a border guard. The protagonist replies no. That only makes the assassin more confident he can prevail as he prepares both swords. The protagonist notices the blades are different lengths, but the man shows no imbalance at all. He wonders if this is the flowing sword style. Then the assassin declares he will kill him first and butcher Leona afterward. He asks if anyone has ever told him he talks too much. Irritated, the assassin charges, and Ankyd admits this is his first genuine fight in some time, and this opponent is formidable. He adjusts his back foot, settling into his stance and considering what to test first. The assassin aligns one blade for a thrust and raises the other high overhead. Anchored understands both attacks will come at once. It's a paired duet. One blade aims for his head, so he shifts left. The follow-up swing comes immediately, and he ducks beneath it. The assassin thrusts again, pushing the protagonist to retreat a step. With fresh space created, the man charges in aggressively, but MC slips past him to the opposite side. Now positioned behind the assassin, the man realizes he might have made a mistake. Nobody simply evades everything like that. Incurred tells him he's impressed. He could never master that style himself because he lacks the necessary talent, but judging from the speed and precision, this opponent is roughly on the level of that stabbing maniac from his first loop. The assassin surges forward again, demanding what kind of rubbish he's spouting and calling him crazy. He sharpens his concentration, fixing his eyes on the twin blades, and then it suddenly becomes clear. Now he can anticipate which line of attack is coming next. Anchored raises his arm and extends his sword in one fluid motion, driving it straight into the assassin's chest with perfect efficiency. Even the protagonist is slightly surprised. He says he was aiming for the heart, but missed by a bit. The man screams as Anchored yanks the blade free. He knows he still has a long road ahead and needs far more training with Ragna and Jackson. MC watches the assassin crumple while the rest of them flee out the back, shouting that they must withdraw. He wants to pursue all of them, but Jackson halts him. His fight had already attracted too much unwanted attention. Ankid notes that they're getting away, and Jackson replies that it's okay, leaving him wondering why they aren't chasing. Jackson reminds him they weren't employed to track down criminals. The enemies had fled on their own, so the commissioner is secure. He agrees they must remain focused on the mission. The ferry commander tells him he performed well, and he asks if she is unharmed. She tilts her head and teases that he must truly care about his lover. Then she says her heart is racing so wildly she won't be able to sleep. Ankred simply stares at her with an expressionless face. Leona asks if they are together. He answers no. She presses further, asking if everything that has happened so far meant nothing to him. Still completely stone-faced, the protagonist wonders what is wrong with everyone. Leona asks for his name, and Incred gives it to her. She thanks him for saving her and promises to reward him properly later. He says it's fine. He was only carrying out the job he was assigned. She looks like she wants to say more but holds back. Sometime later, MC explains that the captured assassins were turned over to the army and additional soldiers were deployed in case of another assault. Sitting at a table, Ankred reflects on who those assassins actually were. Some were clearly highly skilled, so this was no ordinary robbery. He concludes that the other heirs of the company are the most probable culprits. Leona descends the stairs and comments that he is up early. Ankred tells her he is on duty. She sits beside him and draws her chair closer, then asks him to join her personal forces. Compared to that, the Rockfried Company offers everything one could desire. Its major partners include the Shepherds of the Wilderness from the Beastlands, the Black Leather Guild known for dragon hunting, and the Glacial Rangers who guard the permafrost. Even their company map detailing trade routes and local specialties holds enough value to make someone wealthy for life. To him, that is far too much to abandon. Leona says the former owner's sons are fools, and if she is going to safeguard and expand the association, she needs capable individuals. People skilled enough to save her when she is on the brink of death, and honest enough not to demand more afterward. Most would kill for a position in her association, and she doubts he is any different from the rest. Once again, she tells him she will give him anything he desires if he joins her. Incred simply replies no. She can't believe he rejected her without even pausing to consider it and demands to know why. Jackson comes downstairs and says that continuing to push after being turned down doesn't look good. The commander adds that it doesn't suit a merchant either. Leona bows and admits they are correct. Then she says the other heirs will arrive at noon, so she must prepare. After she goes upstairs, the other two walk over to Incred. Jackson says he somehow managed to charm a wealthy OAS too, and asks if difficult women are his type. He says no, but Jackson continues, telling him he needs to stop seducing every woman he encounters. He shoots back that he never did anything of the sort to begin with. Then the ferry commander calls him a two-timer and says that really stings. The protagonist grits his teeth and says, "Sorry, maybe his taste just changed." Jackson is stunned, and so is the commander that he actually talked back. People nearby overhear and begin murmuring that they can't believe he is the kind of jerk who seduced another woman. After asking out the commander, she simply smiles, pleased to take the victory. Encrid sits there filled with embarrassment for going along with it. Later, Cry Allman says he heard that MC spent the night with the commissioner after just one night together. Everyone piles on, saying he landed a rich Aisha and that he's not a spellbreaker, he's a heartbreaker. Jackson asks Creole Man if he came just to make fun of him too, but Cray says this concerns the Gillen Guild and he needs to stay informed. And Creed says good because he needs a favor. He wants Cray to track down the assassins who escaped and find out what they are planning. Then we learn that Rios Rofried, the former head of the Road Merchant Association, was an honorable man and a sharp businessman. He wanted his stepdaughter Leona to succeed him because of her intelligence and sound judgment, but he couldn't bring himself to discard his own son, so he died without naming a clear successor to lead the association. Elsewhere, a carriage rolls through town as the son is informed the assassination attempt failed. His men say he should have left it to them and that they wasted a perfect opportunity. The son's name is Piade. The man across from him says they will find another way, and their deal still stands. Petey agrees and promises a massive reward if he inherits everything. The third man in the carriage remains silent. Soon they arrive at the inn and step inside. Cried and the others look over as Polly says the place is filthy with dust and sneers that only Leona would call him to a dump like this. His eyes shift to the black-haired man, and he can immediately tell from the way he carries himself that he is strong. That man looks down and meets Incrid's gaze. Then he looks away as if the protagonist isn't worth his concern. Polity points at them and orders them to go fetch Leona. Messi thinks bringing Jackson was a smart decision because if it had been Rim, he would have mistaken that guy for a monster and smashed his head in. Then he notices Jackson drawing his sword and stops him. Polity snaps, asking what he is doing and telling him to move. Leona comes downstairs and tells him to stop yelling. It doesn't suit him, and he is late. He fires back that he is not late at all, then tells her to train her bodyguards better. Leona responds with a sharp slap, and Inker thinks nobody around him is normal. He lets out a sigh while Jackson still seems unaware that he is the strange one too. Polide shouts, asking if she is crazy. Leona says he is the crazy one, messing with soldiers hired by the border guards. Does he want to spend the rest of his life behind bars? He quickly claims he didn't know, and the man behind him clears his throat, causing Polite to jump. A little rattled, he insists it wasn't him and asks who she is trying to blame this on. Then he demands how an outsider dares to raise his voice at him. Leona says yes, she was adopted, but he still can't read trade routes or manage basic finances. He replies that's what servants are for, and she shoots back that if not for the will, she wouldn't bother with this. Leaving the successor to be decided after discussions is too much. Ancrid figures the old head must have been too lenient. By every standard, Leona clearly appears to be the superior heir. Maybe he simply wanted to give his son one final chance. Leona says Pad's only claim to inheriting anything is being blood-related. Polide asks why that matters, and she grabs his fat chin, saying that no matter how she looks at him, he is nothing like the former head. His stupidity and ugly face make her wonder who he even inherited it from. That causes him to grab his sword in fury, and Anchor reaches for his own as well. Then he suddenly stops when the man he had noticed earlier reaches for both of his weapons. At once, he adjusts his footing as everyone prepares for a full-blown fight. He waits for the first person to make a move while Polly starts panicking and his guards step in front of him. Ankh recognizes that stance. The man is about to use the swift sword. Now he wants to see how fast it truly is, whether it matches Rem's axe or a throwing dagger. So he tells the man to show him his sword. As the blade begins to come out, Ankred smiles and draws his own. But before anyone can strike, a voice commands them to stop. The one entering is Torres. He says he's with the border guards under the crown, and if they don't put their weapons away, it will be treated as treason. Polite looks caught off guard. The protagonist doesn't look pleased either and clicks his tongue. Jackson stares at him, remembering how Incred said nobody here was normal, and decides MC is the strangest one of all. Meanwhile, Torres says the assassins they captured were foreigners, so the border guards are taking over the case. Those men admitted they were hired by a merchant association, so maybe Polite really did hire them over the inheritance dispute. The man pulling Polid's strings steps in, asking whether any of them named their specific merchant association. If not, then there is no proof. Torres says he talks too much. Does he really think they are that stupid? Leona says she has a proposal. Keep searching for evidence and identify whoever is truly behind this, and until then, lock up both her and Polite. Polite immediately objects that he never agreed to that, and Ankred thinks it's strange that the victim is asking to be imprisoned. Torres explains the people they caught were just underlings. They knew nothing and only kept repeating that their boss gave the order. Leona says there are still others to question since some people escaped that scene. One of them could be the boss or at least know the details, so they need to track them down. Torres asks what happens if they still can't find the mastermind, and she says that's his problem to handle. Still, since it's not wise to keep arguing over the inheritance issue in front of the border guards, they'll return to the city as long as everyone comes back if summoned. Anchor points out they won't be guarding her once they leave town. Her own guards can't stop Polite's side, especially the man with the rapier, so she'll die the moment she loses border guard protection. She has to know that. So what is she thinking? Then her maid hands her something. Leona says she's a merchant. She never asks for work without proper payment, and she'll give this to whoever catches the people who escaped. As she starts to draw it, Jackson is clearly shaken, and Intercrid wonders why. Leona says it's the fourth piece in the Carmen collection, Carmen Stiletto. She asks if that's enough to make them go after the fugitives. Jackson steps forward and calls to him, saying he's taking this job. Intercrid can't figure out why he's suddenly so fired up, or why that dagger matters so much to him. Even Polite recognizes it and asks if she's out of her mind. Does she even know what it's worth? Leona says it's hers, so she'll do what she wants with it. The protagonist asks if it's really that special, and Jackson says he's shocked he hasn't heard of it. The weapon was made by the legendary smith, Carmen. Carmen started life as a slave, became an assassin out for revenge, and fought with 7 weapons he made himself. The fourth of those was this stiletto. Some people would trade human lives just to get one of his weapons. Then Torres says since everyone is here, they're all staying under watch, and nobody leaves the inn. Intercrid tells Jackson not to stress about the stiletto because he already asked Chris to find the men who escaped earlier, so news should come soon. Ped gets angry while the man with the rapier turns and looks toward MC. Intercrid turns too, and once again their eyes meet. This time it feels like the man finally acknowledges him before looking away. He keeps watching him go. That night, Ped says if this gets traced back to them, they'll be in trouble. The man guiding him says they can't act against the border guards, so they just have to wait. If neither side can settle who becomes the heir, the investors will decide, and that's what they need to use. Polite says that's fine because he already sent word. He promised rewards to anyone who backs him as successor, and if even half agree, he wins. The man with the rapier looks out the window and sees Ender doing planks with stones stacked on his back. It's clearly rough, but the protagonist keeps at it. After finishing his training, Torres asks why he bothers with such dull exercises. MC asks what Torres wants, and Torres says this seems like the perfect chance to rest. Enerk says that would make sense only if everyone's time had equal value. For geniuses and people like him, it doesn't. What they learn in a week takes him a month, sometimes even a year, so he has no time to waste. Then he picks the stones back up and starts curling them, saying he'll use every day he has to build a stronger base for the future. One of Torres's men says he is really strange, or maybe they're just lazy. Torres thinks about that for a moment, then gets up and tells Ender to stop obsessing over getting stronger. He's already strong enough. Their last match was only a draw because Torres didn't expect that much from him. So what does the protagonist think would happen now? MC looks at him, then smiles and nods. That means they're about to fight again. Soon, people are cheering as Torres launches in, and both men stop with their blades just short of the other's throat. Still, Torres would have won. The crowd cheers that it's his 7th win, and Torres says that's how it should be, though they remind him Inner has beaten him 4 times too. He tells him to go again. Torres asks if he's seriously not tired yet, calling him a monster since they've already fought 11 times. One of Torres's men says he wants a turn, and another joins in too. They all start yelling that they need to take the protagonist down, while Plet watches and calls them barbarians for doing this so late. The next man steps in and throws Anchorage to the ground, and the moment he lands, the rapier user is shown watching very closely. MC asks what that move was and tells him to do it again. The man calls him insane. The rapier user notes that losing doesn't wound his pride. Instead, he looks like a kid who just found a new toy. And even when facing someone far stronger, he shows open hostility without any hesitation. Still, after Encred gets dropped again, the man says he keeps falling for the same move 3 or 4 times. He really has no natural talent for fighting. This time, though, the protagonist knocks the man's hand aside and copies the throw, slamming him into the ground in exactly the same way. Torres cheers loudly, and the others do too, asking who's up next. The ferry commander watches and says Encred is charming everyone around him, which makes him a bad man. Leona asks if they're dating. The ferry commander says no. So Leona asks if it was a joke, but then the ferry commander says they're married. Leona is stunned. The ferry commander adds that they never had a ceremony, but she thinks there's a child too. That only confuses Leona more, and MC wishes she had just gone back inside. Then the rapier man speaks up and asks whether it would be all right if he joined them. Ankrit turns and sees the guy ready to jump in. Torres wonders what he's up to, and the man admits his talent isn't anything special, but he still wants to teach him and can't stop himself. The one who taught the protagonist the throw says the rapier user is on another level and should just watch. MC refuses, saying he's been waiting for this. The man looks at him and realizes Ankrid gets it, then smiles while Jackson watches from above. He says that even if the only thing in that man's hand is a wooden stick, he's still incredibly dangerous. He grips his blade and says he has to be ready. Ankritz raises his own stick as the rapier man takes his stance. The two lock eyes. Then the man lifts his wooden sword. He says the pressure is spreading through his whole body, like he's back on a battlefield. Then the man thrusts, and Ankritz sharpens his focus. By fixing his eyes on one point, he can trace the attack's line. There's a tiny feint in it, but it's aimed at his neck. He tries to shut down that path and strike first, but then it feels like his throat gets pierced, catching him off guard. Ankert couldn't move in time, and it's not just him. Everyone else is shocked too. The man tells him he read it right, but he's too slow. The protagonist admits the swift sword lives up to its name. It's far faster than he thought. He believed he'd grown a lot stronger, but not enough. That man's level is so high it feels crushing. As the man starts to leave, Inkrid laughs and calls after him, asking for one more round. The man smiles and says his spirit is remarkable. MC keeps losing again and again until Torres and the others fall asleep. The ferry commander still watches closely, clearly enjoying it. Inkrid stumbles, and the rapier man says anyone who has used a sword knows the despair of meeting someone they can't beat. He drops to the ground and coughs, while the man says he's shown him a gap he can't cross. Yet, the protagonist still won't quit. MC gets up again, and Jackson says his reactions are too slow to track and dodge everything at this pace. He'll never break through that wall. So Jackson decides he'll have to teach him more about speed. The man says that's enough. They should get some sleep since Inkrit is spent. Covered in sweat, he tells him he's amazing, and one day he'll learn the swift sword too. The man laughs and says the protagonist impresses him even more. Too bad he's just missing a little more talent. Later, Crazy calls out to Incred and Torres, saying they caught the runaway mercenaries. The men are lying beaten on the ground in front of them. MC nods and tells him good work. Crazy brushes it off, saying it was just tracking down a couple of hidden men. Leona says they must be his squad and thanks him again. His armor is still torn from protecting her before. Torres asks who hired them and presses for names. Polite immediately tenses up, and one of the mercenaries answers saying it was Aspen. He says a merchant group from there wanted to expand into the disputed lands. He doesn't know which one. He only received a letter, and payment was promised after the job was done. Leona says that may be true, but the border guards will decide what happens next. Torres says she seems satisfied with that, then asks if she wasn't hoping the ugly fool was behind it. She says, of course she was, enough to offer her precious stiletto as a reward. Torres says crushing these bastards is their job, and the rock-freed people are free to leave. As everyone starts to head out, Jackson pulls out the stiletto. Red tells him not to wave it around in public, amazed by how excited he is like a kid. Krisha warns the protagonist not to fall for Leona because she's scary. He says he isn't and asks if Kissa is even listening. Then Kissa says something feels off. No matter how he looks at it, those men were hired by Polite, but they claimed it was Aspen. He had a run-in yesterday after they found them. In that flashback, a man enters the room with the mercenaries and asks if he's Chris from the 444th Squad. He says he serves Leona, which leaves Chris confused. Chris explains to Incred that they already knew where the mercenaries were and had the Gillen Guild under watch. They planned to pay the army to release them and made them give that story. MC asks why, pointing out this puts Leona at a disadvantage. If Polite was exposed, that would have helped her more. Right then, Leona says she's relieved he wasn't behind it because that would stay in the last leader's record. Red realizes she did it out of loyalty to the former leader. She says he probably doesn't care much for matters like that. He asks if she'll really be okay since she won't have their protection when she leaves the border, and if Polite attacks again, she'll be in danger. She tells him it's already handled, so he doesn't need to worry. A large group of troops is waiting at the gate. At their front stands a knightly man with his unit behind him. He introduces himself as Mattis, commander of the Rock-Freed Merchant Association Guard Corps, and says he has come to escort their new leader, Leona. They all bow to her. Ankred realizes she stalled them on purpose while getting the shareholders to vote. She has loyalty, quick judgment, and information. She's truly a frightening woman. Leona says asking again would be beneath her, so she won't tell him to come with her, but people naturally end up cheering for him. She hopes they meet again someday as friends. Ank looks at her hand and shakes it, saying, of course. Polite jumps from his carriage and demands to know what Mattis is doing, calling him a traitor and asking if he forgot how kind his father was. Mattis tells him to stop shaming his family name and flat out calls him an idiot. That scares Polite badly. The puppeteer says the plan was a failure, and the rapier man replies they still gained something. At least now they know the new head of Rockfried is very cunning. He adds that he also found out about an unusual soldier. In a flashback, the rapier man tells Incred to lower his sword. He says he respects the protagonist's effort and strength, but without talent, it's just painful to watch. MC says he hasn't heard that in a while, but he never listened to it in the past either. And he got this far by pushing through. The rapier man can only wonder where that drive comes from as he walks away. The next day in the city, Incred tells Rem to get up. Rem grumbles that he only wakes him to go train with that cat-like jerk, but the protagonist says he needs Rem's help. Rem instantly lights up, and Incred starts practicing the swift sword with him. He says the first step is choosing the best line. Focusing on one point, he prepares his thrust and says the second step is mastering explosive movement. Every strike has to be efficient. Then he draws blood from Rem's neck, and MC is shocked as it runs down. Rem looks at it surprised, too. Ankred realizes that with this, he's now faster than Rem. His repeated basics, flexibility, and muscle strength all working together to create this new power. Rem says that caught him off guard, and he finally learned how to swing fast. Now it's Rem's turn to speed up for the first time in a while. Ankh wonders what he means, but barely blocks Rem's next attack and knows he was serious. The impact is heavy enough to make his hands sting. Then he sees an axe flying straight at his head and barely ducks under it. Realizing Rem was always fast, but now he's even faster. Rem comes in with another swing, and Ankred charges in to meet it head on, knowing he still has a long way to go. That night, he keeps training and senses something intercepting an attack from Jackson's dagger. Jackson tells him his eyes and ears are doing well now, so he doesn't need more training there. Incred asks if he came all this way just to say that. As Jackson walks off, he only says for now. The protagonist sighs and says that's why Rem calls him a cat-like jerk. Then Jackson suddenly appears behind him and cuts his throat. MC grabs at it with a scream, but Jackson is already far away, saying that's called murderous intent. It's the killing will a person gives off. If Incred can't read attacks with sight or hearing, then he'll have to sense them. That means detecting something beyond the five senses, the sixth sense. Jackson says he'll teach it to him as thanks for the stiletto. He is thrilled there's still more to learn and says even more fun is waiting for him. The next day, Jackson explains that the sixth sense is close to instinct, so the protagonist can't depend only on perception tied to the usual five senses: direction, movement, hunting skill. Those are all tools predators use on prey. They all come from instinct. If he keeps fighting with every sense sharpened, he'll eventually start to detect hostile intent too. Anchor spins and says he can feel Jackson behind him, but Jackson tells him this won't come easy right away. If he keeps working at it, his sixth sense will open up too. That night, Rem says MC feels a little different. Ank jokes that it's because he got more muscle, but Rem says that's not it. Odd cuts in, saying he smells more rotten. Ragna says that's not the whole thing either. Craze figures he's even crazier than usual. Rem agrees, and the others back him up. He says he's the only normal one in this pack of lunatics. That's just how they see him. Jackson, meanwhile, wonders when he will realize he's the maddest one there. That night, when they get ready to sleep, Esther crawls onto Inkid's bed. Rem asks if he smells like food, since she always ends up sleeping with him. Esther ignores him and thinks about how the protagonist pushed his body too far again, curling up on his chest. She notes he trains hard enough to die every day. Without her magic, he would have fallen apart already. And if he dies, she'll never break her curse. So she sets a paw on his armor and fills it with her magic. The next morning, Anchorage stretches and says that just like these repeated loops, he'll keep training again and again. He'll never get sick of it, and just knowing it makes him stronger is reward enough. Then he feels someone turn and says Jackson is over there, but he's wrong. He tries again and is wrong again, and the others all watch him. They all seem to be thinking the same thing. Rem says he wants to take back what he said before. Ankred hasn't changed at all. Odd says it only felt strange because MC got so much better in one day. Rodna says he thought that made him a genius too, but maybe not. Jackson says if he still doesn't improve after all this practice, then sure. But Rem argues that nothing beats real experience since the Aspens will be quiet for a while. He says the protagonist should take a beast hunting job or something like that. The next day, Ankred stands in front of the request board and says all four of them are pushing him toward real combat like they're testing him. Still, he gets it. He's stalled out. Then a man says if MC can't find anything good, he could handle this one for him, and hands over a paper. It says he wants someone to inspect a shoemaker's basement. He asks why he'd take this when it sounds like a job for a recon team. The man says a recon team won't cut it because the shoemaker claims there are undead in the basement. That gets Incred's attention. He says there's no way undead are hiding in the city. It was probably just rats, but he does need experience. The man begs him to take it, calling him the spellbreaker. Nobody else wants the job, and while the shoemaker has a bad temper, he's a decent man. His wife also went missing recently, so he's on edge. The man asks the protagonist to at least check it out. Enkrat says he's sorry, but this request is too much. then caves instantly and accepts it anyway. When he arrives, a woman tells him if he's here for the request, he needs to get to the basement fast because the man just keeps digging. MC mutters that he did hear the shoemaker was short-tempered, and then the shoemaker calls him over, saying this is what he meant. He points out the ground and shows him the tunnel he found. The protagonist is shocked there's a tunnel under the middle of the city and says this definitely wasn't made by a rat. He lights a torch and heads in, saying, "It looks man-made. It's wide, too, which means there really could be monsters down here." Then he stops when he sees several paths ahead, 6 in total. He says the place was built like a maze. The shoemaker tells him to listen. A strange rattling echoes through the tunnel, and he says, maybe there really are undead down here. MC tells him not to come any closer and says he'll go first, so the man needs to stay back. The moment MC steps forward, the whole tunnel is hit by a blinding blue flash. A wave of heat crashes over them, and he wonders what this is. As it rushes closer, the light swallows them completely, and both of them are burned to ash on the spot. And Cried's eyes snap open, with Esther still on his chest. He says the second he felt that heat, he was dead. He didn't even get another step in, and that had to be a magic trap. Against magicians, the smart move is to run. Right then, Rem says he and the others talked and decided the protagonist needs real experience. MC keeps thinking if you die fighting a magician, you're lucky. If you live, what comes next can be worse. And that goes for traps made by magicians too. He wonders how anyone is supposed to beat something like that because he doesn't even know what skill he needs to train. Then the man at the board tells him that if he still doesn't see anything good, he should take care of this one. The shoemakers request again, and Cried says this needs a magic expert or help from higher command. This isn't a wall he can smash through head-on like the others, and the ferry company commander would probably hear him out. But before that hot-headed shoemaker goes down there alone, he realizes he barely made it in time last loop. He takes off running, gritting his teeth. He can't be late. He races to the shoemaker's house and kicks the door open. The daughter jumps in fear. He asks where her father is, and she says the basement, and Cried dives into the hole without hesitating, because this time he took a little too long to accept the request, and the father is already gone. As he slides down, he realizes he's too late. The shoemaker is already ahead, walking down the center path, and Cried runs after him, shouting for him to stop. The shoemaker turns startled and confused, but his foot has already gone too far, and that bright blue light starts to rise behind him. The protagonist yells out, and both of them return to ash again. In the waters of the afterlife, Cry says he needs a faster way. He has to reach the shoemaker first and keep him out of the basement. The boatman says it may have lasted only a moment, but MC still felt his flesh burn away through his whole body until he became ash. Even so, he still plans to walk back toward that flame. Anchor says the pain was just like he said, like a million needles tearing through him in one instant. But even that doesn't hurt as much as standing by and watching an innocent person die. To him, that's what being a knight really means. He jumps right out of bed and starts heading out. Remy asks where he's going, saying they need to talk, but he says he's off to save one annoying old shoemaker. Rem just stares, wondering if there are leather boot monsters now and why Ankrid is running to a shoemaker. This time, the protagonist gets there early enough to catch the man still digging. He thinks he can stop the shoemaker and make him stay away, but he still can't leave something this dangerous alone. He tells the shoemaker he's going in alone and not to follow. The man protests that it's his house, but MC shuts him down. This isn't up for debate, and the shoemaker gives in. He says getting a magic specialist would take too long, and they might not even listen to the request. What they have is a strange trap, and he at least knows a little about it. If someone explores this place blind, somebody's going to die. That could even happen to him and his squad. So he needs to learn everything he can. One of these paths has to be trapped, and he wonders if the only way to know is to walk them himself. Then, he says, relying on repeated loops alone is the easy way out. There has to be a better method. If he can find even one clue that tells him where the trap is, he might be able to solve this. Then he starts wondering how many times he's died and what he felt each time. He thinks about every helpless moment when a blade cut his throat, when an enemy knocked away his sword, even when he first met that pervert and could feel a killer's intent on instinct. Jackson's words echo in his mind. It's the presence of something that wants nothing but your death. Something glints in the dark and rushes toward Ankrit, and this time he senses it. He stops dead and says he actually did it. Then he steps forward, saying he really felt it just now, right before the trap slices clean through him. The cut is so perfect, his blood is still spraying before his body even falls apart. Even while dying, he grins. He really did sense the trap's killing intent. The next day, he heads straight back to the shoemaker's place and says, "Today's wall is learning to detect the trap's murderous intent." Standing before the entrances, he says he can't just rush in. Instead, he needs to move back and forth until he gets a real feel for it. With each slow step, he stays focused, saying he still hasn't placed his foot on this path, and he doesn't feel anything yet. He wonders if this is the right one. He slowly lowers his foot, then quickly turns, saying, "This is where the blade came from." He steps toward it again and pictures the blade shooting at him, but nothing comes, and he admits he didn't really sense it. He only remembered what happened. The shoemaker asks why the protagonist keeps pacing around and jokes that he should just go take a leak. The protagonist reminds him to stay upstairs. He mentions that he has never taken this path before, so he'll continue until he can detect the trap. He keeps probing it, moving in and out repeatedly until darkness falls. The shoemaker eventually asks what he's doing down there without having eaten anything. The MC replies that he'll return early the next morning and warns him not to enter. Traps are scattered everywhere. The shoemaker pleads with him for help, explaining that he can't even sleep because he's terrified he'll lose his daughter as well. Crit inquires whether he has any idea where his missing wife could be. The shoemaker explains that many people have disappeared recently, so no one has really looked into it. He adds that if he spots a brunette with freckles wearing this particular wedding ring, he should let him know immediately. The protagonist assures him that he understands. That night in the barracks, the MC sits lost in thought with Esther resting on his lap. He suddenly spins around, believing he sensed Jackson, but the presence is actually coming from the opposite direction. Ram comments that he's behaving strangely after spending time with that foolish shoemaker. He urges him to get some rest. It then hits him that this is the first loop he has completed without dying. He begins to ponder what will happen if the day simply concludes normally. Will it continue into the following day, or will it reset regardless? He decides he'll discover the answer soon enough. After that, he takes one more step back into the boatman's domain, the waters of the afterlife, and awakens the next day. Rem then notes that they discussed it yesterday and believe the protagonist requires additional experience. At that moment, the protagonist understands he has returned to the same day and starts considering what would occur if he never sleeps at all. So he remains awake, observing the moon descend as the sun ascends. His eyelids grow heavy and he begins to doze off, only to wake up back in bed once more. He remarks that he merely blinked, yet somehow he's returned to his room. Rem repeats that he needs more experience, and Complites realizes he cannot overcome this loop without breaking through that barrier. Even so, he is okay with it. He had never intended to confront it before he was fully prepared. 10 days go by, then 20. Incrid states that this is not ordinary fear. He must genuinely experience it. As he lowers his foot toward the trail, he says that close encounter with death is something he must become accustomed to. He continues lowering his foot gradually. By this point, 40 days have passed. He discards the torch, and by the 50th day, he is still at it. On the 60th day, he begins advancing further. By the 70th day, he sees hands from buried bodies emerging through the earth, clutching at his clothes and attempting to pull him down. He halts before taking the next step and smiles. Now he finally has a general sense of what the trap should feel like. That night, Jackson launches a sudden assault, but Ankit evades it. He turns to face Jackson, and Jackson asks if he truly figured it out in just a few days. Now, it is day 72, and the MC has his whistle daggers and all his equipment prepared for combat. Rim asks if he is really planning to go to war at the shoemaker's house, and Encrit replies that he won't return until he has sliced through 10 boots. Rim has no intently. He explains that there are 6 paths, and at first he assumed one of them had to be secure. But whoever constructed this tunnel is deranged. Every single path is trapped. There was never a safe option to begin with. Nevertheless, there is still a way to proceed. He simply has to avoid triggering the traps. On the first path, one wrong step reduces you to ash. He draws a deep breath and raises his foot, advancing cautiously. The instant he senses the trap beginning to activate, he stops just before setting it down. He understands this is how he will have to navigate the entire route. Keeping his foot suspended, he starts shifting it sideways, then sets it down firmly with assurance. This time, the trap shows no reaction whatsoever. He remains utterly focused, relying on his instincts and reminding himself that one step at a time is sufficient. He simply needs to maintain that deliberate pace. Small steps, total concentration, 0 errors. As his awareness grows sharper, he begins to sense the safe passage opening up before him and advances as effortlessly as breathing, led by that intuitive sense. Then he enters a brightly lit zone. When he opens his eyes, he sees torches glowing ahead and declares that he has shattered another barrier. A ghoul charges at him, but Ancrid slices it neatly in two and hurls one half flying. He smiles and expresses gratitude to this cycle for the incredible present it has bestowed upon him. As more ghouls swarm toward him, the protagonist warns that their claws carry a potent venom. Even a minor cut can become life-threatening. Normally, it requires several soldiers working together to defeat a single ghoul, yet Ancrid surges straight ahead, carving through an entire group. He twists through the strike, powering it with his hips like a powerful baseball swing, and bisects the cluster in front of him as well, and he is still clenching his teeth fiercely. He swings his blade downward in a massive overhead strike, slashing through even more ghouls. Then he jumps forward with his sword drawn back and swings ahead, cleaving one ghoul in half while severing the head of another positioned behind it. When he touches down, the bodies begin to collapse. Now he is panting heavily. He comments that he performed quite well in that fight, and his squad should have witnessed it after how they've been treating him recently. Then he hears growling and more creatures racing toward him. One glance reveals that the beasts are absolute nightmare fuel. He initially calls it a demon wolf, but then notices it is fused with other animals and monsters, making him question what horrors lie deeper inside. At the same time, Esther leaps from rooftop to rooftop, noting that anchorage seemed unusual today. She wonders why he would go to a shoemaker while armed so heavily, and concludes it will end badly if he gets himself killed doing something foolish. Then she senses an energy emanating from the shoemaker's house and remarks that it reeks of a spell. Even she appears wary about approaching any closer. Back with Encrid, he thrusts his sword into one of the wolves and stands there breathing hard. Then he hears odd breathing sounds coming from farther inside the cave. It is faint, as if it could cease at any second. He wonders whether it belongs to another demon or the one who excavated this tunnel, but what he discovers next leaves him stunned. The area is filled with dead bodies. He surveys them and says he has spent enough time on battlefields that ordinary corpses do not disturb him, but this is entirely different. Then he hears a woman pleading with someone to grant her peace. She begs him to end her life, and then he spots the wedding ring on her finger. It is the shoemaker's wife. He recalls being told she was a brunette with freckles, and Ancrid is immediately filled with rage. A man speaks up, saying he heard the commotion and it looks like he has obtained fresh new material. He doesn't know how the MC got here, but that's fine. Now he can create a companion for Belillo. He asks if all these corpses are his doing, and the man replies, who else could it be? Then he says, those bodies are merely failures, while the child behind him is Belillo, his true masterpiece. He adds that he will craft something beautiful out of him too. The protagonist realizes the man is a magician, and his instincts are screaming at him to flee. He knows that battling a mage is terrible enough if you die, but surviving can be far worse. Even so, the MC is past the point of caring. He declares he will kill this man no matter if it costs tens of thousands of lives. He draws a whistle dagger and hurls it first, targeting the man's head directly, but it ricochets off a barrier. Anketa charges forward immediately, sword pulled back, but then something strikes beneath his arm and into his side, hurling him backward as if he had been shot by a bullet made of air. He lands safely, never taking his eyes off the mage. From the corner, Esther observes and says, "She knew it. He truly is battling a magician. She hasn't gathered much strength yet, but if she combines all her power, someone like that won't make any difference." The man raises his fingers, points them at Ankred, and launches another air bullet. That projectile travels faster than sound. He evades it at the final instant, though it still rips through his clothing. He says he cannot see or hear it, but he can sense it. What he senses is the magician's murderous intent, and the mage is stunned. He had dodged every single one. As Ankred presses forward once more, the magician unleashes 4 additional blasts at him. The protagonist recalls asking his squad what to do against a mage, and Rem's response had been straightforward: shoot him with an arrow. Once again, the MC barely avoids the assault, though his clothes get sliced. Jackson's suggestion was to kill the mage when he isn't paying attention. Odd had said the solution was to get in close and pummel him into submission. The next 2 attacks come hurtling toward him. Ray Jesset had claimed that anything that breathes can be cut, and nothing is exempt from that rule. Now the magician finally begins to look anxious because Ankred is already looming above him, sword raised to deliver the strike. He says the mage has an invisible shield surrounding him. If the whistle daggers cannot shatter it, then he will break through with sheer power, and he channels everything into the swing. The magician simply smiles and tells him to go ahead. With Ankred fully committed and no space to retreat, the mage releases a counterspell. Esther watches as it streaks directly toward the protagonist's chest. She declares that he has won. The spell strikes the vest Esther had blessed the night before, and the magic dissolves instantly upon contact. The room erupts in a flash, and the mage's barrier shatters. Terror floods his eyes immediately as Ankred's sword continues its descent. The mage attempts to block with his arm, but it proves useless. He is sliced cleanly in half. The blow carries such tremendous force that the MC's blade continues straight into the floor. What a monster! Ankred begins breathing heavily, then his sword chips, and he mutters that at least only the blade suffered damage. That strike had been powerful enough to tear him apart, so he cannot understand why he is still unharmed. For a moment, he wonders if his armor is truly that effective. Then he turns back toward the shoemaker's wife. She is no longer moving. Her faint breathing has ceased. Even after honing his 6th sense and slaying a magician, all he feels is bitterness deep inside. Leaving the mage's corpse behind, Esther enters and calls him a fool. He lost because he never used his creation, a flesh golem designed to enhance a magician's body. She says it would awaken with just a few touches, but she will be taking it. She raises her paw, but before anything more is shown, the scene shifts to the barracks where Anchor speaks with the ferry commander. She wants to confirm what he told her. A magician's tunnel had been concealed beneath the shoemaker's shop, and a civilian had been abducted and experimented on right in the heart of the city. If that news spreads, people will descend into panic. He insists it must remain hidden. She asks why, since his involvement would never be revealed. He replies that the townspeople matter more. He also does not want the shoemaker to learn that his wife is dead. While the men fill in the hole, onlookers ask what happened to the shop. They are told that Thieves Guild members dug the tunnel. The shoemaker says he is stunned it was thieves, then offers Anchor a gift. Noticing how worn his shoes are, he wants to repair them. That eases his mind a little, and he says he only hopes his wife returns home safely. The protagonist looks at him quietly while the shoemaker adds that he knows Ankred has already done so much, but he still hopes he will find her. The MC tries to hide his face and, with a strained voice, says he will do what he can. Later, as he watches the sun rise, he wonders if lying to the shoemaker was wrong. Perhaps telling the truth would have been better, even if it destroyed him. He thinks that if he becomes a knight, maybe he can prevent things like this from happening, though he is still uncertain. He drives his sword into the ground and walks away, leaving it standing like a gravestone for the man's wife and as a permanent reminder of a regret he will never forget. Sometime later, demon dogs charge at the group. They cut them down without difficulty, maintaining a shield wall while the men inside finish off the wolves. Anchored says that right after slaying the magician, they accepted a monster hunting mission. But compared to what he is used to, the battle feels sluggish with the wolves falling one by one at a painfully slow pace. It is incredibly boring. Rem's nearly dozing off, and Anchored says this kind of fight will not make him any stronger. He concludes this must be normal for everyone else and thinks maybe he should have gone by himself. Rem can sense that this is troubling him and says he will take care of it. He draws his weapons, abandons the shield, and dashes forward while the others stare as if he has gone mad. Remin's ripping through wolves effortlessly, and one soldier tells the spellbreaker to restrain his men. Too late. Anchor has already charged ahead, and they complain that his squad of lunatics has influenced him. He surges forward with his sword pulled back for a powerful strike, then slices through two wolves simultaneously. Rem says they have it all backward. They are the ones who caught his insanity. Anchor asks if the craziest person present should really be saying that, and Rem wonders why he is the one receiving the insult. The protagonist grips his sword more tightly, and he and Rem begin shredding the monsters together. The other soldiers can only remark that neither of them is mentally sound. After the battle, the MC cleans his blade, and the men admit that, crazy or not, they are outstanding at their work. Even so, Ancrid still appears dissatisfied, and Rem points it out. The soldiers tell him that if he wants genuine combat, he should join the armored units. He asks if they face powerful monsters, and one replies that they once attacked an entire herd. Then the scene shifts to chaos as soldiers shout for the archers to provide support, but nothing arrives. Something suddenly dives in from off-screen, and one man looks up in terror to see a harpy swooping down at them. The soldiers are snatched up one after another, forced into a circle as the harpies lift them high into the air and drop them, killing some and severely injuring others. Robert simply says that looks painful, and Cridge spots the harpies and recalls that back when he was a mercenary, his entire group was annihilated by them, people he genuinely cared about. He begins drawing his sword, vowing that he will not let anyone else die today. He and Ram sprint directly toward the harpies. One harpy lets out a piercing screech, causing the regular soldiers to cover their ears, and Crit explains that a harpy's cry disorients you. As one dives toward him, he says it still hurts less than dying, so he pushes through using sheer willpower. His sword slashes into its wing, and he continues striking until the wing is severed completely. Robert shouts that he is doing great while clinging to another harpy's leg, then suggests they bet on who kills more before slamming it into the ground. Another harpy rushes at Ancrid, aiming straight for the back of his head. He says they are not here to fool around, dodges the attack at the final moment, and kills that one too with a single swing. The other soldiers are stunned. They knew Rem was powerful, but they cannot believe the spellbreaker is keeping up with him. Robert goes after another one, and the harpy tries to defend with its claw, but his axe smashes through and drives it into the dirt. Anchored follows with an upward diagonal cut, slicing another harpy in half. Taurus says the protagonist has grown stronger. His men ask if they should really just stand there when they came to support him, even as he remains firmly planted on the ground. He tells them they are no longer needed. A few harpies make one final pass, and one of them knocks Anchor's sword from his grip. Now there is distance between him and his weapon, so the harpies screech and dive in as if victory is already theirs. A whistle dagger suddenly embeds itself in one harpy's forehead. With only one remaining, it charges while Anchored rushes forward as well. Now it becomes a race to reach his sword before the attack lands. Right as the harpy is upon him, he seizes the weapon, then swings upward and cleaves the creature in two. Only then do they notice the final harpy's screeching, circling overhead before retreating. The soldiers cannot believe the harpies have fled and say that if these two manage to scare off monsters, then they must be monsters themselves. Ankrid says these are not the same harpies that wiped out his mercenary group. He recalls a man saying those people died protecting him because he was weak, that it was all his fault. Those words remained etched in his mind, and now he declares that he will be the one protecting others. Torres says the harpies are gone and asks if they should return. His men argue that going back empty-handed would look bad, so they should at least kill some dogs. MC and Rem are informed that reinforcements have arrived and they can leave. Rabber asks the MC what he wants to do, and he replies that it is still too early to head back. At that moment, Torres and all his men conclude that he is completely insane. Back at camp, people are discussing how he assisted the heavy armored unit. While the protagonist performs his lunge squats, they continue talking about how much he has changed and how intensely he trains, enough to make them consider doing the same. The MC grabs another request from the board, and a guy asks if he didn't just complete one yesterday. The MC says he will finish this one quickly and take another tonight. The guy asks if he has clones. Later that night, he is still there practicing swing after swing. A man sees him and says he trains every single day. He wonders how anyone can live like that. Then he thinks maybe he should try it too. So Anub continues training throughout the entire night. The next day passes, and that night 2 people are training. It happens again, and the following night there are far more than 2. A whole group pushes themselves hard until morning. When the ferry commander arrives at dawn, she looks them over and says everyone seems different lately. One man says they are following the spellbreaker and it has become a trend. She says she can no longer ignore it and walks over, telling him they had a long meeting about him. These orders came from higher up, so he had better pay attention. His squad, the 444th Regiment, is now being promoted to an independent platoon under the 4th Company. From now on, he is the platoon leader. Incree points out that he can only have 5 men, so that does not sound like a platoon. She says she will assign more men just as he requested. He says being a platoon leader sounds good, but managing all the lunatics in his squad will be troublesome. Then she adds that if he accepts the position, he will be free from the boring chores and will have more time to train. He stares directly at her and immediately agrees, saying he will do his best in the new role. Anak says that ever since he lost to her last time, he has trained like a madman with aura. He drops his sword, saying this is perfect, and now it is time to see how much stronger he has become. As they face each other, he remembers Odan saying hand-to-hand combat is all about closing the distance quickly and using simple strikes, no fancy techniques. The ferry commander rushes in, throws a punch, and Inred blocks it. That was exactly what Odan had taught him. While forcing her arm back, he remembers to use his larger build against her. Once he gains the upper hand, he forces her down to the ground and presses an arm against her chest, declaring that he has won. She asks if he is certain, joking that for a human, his proposal is quite bold. And Ned cannot believe she is doing this again. Then her leg wraps around his side, and in an instant she reverses the entire position, ending up on top. She says reading an opponent's weaknesses and using your own advantages was clever. Then she praises him for calling himself her fiancé and tells him he should continue doing so. He retorts sharply that he is not her fiancé and demands she get off. She releases him as they both brush themselves off. She apologizes and he asks what she means. She says she could not help herself. That only leaves him more confused. As winter faded, the battlefield began heating up once more. An all-out war was approaching. The Aspens were mobilizing, desperate to wipe away the humiliation from their previous loss. A man steps up to the podium to speak. Since Aspen was preparing for war, Nolia did the same. The man introduces himself as the new battalion commander, Marcus. Cryas says that with this guy in charge, they might actually end the war. This is Marcus the Warmonger. He is one of the top officers under the Cyprus Division, and unlike the previous commander, he is skilled and experienced. Marcus believes the Aspens are not weak at all. The real issue is that his own army is filled with weaklings. Aside from the heavy armored corps and the border guards, out of everyone else, the only one who caught his attention was that platoon leader, the Spellbreaker. After everything he accomplished in the last battle, Marcus wants to know whether it was luck or genuine talent. Now, Ankid must prove he is worth deploying. Later, Rem asks if they are really being sent to scout near the Pinal River and whether the order came directly from the battalion commander. The protagonist says this must be what the ferry commander meant. Chris starts describing the area, but a familiar voice interrupts. Henri says it is near Crossguard, Aspen's fortress city. It was constructed for military purposes, much like the border guards. He adds that it is fortunate Henri managed to join them. If they set out now, then Crazy finishes the sentence for him. They are only going to gather information. Robert says the MC should not go, but the MC reminds him that he cannot refuse the commander's order. Robert sighs and says he will prepare as well. Then another familiar voice appears, Andrew. He says the battalion commander ordered them to obey the new squad leader's commands. Mac is right there with him too. Robert walks up and slowly licks his blade like a complete madman, asking why there is an insect among them. Andrew grows nervous, saying he is the new squad leader and they need to listen to him. Okandon says he can feel the kid trembling from over here. Ragna asks if this little brat is really their leader. Andrew says if anyone has an issue, they can settle it in a fight. He volunteered because he wanted to stand beside Incred, and he is not backing down. Rem lifts his axes and says the bug has some courage. Okandon cracks his knuckles as well, saying he would like to loosen up a little. Jackson says one finger should be enough. He tells them not to be too rough on him, but Ragna says he should worry about his own fight. Mac begs the protagonist to stop Andrew, but he says they seem to be getting along just fine. He even adds that if Rem is offering a duel, that means he likes you. Mac asks if Rem is really not trying to kill him and says the MC needs to explain more. Then he drags Andrew away while the kid keeps provoking Rem. Henry asks him if he knows anything about the Panhandle River. He warns that the place is dangerous and offers to share what he knows before they depart. The protagonist tells him to go ahead. That night, outside the barracks, Anchor heads out looking far too clean for a mission. Torres asks if he is heading out for duty. He says he has been seeing the MC around often and he heard about the promotion too. After congratulating him, Torres says they are now the same rank. Ank says he cannot compare himself to one of the king's best, but Torres tells him to relax. It is not that serious. Then he asks his age, and he replies that he is 30. Torres is stunned that the protagonist is older than him and asks why his face looks so youthful. The MC simply wonders why Torres looks so aged. Torres says he is the only one aging around here. He reminds him that he did say to relax, then asks what the mission is. Torres explains that the two of them will cross the Panhal River first, and he will explain the rest once they meet up with the others. But the boatman still has not arrived, so they will simply have to wait. Anchored says that is fine, then immediately draws his sword and begins training. Torres tells him to rest, but the protagonist says this is his form of rest. Torres says the MC truly never stops. He trains intensely. People respect him. He looks young, he is handsome, and on top of that, he is humble. At this rate, Torres might just drown him. Ank senses the killing intent and turns around, only to find Torres tearing up. He asks why he is making that expression. Torres lets out a sigh and asks if the final score was 14-6, saying at least he is still the superior fighter. Anchor reminds him that was a long time ago. Torres says he is not the only one getting stronger, and he is glad to hear it. Torres swings first. The protagonist blocks it, then counters with a deflection. The two begin exchanging blows right there on the spot. Torres says he noticed it back when Inkid fought the Harpies. The MC has become far stronger than before. Gritting his teeth, Torres presses down hard and slams his sword toward the ground. Right after that, he pulls back his fist and throws a punch at Ankor's face. The protagonist keeps watching closely and notices a hidden blade underneath, so he dodges aside just in time. Even so, Blood flicks off the blade. Seeing the cut on his cheek, the MC asks where Taurus got that weapon. Taurus says it is his secret concealed knife. Anchor is left speechless, and Taurus asks if he is about to complain that it is unfair. Instead, he says it is impressive and asks how to use it. Taurus says he is even crazier than he imagined. He tells the protagonist to practice with flat stones first and use a quick snap of the wrist while demonstrating, though he is a terrible teacher and can only describe it as a sharp bam kind of motion. Then the boatman finally arrives and asks if they are crossing or not. On the way over, Torres continues teaching him throughout the entire ride. Once they reach the opposite shore, Ancrit asks where the meeting point is since they are supposed to link up with the recon platoon there. Torres says they should wash up first. There is no point starting out like this while covered in sweat. The MC takes a sniff and admits he is probably right. They strip down and jump into the river. Tyrese warns him the water is freezing and tells him to hurry, only for something to leave him completely stunned. He calls him greedy and says he has lost the will to compete. He says he still wants to fight, but Torres groans that he does not mean with fists and calls him an idiot. A woman appears and says they came looking because the two were late, but instead they are wasting time bathing. The protagonist is shocked and wonders how long she has been there since he never sensed her. She says they need to get near Crossguard by today, so they should get out now. Taurus asks how they are supposed to do that while she is watching, and she says there is nothing worth seeing anyway. Ankid steps out of the water and her expression shifts in surprise. She quickly says she takes that back. Taurus says her gaze is way too shameless. She replies that she is only looking at the MC's abs. Taurus protests that he has great abs too, and she introduces herself as Pen, captain of the recon platoon. Pen says she leads the recon platoon. She shakes Ankrid's hand while Taurus stares down at his own body, suddenly losing confidence. After getting dressed, they follow Pen. Before discussing the mission, she gives them a briefing. Their spy inside Crossguard is named Kitten, and there was supposed to be important information to be passed along. They should have received word from Kitten 4 days ago, but she never appeared at the meeting point and is still missing. He asks if something went wrong, and Pen says that is exactly why they are here. Their task is to slip into Crossguard and rescue Kitten. Crossguard sits directly beside monster territory, so enemy patrols are sparse. They rely on the beasts to handle the guarding. There are 3 possible ways in. First, a smuggler tunnel that the guards usually overlook. Second, scaling the walls at night. It is exhausting, but likely the safest option. Third, entering disguised as merchants. That means using the main gate, so it is risky, but it requires the least effort. Her platoon will move first in case Kitten is simply late and head to the contact point. Only the 3 of them will actually enter Crossguard. No matter which route they pick, it will be difficult, so she leaves the decision to them. Ankrid says she makes it sound simple, even though she knows better than anyone how challenging this will be. Taurus says she should choose since she knows the area best, and Pen replies, in that case, they decide to move out tomorrow and use the first route, the tunnel. At night, while everyone rests under a rock ledge, the protagonist keeps practicing a wrist flick. He uses small stones so he does not injure his hand. It goes horribly, and Taurus asks how someone this terrible at it even fights with a sword. Still, Taurus says he will get it eventually and should keep practicing. Pen walks over, asks why they skipped dinner, and wants to know what Ankrit is doing. He says it is training, and she hands him some food. Pen tells him to eat first. One of her squad mates wants to be a chef, and the food is actually very good. Once they try it, both of them admit it is excellent. Pen says they can have more and adds that the cook's parents run a shop in Border Guard, so they should visit sometime. Then she points near a tree and tells Incred not to train there. Before she can explain why, the MC says there is a viper under it. That catches her off guard. She asks how he knew, and he says a hunter in his platoon taught him. Pen says he is better prepared than she expected, and that she likes that. Then she asks if he wants to train with her too, adult training. He just stares, clearly not understanding, so she spells it out. She is flirting with him and asks if he is dense. Penn says she is actually being nice here, while Torres wonders why she is doing this right in front of him, and Crid flat out rejects her. She asks if he is already seeing someone, then says she did hear rumors about him. The rumors are apparently spreading everywhere. As Penn starts to leave, she points at Torres and says if the protagonist talks casually with him, he can do the same with her. He says that is fine if she wants. She tells them they are heading to Crossguard tomorrow, so they should sleep. Torres only gets acknowledged at the very end. Ancred falls asleep, and deep in that sleep, the boatman appears again with his lantern. The MC snaps his eyes open at once and says he has not seen that guy in a while. He figures the boatman is trying to warn him about something. Then he remembers the ferry commander apologizing. Ancred smiles even as a chill runs through him. This mission is going to be difficult. The next day, they start moving out. As they near the tunnel by the town, he says he can already feel this is going to be another massive barrier to overcome. Torres asks why they are moving in daylight when night would be safer. Penn calls him an idiot. The guards may ignore this place, but they still know what happens here. And Crid agrees they will be less prepared for people coming through during the daytime. Penn says she expected someone handsome to understand. Torres just wonders why he keeps catching stray shots. Penn says she will take the lead now. That is a ranger's job. The protagonist explains that rangers work as scouts, so they have to move quietly and carry as little as possible. As Penn moves ahead, Ancred can barely hear her at all. He admits that fits a ranger perfectly and wonders if he could move like that too. When he steps forward himself, a man suddenly shouts that they have them, mocking them as little rats. It was an ambush. Penn is shocked and yells for everyone to retreat, but the guard says there is nowhere to run. Crossbowmen are already positioned behind them as well. Then he orders his men to kill them all. Penn shouts that they will have to fight their way out just as the crossbows fire. Ink charges forward and cuts down everyone he can reach while Penn blocks a bolt with her arm. She rushes at a man, slices off his arm, and moves in to finish him. Torres drops another one immediately. Torres takes down another one right away, and Crid realizes both of them struggle in this kind of battle. Against a larger group, they cannot use their full power. Then one enemy gets behind Penn to kill her, and another does the same to Torres, and Creep can only watch as both of them are slain right in front of him. As the enemy closes in, he says, "This really is a massive wall," but he is not dying that easily. He throws several whistle daggers, killing 2 crossbowmen on the spot. Then he rushes in and slashes another man's throat before moving straight to the next and cutting him in half. The guard shouts for everyone to surround him. One soldier kicks Ancred hard in the chest, knocking him down, and the others pile on, stabbing him repeatedly. Even while collapsing, he drives his blade into one of them, and his eyes still burn with pure determination. But with that many enemies on him, there is not much he can do. In the next loop, Ancred says a force that large did not just happen to be there. They were waiting in advance. That means the enemy had anticipated them. He wonders how he missed them, then decides they must be skilled. Penn asks why he is not getting ready to enter the tunnel. He says he has a bad feeling about it and wants to scale the walls instead. Torres supports him, saying Anchor can sense danger well enough that it is worth listening to him. The protagonist says it is not really a gut feeling. It is based on what he has experienced. Penn just replies, "Sure," but she points out they will have to wait until night, which costs them time. MC asks if she wants to go around, and she blushes, saying she cannot believe he wants to do that in broad daylight. He quickly clarifies that he means a duel. She says, "Fine, but no weapons." He agrees to a bare-handed fight, and she grins, clearly excited. As the others gather to watch, he says if the enemy already knows they are coming, a fight is likely no matter which route they choose. So he wants to see what his team can do and get some training as well. He offers her the first move, but she tells him to go ahead. He charges with his fist pulled back, aiming at her head. She ducks under it and drives a knee into his chest, but he manages to block. As the impact begins to push him back, she pivots with the same motion and whips a roundhouse kick at his head. He barely slips away from it, and Cred decides to use the same trick as the ferry commander. win with size and strength. He grabs her, slams her to the ground, and plants a hand beside her head. Pin says that was the wrong move. She grabs his wrist and wraps her legs around him. In the next second, she locks in a triangle choke and starts crushing his neck. Torres calls the match there and gives her the win. Incurred says she may be small, but she is all muscle, and now he understands why she prefers fighting barehanded over using swords. She asks if he understands he lost. He says she is exactly the kind of person he needs to train with and asks for another round. She smiles and starts blushing, so Ancud quickly says he means sparring. She asks how he knew what she was thinking, and Taurus tells them to stop doing that in front of him. As night falls, Pin asks the protagonist if he is really climbing like that. He asks what is wrong. She says he is carrying too many weapons and will collapse from exhaustion before getting halfway up. Torres asks about himself, and she gives him one look and says he can do whatever he wants. He starts complaining that his feelings are getting hurt. Ankid says he can manage the climb with this much gear. Pen just sighs and calls him naive. They are not only climbing a wall. First, they have to scale a massive mountain just to reach it. Torres says that is insanely high. The MC admits the climb alone will be difficult, but none of his walls have ever been easy. Before they start climbing, Ancrid recalls that after returning from the magician's tunnel beneath the shoemaker's house, he sold the loot he had picked up to buy a new sword after his old one broke. Carissa was shocked by the magic tools, saying even one of them was worth enough to buy an entire new set of gear. He told him to bring the best swords he had to someone who lives and dies by the blade. Their sword is their lifeline, so going out without one was never an option. With that in mind, he starts climbing. At the top, Pen reminds him that she told him to leave the sword behind. Even if he dropped everything else, that blade alone would wear him out. Incred admits it really is weighing him down, but he keeps climbing anyway, saying worked muscles only get stronger. To him, this is just more training. As he keeps pushing upward, he has already hit and broken through countless limits. By the time he nears the top, he says this still is not enough to stop him. He finally pulls himself up and lets out a long, exhausted breath. Pen says he is only making things harder on himself, and Torres wonders why he was so stubborn about bringing the sword. He guesses maybe it was for training, then decides Ancred cannot possibly be that crazy. Then wolves start howling, and they look down to spot a whole pack. But these are not normal wolves, they are werewolves. The protagonist calls them similar to anthropos. Torres says it is rare to see so many moving together. Pen says that means they need to stay alert, and then she spots the wall in the distance with guards moving nearby. She says there is barely any cover as the guards make their rounds. She explains that with 2 full moons out, it is so bright that the guards have grown lazy. The moment one guard turns away, she says now, and they sprint forward straight for the wall. When they get close, the guard turns and looks down, but they are already out of his sight. They have made it directly below him, and Pen says that is why nights like this are easier. And Crid thinks he made eye contact with the guard and wonders if he imagined it. Pen rubs ash on her hands and says the slums are right past these walls. If they hide there, no one will find them. Before they go up, she tells the MC to drop the sword. This wall will be even harder than the mountain. He refuses. Without extra weight, it does not count as training. To her surprise, she knew Ancred was insane. While climbing, he admits she picked the safest path. If they get over the wall, sneaking into crossguard should be easy. That is, if the wall itself does not stop them first. He remembers the greyhounds in the tunnels and figures there is a good chance another ambush is waiting on top. Pen reaches the top first, and the protagonist asks himself what is going to block them this time. Then someone steps forward, and a woman says they worked hard coming here so late, but now it is time to rest. She snaps her fingers, and vines burst out of the ground at them. Pen shouts for everyone to duck. They barely slip under the vines. She orders them to run back down to the base of the wall, then throws her axe. The magician stops it with vines and crushes it to pieces. Encraird did not expect a magician here. He admits it is one hell of a trap. MC charges forward, desperate to close the distance, but a vine suddenly erupts from the earth and stops his strike cold. He reminds himself that he once defeated a magician by relying on his sixth sense, so he lines up a powerful thrust and launches it. The sword hurtles toward her, and for a moment he believes he has her, but she simply keeps staring straight at the incoming blade tip. Then Jackson's warning flashes through his mind. Trust your senses, but never depend on them completely. Powerful foes, especially magicians, can easily deceive them. Her vines smash into him, launching him skyward before coiling around him tightly. Halfway down the wall, Penn and Taurus witness the scene. Penn immediately starts swearing at him, calling him a fool for remaining up there. The vines slither down the wall, then stab straight through Penn and Taurus's chests, killing them on the spot. Cred fights desperately to break loose, but the vines are far too thick. He cannot get free. The magician compliments him for having the courage not to flee. He simply clenches his teeth and glares fiercely at her. She introduces herself as Reach of the Rose Vines and raises her hand. Her fist clenches, and Incred understands that his life is about to end. Then, a massive magical explosion detonates from within the vines. The protagonist realizes that magicians are not all identical, just as soldiers differ. He had grown arrogant. He let his newfound power inflate his ego and charged in without properly assessing his opponent. The boatman asks if he now understands his true position. He calls Incred a freak, someone who relies on loops to become stronger instead of enduring real hardship against such an enormous wall. He's nothing more than an ant. MC thanks him, saying that speech reignited the fire inside him once more. This was precisely the kind of wall he needed. The boatman replies that he is already looking forward to the third wall. Later, Penn asks if he truly wants to slip inside by disguising themselves as merchants. He replies that the other paths feel off. She agrees and says they will go in with the ordinary traders. He asks when, and she answers tomorrow morning. That makes Ancor hesitate. Tomorrow? How does that work when he cannot allow the day to pass without breaking through the wall? He wonders what will happen then. Torres says they will simply wait another day, while Penn suggests they should make good use of the time and enjoy themselves. She orders one of her men to bring out everything they have, and the protagonist wonders what she means by that. Then they drag out heaps of meat and liquor. Enkied cannot believe she brought alcohol this close to the enemy and asks if she has lost her mind. He says relaxing to this degree is risky, but she counters that staying too wound up is far worse. If he remains that tense, he will overlook the larger view. She tells him to drink as well. His shoulders are rigid as stone. MC admits he has always driven himself beyond his limits and believed that was the right approach. But she is correct. He had become fixated and started believing the only way past the wall was a direct assault. He steps forward and says he wants to consider this calmly. Drawing his sword, he declares that smashing through by force is not the only solution. He decides this moment will become part of him and begins training. Penn asks why he is working instead of resting, and Taurus replies that this is rest for Incred. She watches with curiosity as he starts sweating from the endless swings. Penn jokes that he is quite pleasant to watch. Taurus calls that harassment, and she fires back that it only counts if she is unattractive. As the two moons overlap and darkness fully descends, they set up camp. Ankid says he had a major realization today, and that alone made the entire day worthwhile. By now, they would have reached the wall. The greyhounds are in the tunnels. A magician stands waiting atop the wall, and he wonders what fresh threat awaits them this time. Then the lionthropes begin howling, the same ones they had spotted below the cliffs earlier. Penn is shocked, and so is Torres. Ancor tenses up and says he recognizes those howls. These are the exact same lionthropes from beneath the cliff. Then the entire pack surges forward. Penn shouts for everyone to flee, but the werewolves cut off their escape and surround them completely. Taurus says it normally takes at least 10 men to take down a single one, and there must be around 20 here. With only 6 of them, they are as good as finished. Penn curses that there weren't any monsters nearby, and Encrid says he hadn't sensed them either. That reminds him of Wretch. Something had fooled his senses once again. The wolves howl even louder. The protagonist says he had promised himself not to keep rushing headfirst into every problem, but he refuses to go down without a fight, so he charges in. He uses every sense available, trying to detect where the attacks are coming from. He notices another one and leaps back to dodge it. Their strikes come from every direction with no clear pattern, and there are too many to manage by focusing on a single point. A werewolf lunges at him with open jaws, and he blocks it with his sword. That's when it hits him. Narrow focus is the issue, so he expands his awareness, but all that achieves is letting him hear and see everyone being ripped apart. The slaughter is savage. Torres gets torn open from behind, and Pin dies almost instantly as a werewolf rips into her throat. Ankh knows none of this will matter once the day resets, but watching them die like this still pains him. He shoves one wolf back as it bites down on his sword, then slashes its throat. Blood sprays in every direction. He raises his sword high, adjusts his grip, and slams it down into another wolf's shoulder. Then a bigger wolf with a scar on its head smashes a fist into his stomach. Ankid spits blood and realizes this one can think and fight more intelligently than the rest. It has to be the pack leader. It grabs for his arm and, with its massive strength, hurls him up into the air. Ankri looks down at the pack below and takes one final glance at the bodies around him. The boatman speaks again, saying, "Every wall MC picks is still impossibly high. As long as the loops continue, he'll remain trapped repeating this forever." Does he still think this is fun? Ankrid says it definitely isn't ideal. Back in another loop, Torres and Penn stare at him and ask if he's lost his mind. He says there's no reason to give up. He's fine and they should continue. No matter how high these walls are, there has to be a way through them. Still, he hasn't found it yet. Penn and Torres can defeat greyhounds one-on-one, but once they're surrounded in that tight tunnel, it's over. So the solution is to avoid getting surrounded entirely. If he can use his sixth senses to locate where they're hiding, that might be the first step. Then the guard calls out again that he found some rats, and crossbowmen instantly surround them, cutting off every exit. Ankrid says his senses had picked up nothing, and then the spearmen pile onto him and kill him once more. He starts wondering if magic here is also blocking his senses. He goes after Rachel once more. Slipping under a vine, he asks if she's the one who cast the magic in the tunnels. She's surprised. He figured that out and says someone named Roger must not be doing his job properly. So that was probably the greyhound leader. But once again, Inkra dies to the vines, still working on that wrist snap technique. He wonders why the rock won't come out, and Torres tells him he's terrible with his hands. But the protagonist keeps thinking, if a magician is involved, he can't escape the ambush with his senses alone, and even if they do, there's still the threat waiting beyond it. There was no way to avoid all of them, and the same held true for the Leanthropes. When the few face the many, he will keep struggling unless he finds a way to bridge that gap. He starts charging in again, then suddenly halts, realizing he is rushing straight toward the problem and narrowing his focus too much. Back in the cave, he swings his sword, deflects a spear, and slices off a man's arm. Then, with Rich, he reminds himself not to rush. This is a rare opportunity to train without limit. Then it's back to the Leanthropes and another death by spear. Rich is still the fight where he seems to be improving the most. Actually, scratch that. He is also making progress against the Leanthropes, beheading one after seizing its head. He vows not to waste this chance to grow stronger and gets killed right after. The boatman's lantern sways as he asks how long Incree plans to keep fooling around. If he doesn't want to stay trapped here forever, he needs to pick a wall and climb it. MC says that after repeating all of this, he knows each of the three walls is outstanding, almost too good to choose just one. In another loop, morning arrives and Torres wakes up to find Ankrid already training. He throws a punch, snaps his wrist, and the hidden blade shoots out. Torres stares in surprise. He couldn't do that yesterday. When did he learn it? He says about 30 days ago, leaving Torres confused. The protagonist explains that now he is finally strong enough and this is the 79th loop. This time he is getting over the wall and reaching tomorrow. He says they still have time before entering the tunnel and asks for a simple pouch made to fit around his wrist. The man says that's easy enough. Then Ankrid notices the inside of Penn's boots looks unusual. She smirks at his curiosity and takes them off, explaining she lined them with fabric to soften her steps because many monsters nearby have sharp hearing. MC tells Torres they should do the same. Torres is surprised, and when Penn says they probably won't encounter those monsters, he insists anyway. Once he tries it, his steps become so quiet that Pin asks if he used to be a ranger. He says no, and she points out that even with the fabric, moving this silently is difficult. That's because he has gone through this loop again and again. To survive the smuggler's tunnel, he has to detect the enemy first and create an opening. In the dark, it's hard to predict where an ambush will come from, but they do have an expert with them. He asks what they should do if enemies are waiting inside. Pin says it's unlikely, but if it happens, they can run. Then he asks what happens if the exit is blocked, wanting to know the tunnel's size and whether there are side paths if the main route gets sealed off. Torres asks if he's scared or sensing something bad, since he's asking way more than usual. Anchor asks if they're armed because if they are and they're waiting for them, they're basically finished. She tells him that if he's scared, he can stay behind. That would be better than hearing all this grim talk. He says he's only telling them to be careful, and she can tell he means it, even if she doesn't know why. Ank realizes that if he wants his teammates to move the way he wants, Rank won't let him force them. He has to convince them. Crank proved that back at the infirmary tent. With enough pressure and a firm voice, he got his point across better than 100 words could. Pin admits he's right. She's been too relaxed. The mood shifts, and once she gets serious, she starts noticing things. Looking down, she says something's wrong. The footprints were blurred on purpose. Her face hardens as she realizes it's a trap. They need to turn back right now and secure the exit. Then men finally start approaching from behind with crossbows in hand, aiming right at them while Torres and the others take cover. And suddenly dashes toward them, shouting that he's a messenger from their boss, Roger, the same commander Richard had mentioned. In the darkness, they can't clearly see faces or clothing, and he keeps yelling about the city and monsters. They ask if he means Commander Roger and demand an explanation. He realizes that simply knowing the name makes them assume he's one of them. Still shouting Roger's name, he moves closer and draws his blade. Up close, they'll realize he doesn't belong, but by then it's already too late, and he kills one of them instantly. The others yell that there's an intruder. A man orders everyone to fire, but Ankid grabs his uniform and uses him as a human shield, telling them to shoot if they have the nerve. The captive quickly orders them not to. The protagonist mocks them, saying he thought Roger's dogs were better trained. One man has them all frozen in place. Do something. Torres and Pin both wonder what he's doing by provoking them like this. Pin warns that if more enemies are nearby, this will turn ugly, and she needs to check, but Ankid keeps yelling, asking if their crossbows are just for show and if their heads are empty, pushing them harder and harder. Then Pin finally understands. He keeps shouting Roger's name over and over while she slips behind one guard and knocks him out with a cloth. Torres catches on too and kills another one. Now Pin sees it clearly. He created the perfect opening for them. Calling him a genius, she slices a man's throat. The soldiers realize they're being attacked from both sides and start shouting about enemies behind them. One asks where, and Torres drops him before he can get an answer. Alcrit keeps bellowing nonsense about the moon, darkness, and a new dawn, and one soldier looks terrified while raising his crossbow. He aims at MC, fires, and hits his own ally instead. They curse at Incred and charge him. He says playtime is over, but even that isn't enough. He throws 2 whistling daggers and blinds 2 men with precise shots to the eyes. Pin shouts that they need to reach the exit. Then they hear more soldiers coming, and he turns to see Roger's main Greyhound force. So this man wasn't Roger after all. He shouts that he's a messenger from Richard. The captain freezes and asks how he knows that name, and Cred just yells for everyone to run. The man finally realizes he was tricked and orders his troops to pursue them. As they sprint for the exit, they finally burst out with soldiers right behind them. Pin asks if the chase will continue and wonders how to shake them. Maybe by heading for the creek or the cliff, but Ankrid says they need to go to camp. She asks why, and he says there's no time. She decides to trust him and tells the others to follow. The protagonist says sunset is close, and it's almost time to call them. He remembers Henry mentioning flat-colored stones near the Pinhan River. Dangerous vipers hide under them. He hooks his sword behind one, flings it back, and a snake tail flashes out. One soldier knocks it away, saying Ankrid's tricks won't work. Then a viper bursts out from the broken stone, and it isn't alone. MC keeps throwing rocks, sending the soldiers into a panic. Pin asks what he's doing. If they make this much noise, the monsters will hear them. Unkra says that's exactly the point. With ears that sharp, they won't miss it. As they keep running uphill, he says night belongs to monsters. Soon, the werewolves start howling below them. He says monsters don't care who's in front of them, they only want flesh. And then he tells Torres and Pin to keep going without him. They ask if he's seriously telling them to leave him behind. They refuse. He shouts that they have to play along. He has a plan, and if they stay, they'll just get in the way. Then he slows his pace and turns back toward the guards. The captain orders his men to split up and pursue them. Incred thinks that with the greyhounds and the lionthropes all gathered in one spot, he can make them tear each other apart. This is the turning point, and he has to draw all their attention so Taurus and Pin can get away. He releases a killing intent so intense that no one can focus on anything else. A red aura radiates from him. The captain instantly turns toward him, a chill running down his spine, and the werewolf alpha reacts too. The captain grits his teeth, knowing what must be done, and orders his men to kill Incrid first. The werewolves start climbing the cliff below, leaping up behind him while the soldiers close in from the front. Incrid turns, uses his senses, and evades the attack, saying, "Friend or enemy doesn't matter anymore. This place is about to become total chaos," exactly what he wanted. As Taurus and Pin run, Taurus says he doesn't know if this will be okay and thinks they should go back. Then they hear the werewolves howl and turn. They turn back and freeze. Incrid is alone, surrounded by a full-on bloodbath. Taurus says they have to go back right now. Then he spots something that leaves him stunned. So shocking, he rubs his eyes to make sure it's real. Someone curses, asking why Incrid is so hard to hit as a spear barely misses him. The protagonist says that even in this chaos, some can still feel his killing intent and come at him. So instead of locking onto one target, he watches everything at once. He reads their attack paths and slips past them with the smallest movements. He explains that he had to retrain his senses, spreading his focus to places he can't even see. In a fight like this, one tiny mistake means death, but he says that mistake won't happen. Then he turns with a grin. The captain shouts for the greyhounds to form up. Incrid knows they're elite soldiers, and once they set their formation, the lionthropes will start losing. For his plan to work, the chaos has to keep going. He remembers something he learned in an earlier loop. During one clash, a soldier called him a fool for challenging Roger, the man who never removes his helmet. So the captain's name is Roger. Incrid keeps wondering why Roger hides his face, so he decides to find out and knocks the helmet away. As the helmet hits the ground, the soldiers suddenly look uneasy. Now MC sees why Roger never took it off. He says there's nothing shameful about being bald, but Roger is furious. Inred has figured out that he's deeply embarrassed by it, so he loudly tells Roger to take the helmet off for real, mocking him and saying he should reveal that empty scalp. Roger tries to keep his cool, telling himself not to fall for such childish bait. Then Incrid runs his fingers through his own thick hair, making the insult even worse. Looking down at Roger, he asks if this is the hair he wishes he had. Torres is speechless, and Pin mutters that the protagonist has lost it. Roger takes the bait completely and charges, swearing MC won't die easily. Incrid just smiles and tells him to try. Their blades crash and he knocks Roger's sword aside. Roger instantly follows up, but the protagonist catches it with his own blade. Then Incrid thrusts for Roger's eye and Roger barely slips away. MC says it's time for Roger to meet his hair again in the afterlife. Roger looks up and realizes too late that he messed up. A huge hand suddenly reaches in and the Alpha tears Roger's head off before he can finish him. Roger's head tumbles away and Incrid locks eyes with the Alpha. The soldiers scream Roger's name. The protagonist notes that the Alpha struck while everyone was distracted. Smart move. Then it rushes past him and dives back into the crowd. Incrid realizes it's hunting by hiding inside the chaos. Watching it move, he knows the Alpha is a far greater threat than Roger ever was. Its intelligence and raw power are the reason he had to repeat this loop so many times. The Alpha comes from behind, fist pulled back, and MC spins around to face it. This time, he says he'll finish it, then deflects the blow with his sword. Sparks fly as he pushes forward with momentum. The Alpha does the same. Incrid lifts his sword high and brings it down cleanly, severing the Alpha's arm. He follows with a slash across its chest, making it howl in pain. When it swings from the left, Ankred ducks under and lunges forward. He says, "This ends now." His blade shoots ahead and pierces its chest. Just like that, the Alpha is dead. While the fighting still rages on, Torres and Pin can only stare in shock. They almost feel sorry for the werewolf as it collapses. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Ankred finally exhales. He's done what he came to do. Pin says they should go to him and both start calling out. When he glances over, she yells that he needs to get out of there. He runs toward them as the soldiers shout for the others to chase him, but the werewolves don't let them move at all. They're too busy being overwhelmed. Pin asks if he planned this and knew the werewolves would appear. Ankred says he just got lucky. Torres says, "Fine, but when did he get this strong? And how did he know the enemy leader was Roger?" The protagonist can tell they're confused. They don't know about the loops, and he can't explain it now. Instead, he says, something more important matters. The mission still isn't over. He looks up at the cliffs and says they need to climb the wall. At the top is Rhea, the final obstacle in this run. A moment later, they're already climbing. Ankred still has the pouch strapped under his wrist, and as they watch him move, Pen asks if he really isn't a ranger. Taurus says he isn't, which only makes her ask how he's this skilled. MC says he doesn't even know what he's supposed to be anymore. He was meant to become a knight, but right now his instincts aren't focused on Rhea herself. He already knows where she'll be. She never changed that in any of the loops. Once he reaches the top and ducks behind cover, he gives them signals to warn them. There's an enemy ahead. He'll go first, leaving Pin confused as he sprints along the wall. Reggie turns in surprise just as his sword shoots for her throat. She summons vines that coil around his arm and fling him back. He cuts through part of them, and she demands to know how he got here when her children were already moving. Ankred says they're busy fighting the greyhounds and adds that maybe she didn't train them well enough. Furious, she sends more vines at him. He dodges what he can and bats away the rest. Simran says that as long as he keeps up this rhythm, that's all he needs to do. Some vines start spinning, so he focuses on cutting the thin whip-like ones while pushing forward. Pin can't believe he's fighting a mage this well. Torres wonders if they should help, but she says they'd only get in his way. More greyhounds arrive, shouting that they need to help Rechia. One of them is dropped at once, and Pin says she won't let any of them get near Incred. Rechia grows angrier, and roses begin sprouting from her vines, calling them worthless. She fires the roses at him. He says he's already figured out how to beat her. In the end, she's still human. Stab her or cut her and she dies. He just needs one opening, and he has exactly the tool for that in his pouch. He charges again, fully focused, dodging the projectiles and cutting through the vines as before. When he slices through the ones shielding her directly, she hesitates. She starts raising a barrier, and he thrusts his fist right in front of her face. He says his trump card was prepared using the hidden knife. Earlier, when Cry asked what to do with the leftover magic tools and whether they should be sold, Cry said to keep them because they would be useful someday. Now the pouch opens, and with a flick of his wrist, he sends one straight at her face. He reveals they're the magic devices from the cave, and they burst with a blinding blue light bright as sunrise. Even Pin and Taus have to cover their eyes. Down in the slums, people look up and see only that intense light shining from the wall. Rakia screams in pain and Cried swings, cutting through her vines and across her side. He says that once he learned to relax his shoulders, he realized he didn't need to choose just one direction. All three walls had something worth learning from. As Rachia collapses onto the stone, Cried lets out a long breath and says he built his own style by combining all three. Torres cuts down one of the soldiers. When Pen starts to ask what just happened, Torres cuts her off. They can ask later. First, they need to leave before more people come running to that light. Soon, guards are moving through the slums with torches searching everywhere, and Cried says they've made it into Crossguard. If they save Kitten and escape as planned, this loop can finally end. Pen leads them to a house and says this was the last place Kitten stayed before disappearing. Inside, the signs of torture make it clear the enemy learned Kitten was a spy. Pen says that settles it. Kitten must be dead, and Cried says the enemy is already coming, and the informant they were meant to meet is gone. That means the whole plan was an aspen trap. The letter from Kitten about urgent information was probably fake, made to lure them in and kill them. Torres realizes they were set up, just as nearby guards ask each other if they found anything. One says no, but they still need to keep searching. Penn says they should escape now, but Torres warns it's a huge risk with guards everywhere and asks if there's any way to distract them. And Cried says he knows a method that already worked before and asks if they want to try it. One of the houses suddenly catches fire. Soldiers rush over to put it out, and the protagonist says nothing pulls attention better than a blaze. He's done this enough times to learn a few tricks at this rate. He jokes he'll become an arsonist instead of a knight. That's why he plans to train with his sword even harder once he gets back. The group finally gets over the walls and ditches their robes. Now they just need to head back to Border Guard. From above the wrecked house, one man watches the scene. Another reports that the intruders escaped after starting the fire. The man says every trap failed. They took a serious hit, and he can't believe Richo died that easily. The plan should have wiped out their rangers and spies while crushing morale. Still, he decides it's not over. There are plenty of moves left, so he tells the soldier to leave. It's time to prepare for the next step, and this is Aspen's genius strategist, Abner. Later, they ride back by boat. Penn and Taurus are out of breath while Ancred looks fine. He even says he wants one more duel after they get off. Taurus calls him insane. They already fought more than 10 times on the trip. Even the boatman wonders why they're always sweating. Soon the boat reaches the dock. Torres says the mission is over and they should rest, then remembers this somehow counts as rest for Ancred. MC asks Penn for another round and she shuts him down, saying his charm won't work on her. At the gate, a man is begging to see the platoon of lunatics. Torres asks what that bald guy wants. He says they should report in first since he knows him, and it turns out to be Gilfin. Gilfin runs up and blurts out that Guildmaster Craze is in danger. When Ancred asks what happened, Gillen says the frogs are here. He explains that when the Aspens took over his guild, their boss got paid by them. Every spring, the Aspens sent someone to inspect the guild, and those inspectors were frogs. Now one has finally shown up again. A flashback takes us to 4 days earlier when Craze says this should be enough. They're getting ready to leave soon, and it's been about a week since he last visited camp. The higher-ups got goods because of him. So he figures this much will slide. Then Gilfin comes in with a report and the innkeeper is panicking, saying she may have seen an Aspen spy. Cray says the boys can check and if it's real, they'll handle it. Now that the Gilfin Guild is helping the night guards, they cover the back streets. The border guard reservists don't watch. That raised the guild's name and their income. And with the citizens acting as his eyes and ears, Craze gets far more information. He even thinks that if he raises taxes now, the guild's reach will grow more. In a year, no, maybe half a year, he could control all the back streets. A guard stands outside the door while another hooded figure waits down the hall. The guard starts to ask what he's doing there, but the stranger closes the gap at once and smashes him through the door in front of Chrissy. From the silhouette alone, it's clear this isn't human. Crazes, and Gilfin realizes the guest has already arrived. Craze mutters that it's a frog. The figure pulls back the hood, showing its face. Cray notices the frog didn't kill his men, which means he can still talk this out. Even so, he gets nervous and politely asks the frog to come this way. The frog finds that funny and starts laughing. He says that's an interesting reaction and asks who Christ thinks he is. Christ dodges the question and asks if he's eaten yet. The frog says that's not what matters right now. Then he backhands Gilfin and instantly closes in with an uppercut for Christ. Christ is launched into the air, and as Gilfin drops to the floor, the frog grabs Christ by the clothes. He says humans only listen after getting beaten first. That's what he's learned. Chiz says he would have answered either way and asks what the frog wants to know so badly. The frog laughs at him for still smiling and asks where the last guildmaster went and where Christ came from. Christ answers that the former guildmaster is dead. The frog asks who killed him, and Crisis says it was the border guard reservists. Then the frog asks for a name. After thinking it over, Christ gives him Ragna's name. The frog licks his lips and orders Gilfin to bring him this Ragna. But Cray says he should bring the real guildmaster instead. Gilfin realizes what he means. Any of those guys would do and runs to find them. Since then, though, he hasn't found any of them because they were all reassigned. And Christ says Christ thought that through pretty well. Just waking Ragna up is hard enough, so the message must have meant anyone in the squad strong enough to kill the frog. The protagonist says Christ probably never expected every one of them to be away on missions, especially since they usually only listen to him. Then he asks Gilfin if Christ is still alive after 4 days, and Gilfin says yes. And Craig follows with another question. Does he still have all his limbs? Gilfin is confused, so MC asks if he's being tortured. Dylan says no, he's fine. He says he's wounded werewolves, fought the commander of the Greyhounds, and even killed a mage. He's far stronger now, but he still remembers how easily a frog beat him before. This time, though, he thinks he can win. More than that, he wants this fight to see how much he's grown since then. Recovering from the crossguard mission should take about a day, so he tells Gilfin to let the frog know Ragna will visit tomorrow. Christ won't die just from waiting one more day. That much Increed can tell from the frog's behavior. People think frogs are simple, but just like humans, they're all different. This one is keeping Christ alive on purpose and waiting for something, and that's not the move of an idiot. The protagonist goes to report in. The officer says he heard the rest of his platoon is already out on missions and asks if the protagonist will join them right away. MC answers that he's exhausted and will go after 2 days of rest. That night in the barracks, he decides that if he might die fighting the frog, he'll face it in the best shape possible. With Esther curled up beside him, he eats well and starts training right away. Looking at his whistle dagger, he says he couldn't recover them all, so only 2 are left. There has to be a way to get more. Esther walks over meowing, and Increed says she's extra friendly today, while petting her as she purrs. He asks if she got bored alone and wonders if she wants to come along. If she does, she'll have to stay back because he's really looking forward to this. He finally gets a chance to fight a frog. Back at the hideout, the frog says he's waited long enough. He warns Christ that he better be telling the truth about someone arriving today. And Creasa quickly says, yes, for sure. Before that, Crease offers him another bowl, saying this one is fresher and should fit his taste better. The frog says Crease isn't half bad, and they might even regret killing him. Creasa laughs and thanks him, but inside he's desperate for anyone to show up before he dies. A little later at the Thieves' Guild, the frog is eating again, waiting with his feet up on the table. Creasa complains that they're late and curses those lunatics for taking so long. He'd go drag them here himself if he could. The frog just tells him to bring more, holding up an apple core. Christ agrees, all while thinking this crazy frog never stops watching him and barely sleeps. He just has to hold out a little longer because once one of the lunatics arrives, they should beat this thing. At least that's if even one of them actually comes. Then Increase starts down the hall. He gets his whistle daggers ready, and the frog reaches for another bite before sensing his presence. Increed bursts through the door, sending debris flying. He lifts his whistle daggers while Christ just stares in shock and yells, asking what he's doing there when he's the weakest one. The protagonist throws both whistle daggers. The frog dodges and they slam into the chair. He lands on the desk and Increed draws back his sword and slashes, but the frog avoids that too, jumping over him, drawing his own blade and striking back. MC slips under the attack and now the two are even. The next moment will decide who takes control of this fight. They rush each other and trade blows fast, sparks flying with every clash until the whole room is filled with the sound of steel. Creasa can't believe it. He wonders if this is really the boss because Ancret is matching a frog strike for strike. He knows a beginner would keep blocking against the frog's insane power, but if he keeps that up, his bones will break. The frog comes in with a thrust, so the protagonist raises his sword and knows he has to use the flowing sword to parry. He guides the blade aside, sparks trailing down to the tip, and realizes the only thing he should aim for is the frog's one weak spot, its heart. One solid stab there might stop its healing, but the frog slams a kick into Ancreed's chest and sends him flying back into a pile of boxes by the wall near Cry. Kriyu winces, saying, "That hit was brutal. If MC passes out like last time, they're done." The frog mocks him for going straight for its heart and says beings like him are called skill readers. They can spot talent right away, but he makes no sense to him. He says he should have hit his limit long ago. As the protagonist pushes himself back up, the frog wonders how he keeps going past the talent his body was born with. MC grins and says even a frog's kick doesn't hurt that bad anymore. That only annoys the frog more, so he decides to kill him now. It brings its blade down from above, and Inkrite answers with a thrust. The frog realizes he's targeting its heart again, and while they both commit to the attack, the frog's strike looks like it'll land first. He knows the only way to stop its healing is to shut down its heart, but he also knows he needs an opening first. So he changes course and cuts off the frog's arm, sending it spinning away. He presses in right after, thinking it won't regrow an arm fast enough during the fight. If he hits the openings now, this can work. The frog sneers that one arm is still enough to kill someone like him, then finishes the swing it started before. Ankrit tries to parry, but the blow is too strong and knocks his sword from his hand. The frog closes in at once, lifting its blade for the final strike. The protagonist wonders if this is really how it ends again, telling himself he'll just challenge it again in the next loop. But when the frog swings down to finish him, the blade stops right above his head, the force alone stirring his hair. The room goes silent except for the frog's low rumbling growl, and Ankrit wonders why it stopped. Turning away, the frog says it can feel something, a terrifying presence coming from Esther, who's glaring it down. It says that Beast is giving a warning. Kill this human and your life is in real danger. As Esther slowly steps into the room, the frog's throat swells as it holds back its croaks and admits it really wants to kill a human who broke past his limits. Since Ankrit is unpredictable, he's exactly the kind of human they should get rid of early. Still, when it lifts its weapon, Esther sees that it's not attacking, it's putting the blade away. Staying alive matters more. Before leaving, it tells Ankit to remember this. Then we learn its name is Merlin, and next time he plans to kill him. MC honestly wanted to keep fighting, but Merlin walks out. The moment he's gone, Chris starts getting up and asks if it's really over. He says they survived and thought for sure he was dead. He can't believe he got strong enough to fight a frog like that, but he says he still wasn't enough. The frog's last blow hit his wrist and made him drop his sword. It's already badly swollen. He tightens his fist and says 3 more loops would have been enough. Then Merlin would have died. As they head into town, Cassis says none of the others showed up. He never thought all those lunatics would willingly be off on missions. The protagonist says that surprised him too. Crazy is just glad the frog left, but the protagonist can't stop thinking about why, because Merlin could have killed both of them any time. He looks down at Esther and asks if she's the reason. She meows and Crazy stares, asking if he's really talking to animals now. Then the first company commander runs over asking where he's been, and